Good morning and welcome to the National Capital Planning Commission September 5th, 2024 open session. First, Ms. Huddle-Cox, could you please take the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Steingasser,
Here.
Commissioner McMahon,
Good morning.
Commissioner Stidham, Commissioner Argo,
Good morning.
Vice Chair Hewlett,
Present.
Chair Goodman,
Good morning.
Commissioner Green,
Here.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Dixon,
Present.
Commissioner Cash, Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Giacchetti.
Thank you, Ms. Huddle-Cox. I appreciate that. And noting the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Today's meeting will be live streamed and it will be available in a few days via video on NCPC's website. And if there's no objection, the agenda as posted is adopted and is the order of business. We will now play a short clip of the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. NCPC will continue to conduct its meetings online until the renovations in the commission chambers are complete. I want to share how we will be conducting commission business. Following the staff presentations and any other testimony, I will ask for a motion and a second as appropriate. During commission deliberations, I will use the round robin format to ask each commissioner if they have any comments. At other times, when commissioners wish to be recognized, they should unmute and ask. And let us begin. Agenda item number 2 is a vote to approve the 2025 meeting schedule, with meetings every month except August. Is there a motion to approve the commission schedule for 2025?
I move approval, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Hewlett, and it has been seconded. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, I seconded it.
Seconded by Commissioner Dixon. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion of the item? Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Huddle-Cox, could you please confirm the motion and the second and take the vote by roll?
Yes. The motion was made by Vice Chair Hewlett and was seconded by Commissioner Dixon. With that, Commissioner Steingasser,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham, Commissioner Argo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett,
Yes.
Chair Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Cash, Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Giacchetti.
And the motion clearly passes. And moving on now, we are going to be having the report of the chair. And there's a lot to report this month. I'm happy to say that today's meeting marks an important transition. And first, we'd like to welcome our new General Counsel, Megan Huddle-Cox, NCPC's new General Counsel, who will now serve as the Commission Secretary. Megan brings a wealth of legal experience and expertise to this position, and we look forward to working with her over the coming years. I would also like to take this opportunity to express, on behalf of the Commission, our heartfelt gratitude to Julia Coster, who has served as the Commission's Secretary for nearly a decade. Over the years, Julia has distinguished herself and handled her role with the utmost professionalism and poise and grace. Some of you might know that Julia has served as the agency's flooding and climate resiliency expert for many years, and I'm very pleased to announce that she's now focusing on this critical matter full-time. Climate resiliency is a crucial issue that directly impacts the federal property and operations of the nation's capital. As someone who's dealt with flooding issues on the Mississippi River, climate resiliency is one of my highest priorities as Commission's chair. I'm very pleased that Julia is taking on this topic as her top priority, and I cannot imagine a better person to take this on. I know the commission will join me in thanking her and eagerly anticipating her updates to the commission as she embarks on her new work. Next, I want to note the addition of Commissioner Tunstall Williams. General Services Agency has advised that Eliza Voigt will also serve as an alternate, and we welcome her to the commission. Welcome, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. And finally, I wanted to report on 2 field trips commissioners were able to take this past month. First, to Rock Creek Golf Course, which we will be discussing at this meeting, and second, to the Hirshhorn Museum and Plaza, which the commission will be considering for preliminary approval at our July meeting, and which will be returning for final approval next year, which we discussed on our July meeting and will be returning next year. I personally found both trips very enlightening and very helpful, and appreciated the detailed on-the-ground context for these projects as we consider them and as the community comments on them. I want to thank the individuals from the National Park Service and from the Smithsonian Institution, as well as many of our NCPC staff who made these field trips possible. I know that I personally learned a lot on the trips, and I know that my fellow commissioners who joined in the trips, the field trips, were also pleased to be able to learn and see these projects on the ground. Agenda item number 4 is the report from the Executive Director, Marcel Acosta. Mr. Acosta, please.
Thank you, Chair Goodman, and good morning, everyone. Given the length of today's agenda, I'll be brief and note that my written report is in your packet. However, on behalf of my NCPC colleagues, I'd also like to echo the Chair's recognition of Ms. Coster's distinguished service as Secretary of the Commission over the last decade. She's always handled the position with the utmost professionalism and diplomacy, and we really look forward to Julia's expert leadership over our flooding and resiliency initiatives, which is one of the federal government's most critical planning concerns in this region. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. Are there any questions from the commissioner? Any comments? Hearing none, I will move to agenda item number 5. Thank you, Mr. Acosta. And that is the legislative update from Ms. Huddle Cox. Do you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair Goodman. There's no legislative update to report this month.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the commission have any questions? No outstanding questions. Well, thank you very much. Agenda item number 6 is the consent calendar. There are 2 items on this month's consent calendar. The first item is to approve preliminary and final building plans with comments for the Theodore Roosevelt Federal Building Verizon Antenna Modifications Project submitted by General Services Administration. And the second item is to approve preliminary site and building plans for the Malcolm X Elementary School Modernization Project submitted by the DC Department of General Services. Are there any questions or discussion on the consent calendar? Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you for the motion to approve. Vice Chair Hewlett, is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Huddle Cox, could you please confirm the motion and the second and take the vote?
Yes, the motion was made by Vice Chair Hewlett and seconded by Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Steingasser,
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon,
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham,
Yes.
Commissioner Argo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett, Vice Chair Hewlett,
Yes.
Chair Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Cash, Commissioner Davis,
Abstain.
Commissioner Giacchetti.
Very
That
good. The motion has clearly passed. Thank you, Ms. Huddle Cox. And moving on, we have a very busy agenda today, as everyone is aware, and several items on the open agenda where multiple people have signed up to testify. So we're going to begin. Agenda item 7A is a request to approve a report to the Zoning Commission for zoning case 23-02, 02, a map amendment for 1617 U Street Northwest from the MU-4 to MU-10 zone at square 175 lots 826 and 827. Mr. Webb is going to be making a presentation today. Mr. Webb, please.
Good morning. Are you able to see my presentation on your screen?
Yes, we are.
Great, thank you. So good morning, Chair Goodman and Commissioners. The Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia has referred zoning case 23-02 to NCPC for comment. The proposed zoning and map amendment would rezone square 175, lots 826 and 827 from the MU4 zone to the MU10 zone. The site is located at the northeast corner of 17th and U Streets in Northwest Washington and is owned by the district government. It is occupied by and will continue to be occupied by the Metropolitan Police Department 3rd District Police Headquarters and by Fire and Emergency Services Engine Company 9 and its related uses. The site currently has no housing, and the public facilities I mentioned require upgrades and expansion. Before I discuss the zoning case in more detail, I'd like to provide a brief reminder to the Commission of its authorities related to the district zoning case referrals. In accordance with the National Capital Planning Act, NCPC reviews proposed text or map amendments to the District of Columbia zoning regulations. Procedurally, these updates are referred to NCPC from the District of Columbia Zoning Commission after it has taken preliminary action on the zoning case and before it takes final action. NCPC reviews zoning referrals for potential impacts to the federal interest and consistency with the comprehensive plan's federal elements. This typically includes evaluating whether the proposal will impact federal property. NCPC has an advisory role and provides a report to the Zoning Commission, which has final approval responsibility. The federal government's interest includes those related to Washington's role as the seat of the federal government and as the nation's capital. The federal elements of the comprehensive plan address matters related to federal properties and functions and other federal interests in the National Capital Region, such as the federal workplace, foreign missions, visitors and commemoration, amongst others. The district elements of the comprehensive plan address local, traditional city planning issues, such as land use, housing, and economic development. These issues are addressed through the local government review processes. In respect to this zoning case, the map amendment is intended to implement the 2021 revisions to the comprehensive plan that address the future of the site. Amendment 8050 to the future land use map changed the site's land use designation from local public facilities to a mix of local public facilities, high-density residential, and moderate-density commercial. The current MU4 zoning on the site is not consistent with the new future land use map designation. Any future development agreement would provide for retaining the public functions with upgrades and would require affordable housing subject to the affordability requirements of the district. The map amendment would enable the provision of market rate and affordable housing. The area subject to the map amendment does not include any federal properties, and it is not near any federal properties that would be impacted by the rezoning. No other federal interests have been identified in this vicinity. The amendment was refined through the Zoning Commission process to retain existing low-density zoning on the north part of the site along V Street across from residential properties. Further, the proposed heights up to 100 feet are allowable per the 1910 Height of Buildings Act based on the widths of the rights-of-way of both U Street and 17th Streets Northwest. This federal law established maximum heights on buildings within Washington, D.C. based upon the width of the street. In addition, we have received several comments about public facilities and historic preservation. As I mentioned earlier, the site is and will continue to be the home of public safety facilities. The site is located outside historic districts, and the buildings on the site have not been determined historic. In summary, staff finds the proposed text and map amendments are not inconsistent with the federal elements of the comprehensive plan for the national capital and would not adversely impact any identified federal interest. NCPC has received correspondence from community members. Some are supportive of the map amendment, stating it provides for increased opportunities for affordable housing to the neighborhood, while others have expressed concern that it could facilitate displacement and change in the character of that block. As I noted earlier in my presentation, the Commission has a limited advisory review authority over zoning commission referrals. This proposal does not adversely impact the federal interest and is not inconsistent with the federal elements of the comprehensive plan. And as I mentioned, issues related to land use, housing, and economic development are addressed through the local government review processes. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the Commission.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that presentation. Are there any questions at this time? If there are no questions, then for Mr. Webb, we are going to move on. We have 7 people signed up to speak today. I would ask everyone to please keep to the time that you are allocated, which is 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for civic groups. We have Cheryl Court. Are you ready to speak? And you are representing the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we'll have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you are prepared.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ready. Good morning, Chair Goodman and members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Cheryl Court. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading organization advocating for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We've been engaged with the process to rezone 1617 U Street for several years, beginning with the DC Comprehensive Plan amendments of 2021. We have worked to promote understanding of the potential of a mixed-use redevelopment of this site. This government-owned site can provide not only new public facilities, but contribute needed affordable housing in this highly sought-after neighborhood. We note that the benefits for this rezoning could be the potential of more than 100 units of affordable homes at a minimum, and down to deeply affordable levels at 30 and 50% median family income as required by DC law. Permanent affordability for all of the new affordable homes per DC law. Capacity of over 300 mixed income homes in this sought after high price neighborhood, which helps to lower displacement risk for existing low income neighbors, enabling 300 plus households to live close to 2 metro stations, major bus corridors, bike routes, and reduce the need for driving and reduce their carbon footprint. This rezoning will also help to modernize our police and fire facilities and the fueling station. And this rezoning does bring this consistent to the future land use map of the comprehensive plan amendments of 2021. And we will experience an improved streetscape and urban design to support a more pedestrian-oriented environment, where now on U Street we have a 2-story garage with driveways and ramps and vehicles on 17th Street police vehicles parked on the grass now. So we would have liked to have seen more affordable housing opportunities at the site, but we support the decision that the DC Zoning Commission made after more than 30 hours of testimony and voluminous written comments and deliberation. Adding this affordable housing in this neighborhood is an important way to achieve the district's priorities for housing equity and racial equity. And these new permanently affordable homes can contribute to stem the loss of affordable housing, especially benefiting our African American neighbors who face barriers to housing security, greater barriers to security. We look forward to continuing with the public process for this site. It is a public site. It is going through a request for proposals process led by the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, DEMPED. And, it's a grossly underutilized site today, and we look forward to transforming it into something that's positive for the entire neighborhood and for the District of Columbia. And, we note that adding the new housing while replacing the police and EMS facilities will not be easy, but a competitive RFP process for a rezone site could generate innovative solutions that we can use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Court, for your testimony. On behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth, are there any questions for Ms. Court from the Commission? Any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much, Ms. Court, and we will move on to our second speaker, and that is Courtney Stockland, and you will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here and for your work. My name is Courtney Stockland. I've lived on Seton Street, a few feet away from this site for the last dozen years or so, and have been in the city for a couple dozen years at this point. Thanks again for your work. I'm surprised to see a couple familiar faces, folks that were involved in this highly contested project for the last year and a half or so. I didn't totally realize this wasn't an independent body from the DC Planning and Zoning Commissions, but that's my misunderstanding. The proposed rezoning is simply too extreme for this site. It's more than twice that of the current zone and more than 5 times that of the neighboring buildings. It's a spot zoning, as you've seen on Mr. Webb's diagram. It's a carved out stamp in the middle of a significant and important historic district. And there have been no studies on displacement or other effects of such an extreme upzoning. Of most concerning to this body, I believe, are the ramifications to the fire and police stations. These stations currently serve as a core element to the safety and security support of large-scale events in our city, never mind in our immediate neighborhood. As Ms. Court explained, this is a staging ground for large-scale security forces that folks from all around your commission come in to help our city, as you know. There's no plan to where these services would go during construction, nor has there been any in-writing promise of their fulsome return. In fact, one official shared that, in fact, they may not. I suspect they very well may not, because it's very difficult to build a police and fire station under housing, as we've seen in other projects around the city. And please take into account the serious dissent of the neighborhood and the fact that this process has been rammed through backwards, upzoning in the absence of any publicly shared plans or parameters for this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stockland, for your comments. Are there any questions from the commissioners for Ms. Stockland? Any questions? Hearing none, again, thank you very much. And we will move on to speaker number 3, and that is Randy Jones. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Is Randy Jones present? Is Randy Jones present?
No, I don't believe he joined.
Okay, we'll move on then. Thank you very much to Mr. Gregory Adams, and you're representing the Black neighbors of 1617 U Street Northwest, and you will have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're ready.
I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I want to begin by thanking the commission for its additions to the hold on one moment, please. To the recent addition to the federal elements of the comprehensive plan regarding social equity. In light of these updates, I think the Black neighbors of 1617 U Street asked commissioners to disapprove of file numbers ZZ 2302 until the Zoning Commission and the DC Office of Planning do more to align their rezoning proposal and planning with Executive Order 13985, which is advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, and Executive Order 14091, which is further advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government, which directs the federal government to pursue a comprehensive approach to advancing full equity for all, including people of color and others who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent inequity. During deliberations, the DC Zoning Commission failed to consider the critically important contested issues raised by Black neighbors of 1617 U Street. We argue that there is no racial equity being applied to this proposal, and that the Office of Planning, in its own testimony before the Zoning Commission, failed to engage with Black neighbors, businesses, churches, and community organizations. In expert testimony, it was shown that upzoning from MU4 to MU10 will have adverse impacts on the Black neighbors currently living in the area around the site, a fact largely ignored by the Zoning Commission. Moreover, the Zoning Commission did not consider that this rezoning proposal would not actually benefit most Black DC residents, in that most such residents will not be able to afford the so-called affordable housing proposed. Therefore, we suggest that these commissioners send this case back to the Zoning Commission, and that they do their due diligence in looking at the racial equity policies and principles now found in the comprehensive plan pursuant to these executive orders. We hope that you transmit your disapproval to the Zoning Commission, and that this matter actually receives the attention it deserved in the first place, which it still has not received. And I thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Adams. We appreciate your comments. And now I'll ask commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Adams? Are there any questions? Hearing none, we want to thank you again, Mr. Adams, and we will be moving on to speaker number 5, Mr. Ian Hawksworth. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Are you present?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can.
I'm trying to turn on my...
We can see you now too. Thank you. But now we can't hear you.
Now?
Yes, now. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks very much. My name is Ian Hawksworth. I am a neighbor to the site, the current police station and fire station. And I live here with my wife and 2 children, and we've been here for several years. I have 2 points to make, and the first one was echo some of what's been said already, but it bears repeating, is that the proposed rezoning is detrimental to a great extent to the historical nature of this district, and frankly to the quality of life of those who live here and will live here. What is being proposed is a very large block that belongs downtown or in a similar zoned environment, but is completely out of place here. It will create sort of a looming tower looking down on us as we go about our business, and I think that has not come out sufficiently. So that's my first point. My second point is that this process has not lived up to its own standard. It's not living up to the standards that the regulation calls for. We, as a neighborhood, have not been consulted. We didn't receive communications at the appropriate time. When we raised issues, we were met with cold and standoffish responses. We were told no split zoning was possible, and then suddenly it was. Valid groups, church, business, Black neighbors have been ignored. Frankly, this process has the hallmarks of some kind of deal that has been made, or that doesn't mean that it's problematic in itself, but it means that nobody was really interested in taking us into account. And no guarantees have been made. I mean, so will the police station and fire station come back? People say it probably will, but as it seems highly unlikely. And people have kept asking, is there any place in the world where housing sits atop of a fire station and police station? And especially if it's a staging area for serious security operations, there's no way. So that will be gone. Nobody wants to be honest about that. So let me stop here. I think you understand that we neighbors are shocked and quite dismayed, and we hope you will return it to the Planning Commission and ask them to do a proper process and take into consideration where they're proposing to put this monolith. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawksworth. We appreciate your comments. Are there questions for Mr. Hawksworth? Hearing no questions from the commission. Thank you again, and we will move on to Debbie Hanrahan, who is representing Save DC Public Land, working for a safe, truly affordable, and racially equitable U Street. And you will, Debbie, have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're ready.
I don't believe
Debbie,
she's present.
Thank you very much. Moving to speaker number 7, Chris Otten. You are representing DC for Reasonable Development, and you will have 5 minutes to provide testimony. Please let us know when you are ready.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me? This is Chris Otten.
See you and hear you. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. So I was called by a couple of folks who were to be on today to see if I can back them up due to some medical appointments that had come up for them, particularly Debbie and Arlene Feskinich. But basically, so I'm just going to highlight some of the key points that the commissioners should have in writing from them already. And I'm kind of surprised there's not questions being asked based on what was delivered in writing. Because the big question is, and this was sent to me and it hasn't been responded to by Mr. Webb, is how can the NCPC commissioners effectively fulfill their advisory role in reviewing quote unquote potential impacts to federal interests if his staff report does not explicitly identify those federal interests? What does that mean? Looking at the written testimony and verbal testimony of Black neighbors, the homeowners within 200 feet, and Save DC Public Land, there are key federal interests that were not included at all, let alone even considered by Mr. Webb and his report to you. And for you to review something without having all of the data, I think is quite a disservice to your advisory role. Racial equity is not mentioned at all in Mr. Webb's report. This is a critical new lens your advisory review is supposed to include. The fact that it's not in the report is not only highly disconcerting, it fails to allow you to review this decision independently vis-a-vis racial equity, as Mr. Adams just discussed in his comments. There's also written testimony showing what's at risk with this case. Regional emergency preparedness and response time to federal events, and within the core, outside of the core, the community's remaining racial diversity and historic stewardship of vulnerable communities. The first and the third point, the regional emergency preparedness and response time, this is clearly a hub for federal interest events. 1617 U Street, the emergency services facilities there serves federal events regularly. This is not mentioned at all in the report. We don't know what's going to happen to this. We don't know how it's going to affect response time. This site is located in the 1800 map. And so it is part of the L'Enfant plan. It is part of what is to serve the federal interest. To not discuss emergency safety and its effect by this rezoning and displacement of those services is pretty much unacceptable from our point of view. Moreover, there are two federal historic districts that abut this site. Is this in Mr. Webb's report? I can't find it. I'm not even sure what actually went into studying the entire scope of what's at play here. But the safety one is a critical one. As DC Police Union Chairman stated, this station often serves as, quote, a crucial hub for law enforcement operations. And he's talking citywide, including for federal events. That's at Exhibit 460 of the Zoning Commission case. So we're basically asking, as these other groups are asking, that the NCPC staff and commission vote to disapprove this case until both your internal staff can provide the full picture of what's at play, including these federal interests that will be impacted, and that the zoning commission can truly get at some of these other sort of points that Mr. Adams raised as far as racial equity. And I think this is also critically important now for the federal interest, as it's now in your comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otten. We do appreciate your comments. Are there questions for Mr. Otten? Are there any questions for Mr. Otten? Hearing none, thank you very much. And we do have Mr. Jones with us at this time. Mr. Randy Jones, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're ready, and we will move on. Mr. Jones?
Hi there. I don't have much to say. It's fairly clear that we have a non-curious commission as our previous commission was. I'd actually really just like to welcome any questions and discussion by you. And I would invite you to actually be critical of the application and weigh the positives and the negatives. And I'd like to hear from each one of you on all of that. I think that's your duty as appointed commissioners, and that would be my request. I think it's clear that this process was set up by a Flume amendment, and that's when the gears got moving. That was allowed for a map amendment by the zoning commission to move forward. And a site this critical with public land, public services, large site, large density boost really demands comprehensive planning, and only a PUD can do that. A map amendment falls very short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And please understand, if commissioners have questions for you, we can ask those at this time, and we will discuss this and deliberate on this, but we need a motion, so we have the motion follow everyone's testimony so that we can have the discussion. And
totally get it. I think I heard you call for questions on each of the
correct
people providing testimony today.
Yes.
And no one has asked any questions. So that's why I said non-curious.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. We appreciate your comments.
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, if that concludes our public testimony, we have heard from everyone. We did not hear from Ms. Hanrahan, who is not here, but yes, we're ready for a motion if you have a motion.
I do have a motion, and as you explained, we can't get into the deliberations and the back and forth until there's a motion on the floor. So I would move approval of the rezoning, that we recommend approval of the rezoning, just so that we can get to the discussion part and then ask our questions of all the speakers. And I'd like to hear a response from Mr. Webb too. Thank you.
So the motion is to approve the report to the zoning.
Approve the report, yes.
Yes, okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Commissioner Stidham has seconded. So I will now open it up to the discussion up to the commission. And I was going to begin with Commissioner Cash. Ms. Huddle-Cox, is Commissioner Cash attending today?
Commissioner Cash will be joining later, but he is not here this morning.
Okay, then we'll move on to Commissioner Davis.
No comments from me. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Has Commissioner Giacchetti joined us?
Commissioner Hassett has joined us.
Yes, I've joined. No questions for me at this time, but I want to thank the people who have spoken so far.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Steingasser, yes? Is that who?
Yes, I would just like to reemphasize what Mr. Webb had put forward of the purpose of action that's in front of the National Capital Planning Commission today. And that's to assess whether the proposed action by the Zoning Commission has any kind of adverse impact on federal elements of the comp plan. And as he pointed out, there are no direct actions that are adverse to the federal elements. And with that, I support the EDR.
Thank you, Commissioner Steingasser. Commissioner McMahon.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess we'll ask Mr. Webb to speak a little bit later on. Vice Chair seemed to think that we would do that, but based on his presentation and my understanding of our role in DC local matters and with its lack of impact, the biggest one was on the Hyde Act on federal interests. I'm not sure we have a major role here. Certainly the support of additional affordable housing and repurposing of a public property that will better serve the community seems to be laudable on the part of DC. I'm not sure we have a role beyond noting that, and so I would support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Stidham.
I would like to echo the comments of Commissioner Steingasser. I think that the zoning cases are very confusing when they come to us here at NCPC because of the role here is really to look at the federal interest and if there is any impact. And I think Mr. Webb did a really good job of laying that out, but I think it really is confusing to those who are following this case in the Zoning Commission about this board's role in the process and that it's very different.
Thank you, Commissioner Stidham. Commissioner Argo.
Yeah, I'll just join. I think it would be easier for me to just join in the comments that we've heard from the other commissioners, especially those most recently from Commissioner Stidham. I join in those. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Argo. Vice Chair Hewlett.
Well, first of all, I thank Mr. Webb for trying to lay out the what our very, very limited parameters are in this matter. And they are limited. Not to say I'm not particularly happy with what I'm hearing, though, but I know we have a very limited review authority here. And but one of the things I think is Mr. Otten did say that there were federal interests that have not been addressed. And I guess I'd like for Mr. Webb to, at some point, to reiterate a couple of the federal interests, and because that's what our role is, to assess that whether there's an impact on federal interests. And while it is not our role in here to address racial equity, it is something that the NCPC has taken to heart, and we are looking at. And I don't know if, as an aside, that at some point we can reach out to the Zoning Commission at some point just to be mindful and make sure that they try to address those issues. That might be overstepping our bounds. It may not be appropriate for consideration in our limited role here, but but from entity to entity, I think it's something that we can reach out to ensure that everyone is cognizant of these effects and consequences. So at some point, I would like to hear a little bit more from Mr. Webb when everyone else is finished. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will go ahead and ask for the remaining commissioners' input, and then we can go back and ask Mr. Webb to respond to you, Vice Chair Hewlett. Okay, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Excuse me, sorry, getting over a cold. I'm very much, I recognize our narrow interest in this, and in that narrow interest, we're only speaking to the federal impact, and that is rather limited as we've seen. But I do share the concerns of Vice Chair Hewitt about the process. And maybe that's something we can discuss is how, as since we are making a recommendation, this is merely a recommendation back. What would be the appropriate way to suggest more fulsome engagement, if that is something we can even do? I think it's important, and I think we've heard that consistently. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yes, thank you. I would echo the comments of the previous commissioners. This is a difficult situation. Of course, we have sympathy for the adjacent residents, but our role in this is rather limited. The one question I do have that maybe does or does not pertain that I'd look for Mr. Webb to clarify. I know NCPC does have a Section 106 historic preservation requirement. I heard Mr. Webb's presentation said there were no historic districts here and that the buildings themselves were not historic, but a number of the respondents referred to historic districts. So I would just like clarification on whether or not there is a historic district here. And if there is, does NCPC have any Section 106 requirement as it relates to impact on historic properties?
I think I'd like to allow Ms. Do you want to respond now, Michael, or shall we have the final comment from Commissioner Dixon first to see if there's any additional question?
I would say go ahead and ask Commissioner Dixon.
Okay,
and then
Commissioner Dixon,
come
if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. And Commissioner Dixon, would you like to respond, please?
Yeah, I think I also agree with Commissioner Hewitt and other commissioners' comments. I do want to make a point that this U Street corridor was a historically Black community area for many, many years. A lot of our businesses, most of our businesses along that strip and residents were there. So it is important. I think that Webb has done a good job of bringing it to us. I do know that we have the federal interest may be limited, but I think that the racial equity issue that we now begin to embrace at NCPC and at the federal government level across the board it needs to be considered more in this particular case. But we are restricted because we are looking at federal interest, and that we have to establish. But I think we certainly may not want to be silent on the fact that this is a concern, that we have the racial equity issue. And we are curious. They said we weren't curious. We are curious, but we also try to be disciplined in our curiosity to keep within our lane. And our lane is federal interest. And we got to look at that handle. But I think we're all sensitive to what's been raised and concerned, but we also have to consider what is our area, what is our responsibility. So I'll stand by and maybe we can look at this in some way. I'll wait for Mr. Webb to come back to us. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Mr. Webb, would you like to comment now on several issues that have been raised?
Sure. Let me start with Commissioner Tunstall Williams. Because the commission has an advisory role in zoning commission referrals, we don't have an approval. So we do not have a Section 106 responsibility. So that's the answer for that. The site itself is adjacent but outside of historic districts, so it's not in a historic district, and the buildings themselves have not been identified as historic. So I think that covers your questions. For Chair Hewlett's questions, when the NCPC staff receive the zoning commission referrals, what we first do to establish the federal interest is, one, look at the application or the property to see, is it a federal property? In this case, it was not a federal property. It's a district-owned property. And then we look to see if there's any federal properties adjacent. In this case, there were no federal properties adjacent in the vicinity. And then we do look to see really what, especially with a zoning case like this, does the rezoning have potential to impact the Height of Buildings Act? And we do our evaluation to see if it's in compliance. And in this case, again, what they're proposing up to 100 feet with part of the lot being rezoned to that. and based on the rights of way, the widths of the rights of way, so in this case, it would be both U Street and 17th Street, it meets the Height of Buildings Act. So based on our review authority, our advisory review authority, that is typically how we focus on whether or not what is a federal interest.
Thank you. Thank you for commenting on the issues that were raised, and then I will make my remarks, and then we will confirm the motion in the second and call for a vote. First of all, I just want to thank those who came today to speak and for all the public comments that were shared. I do want to say that there were 35 comment letters on the project as of Wednesday afternoon, and there are 33 in support and 2 against. But clearly today's speakers were able to articulate other concerns. And I appreciate the passion and the direct nature of the comments from the community and today and to the future of their neighborhood, the concern for the future of their neighborhood. And that said, we have repeated over and over again that we have the limited advisory review authority over the zoning commission referrals. Our focus is on the federal interest, and as noted in the staff recommendation, this case does not appear to be inconsistent with those federal elements of the comprehensive plan. I do want to comment on some of the commissioners' remarks, and that is that federal interest is defined by the built environment in our case, largely the built environment. But I do think that that's something that is evolving right now in our federal government because of equity and climate and the calls and for being mindful and managing to include those as well as we look at developments. So I do appreciate the comments. I think today, though, our advisory role has been limited in to the built environment, and so I think those have been addressed thoroughly by Mr. Webb, and that the concerns that have been raised by citizens today could be taken back through the zoning review process, and that would be the more appropriate place than with the NCPC. Are there any further comments or questions? Any further comments or questions?
Yes, I just want to add one comment, and that's to the issue of the racial equity analysis. The reports to the Zoning Commission from the Office of Planning went into a great deal of analysis. There's probably 9 or 10 pages of disaggregated data in and of itself, where we break out by race and by income and by education, access to opportunities. And there's a discussion also through a supplemental report to the Zoning Commission in this case that talked to the issue of displacement. And the Zoning Commission specifically asked for that information to be entered into the file. So while there is some disagreement on whether there was sufficient outreach prior to the case moving forward, there was indeed a detailed amount of racial equity analysis provided in terms of how we looked at the comprehensive plan, how we looked at the opportunities created from the redevelopment of the site. And without going into, the detail, I just want to assure the commission that the issue was addressed in those reports.
That's good information. Thank you very much, Commissioner Steingasser. Thank you for that input.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just maybe add on to what Commissioner Steingasser just raised. As you may recall, the commission adopted some amendments to the comprehensive plan, the federal elements, and also submission guidelines related to climate change and equity in June. We apply those to federal property, federal applications on federal land, because these all deal with executive orders pertaining to federal development. And so we do a pretty extensive review, as the district office of planning does for zoning cases on private land with respect to those properties. So if you really thought about it, I mean, the office of planning deals specifically with private land or district land that they have jurisdiction over. They conduct their own set of equity analyses as well as other things that the public has raised, and the Zoning Commission uses that in their own analysis. We have a similar effort for federal applications, like the master plans that you review out the Department of Defense land or GSA or whatever. We do apply those same types of analyses to those applications, but we split it up. And to the extent that the district has its own set of policies and its own directives through the mayor, the council, and others, the Office of Planning will do that on behalf of their citizens. And I think that's the way this has generally been set up in terms of a framework, in terms of review. So when we review specific zoning applications as you're reviewing today, it is a somewhat different process, but we also acknowledge that the district has its own set of criteria and other things that they use with respect to their own property or when they're dealing with private land. So I just wanted to put it out there because we're not, there were a number of questions raised about executive orders. We have done it in areas where we have very clear jurisdiction over those properties in terms of our review. And also we do respect the district's ability to make decisions and to analyze their projects the way they have structured their process.
Excellent points. Thank you very much, Mr. Acosta. Thank you very much. And if there are no further comments or questions, I'd ask Ms. Huddle Cox, could you please confirm the motion in the second and take the roll call vote?
Yes, the motion was made by Vice Chair Hewlett to approve the report to the Zoning Commission, and that motion was seconded by Commissioner Stidham. Commissioner Steingasser?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham?
Yes.
Commissioner Argo?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett?
Yes.
Chair Goodman?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Cash? Commissioner Davis?
Abstain.
Commissioner Hassett?
Abstain.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huddle Cox. We'll move on then. The motion has carried. Agenda item number 7B is a request to approve a report to the Zoning Commission for zoning case 23-25, text and map amendments to create Chevy Chase neighborhood mixed-use zones along Connecticut Avenue Northwest between Chevy Chase Circle and Livingston Street. Ms. Free is making the presentation. Would you like to begin, Ms. Free, please?
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair Goodman and Commissioners. The Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia has referred zoning case 23-25 to NCPC for comment. The proposed zoning case would amend the district zoning regulations to create the Chevy Chase neighborhood mixed-use zones and a map amendment to the zones on properties generally fronting Connecticut Avenue Northwest between Chevy Chase Circle and Livingston Street. The proposed amendments would increase the allowable density on the properties generally fronting Connecticut Avenue as outlined in the left image here in red, and the current civic site, which is owned by the district government and outlined here in black. The civic site currently houses the Chevy Chase Library and the Chevy Chase Community Center. The proposed map amendment would also rezone a small number of sites fronting side streets, specifically McKinley and Morrison Streets, which would allow potential development as an appropriate transition between the low-density residential uses and the increased density along Connecticut Avenue. Before I discuss the zoning case in more detail, I would like to provide a brief reminder to the Commission of its authorities related to district zoning case referrals. As mentioned and discussed in the previous presentation, in accordance with the National Capital Planning Act, NCPC reviews proposed text or map amendments to the District of Columbia zoning regulations. Procedurally, these updates are referred to NCPC from the District of Columbia Zoning Commission after it has taken preliminary action on the zoning case and before it takes final action. NCPC reviews zoning referrals for potential impacts to the federal interest and consistency with the comprehensive plan's federal elements. This typically includes evaluating whether the proposals will impact federal property. NCPC has an advisory role and provides a report to the Zoning Commission, which has final approval responsibility. So again, the federal government's interests include those related to Washington's role as the seat of the federal government and as the nation's capital. The federal elements of the comprehensive plan address matters related to federal properties and functions and other federal interests in the National Capital Region, such as the federal workplace, foreign missions, visitors and commemoration, amongst others. While the district elements of the comprehensive plan address local traditional city planning issues such as land use, housing, and economic development. While the location of the proposed Chevy Chase mixed-use neighborhood zones is adjacent to Chevy Chase Circle, which is a National Park Service property, the proposed amendments do not encompass Chevy Chase Circle itself, and the amendments would not permit development that exceed the 1910 Height of Buildings Act. The District of Columbia Office of Planning has stated the proposed text and map amendments are the next step towards implementing the recommendations of the comprehensive plan and the Chevy Chase Small Area Plan, which place a stronger emphasis on new and affordable housing opportunities and neighborhood serving retail for this area. The amendments have evolved over the last several years to address comments and feedback from the local advisory neighborhood commission and members of the community on the appropriate density and heights of the buildings that would accommodate additional housing and neighborhood serving retail. In the NMU-CC1 zone, which encompasses Connecticut Avenue Northwest and the corridor surrounding it, ground floor retail would be required. The maximum building height permitted under the proposed zoning would be 40 feet or 50 feet for IZ+, and 5 feet of bonus height permitted for providing an 18-foot tall ground floor. Connecticut Avenue has a width of 130 feet, and therefore the maximum height would be permitted under the Height Act. The proposed NMU-CC2 zone, which is the civic site, would require replacement of the existing Chevy Chase Library and Community Center on the site along with housing. The maximum building height permitted is 65 feet, which also complies with the Height of Buildings Act. The maximum height permitted in the RF1 zone, which encompasses the small number of side streets, would be 35 feet or 40 feet by special exception, which also demonstrates compliance with the Act, as the width of the side streets varies between 50 and 60 feet. So in summary, staff finds the proposed text and map amendments to create the Chevy Chase neighborhood mixed-use zones are not inconsistent with the federal elements of the comprehensive plan for the national capital and would not adversely impact any federal interest. Some members of the community are supportive of the prospective changes that the zoning action may facilitate and advocate for broader, more permissive zoning changes. Others have expressed strong opposition to with the opinion that the zoning actions could result in a negative physical change in the built environment along Connecticut Avenue. As I noted earlier, the commission has a limited advisory review authority over zoning commission referrals, as this proposal does not adversely impact the federal interests and it is not inconsistent with the federal elements of the comprehensive plan. These issues are addressed through the local government review process. So that concludes my presentation and I am available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Free, very much for that presentation. Do commissioners have any questions for Ms. Free? Any questions for Ms. Free from the commission? Hearing none, we have two people signed up today to speak, and they are Cheryl Court and Brian Heilman. We'll begin with Ms. Court, and you're representing the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we will give you 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're prepared.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I can't see me, but that's okay.
Well, we can see your name and we can hear you. So
okay, great.
Feel free to
Well,
proceed.
thank you again. I'm still Cheryl Court. I'm still representing the Coalition for Smarter Growth, the leading nonprofit organization making the case for smart growth in the DC region. We support the DC Zoning Commission's decision to rezone land along Connecticut Avenue from Chevy Chase Circle to Livingston Street. Most importantly, this change creates the potential for new dedicated affordable housing for this area where none exists today. We have participated in and tracked closely the extensive planning process that brought us to this point, from the 2021 comprehensive plan and future land use amendments, the housing equity report, the Chevy Chase small area plan, the our RFP public process for the library site, and this rezoning case. Citing the national study, the Opportunity Atlas, the district's Rock Creek West roadmap states, quote, "Where we live and can afford to live has a major impact on your economic opportunities, health, and life outcomes, unquote. This principle forms the foundation of the district's housing equity goals, specifically seeking to create 1,900 more dedicated affordable homes in the Rock Creek West planning area by 2025, where Chevy Chase is located. To date, the Rock Creek West planning area has achieved only 11% of the housing equity goal, while poorer parts of the city have greatly exceeded their goals. Less than 1% of DC's dedicated affordable housing stock occurs in Rock Creek West. None of it exists in the Chevy Chase small area plan area. Recently, the Equal Rights Center sent a letter to the district government and urged the district government to recognize, quote, the role of new construction of affordable housing in exacerbating already extreme levels of racial segregation across the city's neighborhoods. Despite this ambitious affordable housing goal, efforts to construct affordable housing in wealthier, whiter neighborhoods of the city have gone practically nowhere. We suggest that the Chevy Chase zoning changes, while modest, are a meaningful way of advancing the district's goals to create more affordable housing in high opportunity neighborhoods and address racial residential segregation. The rezoning at the same time guides a better designed Chevy Chase along Connecticut Avenue and facilitates the new state-of-the-art library and community center facilities. The text and map amendments also bring the zoning into alignment with the comprehensive plan. Well, I'll just leave it there. We have been very involved with this process, and we're grateful to hopefully be at the end of this. And we are excited to see neighbors of lower incomes move into a beautiful new public site with a new library and affordable housing above it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Court. Now, are there any questions for Ms. Court? Hearing none, we will now hear from Mr. Brian Heilman, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Please let us know when you're prepared.
Thank you, Chair Goodman and members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this morning. I do want to just comment briefly on the proponent who just testified, Cheryl Court, is a representative of Coalition for Smarter Growth, which is a division of the Piedmont Environmental Council of Warrenton, Virginia, founded by Robert Duvall to preserve Bull Run in Virginia. I am testifying today as a 25-year resident of the Ward 4 of the District of Columbia and perhaps the future Douglas Commonwealth. It might surprise you to learn that Ward 4 residents use the Chevy Chase Community Center and Library, and that Julian Bond, past NAACP president for 10 years, was a resident of Chevy Chase. I am one of the key elements of my testimony today is about the impact on the federal workers who are a part of this community. Wards 3 and 4 are home to many federal workers who will be severely impacted by changes in the last 4 blocks of Connecticut Avenue from Livingston to the Circle. I actually forwarded to the commission this morning images of Chevy Chase Circle looking north into the leafy streets of Chevy Chase, Maryland, and looking south into the district as it is today. What OP has proposed would result in major impacts to walkability and traffic in a negative way from my perspective, and sharply reduce the services that are available to Ward 4 residents, as well as Ward 3 residents at Chevy Chase Community Center and Library today. They're talking about requiring ground level retail, which is not on the community center property today, and reducing the overall footprint available to the public. I agree with those that say a PUD is the appropriate solution, as opposed to giving development by right to property owners, including Long and Foster, which is on the Circle, and could go up to 100 feet with the penthouse additions. And I think it would have a major impact, a negative impact on federal employees. I will point out there are also a number of ambassadorial residents. I think Lee Webb pointed out that the commission only has authority with respect to federal properties, but also foreign missions. And there are a number that are within short reach of Chevy Chase Circle that will be impacted as well. I want to say I am testifying today despite being aware from nearly 2,000 signatories of petitions against the move that this is a rubber stamp commission and would have no authority, despite the fact that in 1940, this commission told Frank Lloyd Wright he couldn't build at Connecticut and Florida, for which Frank Lloyd Wright forever, impaled the NCPC in its.
Are there any questions for Mr. Heilman?
you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Heilman, your time is up.
Mhm.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you for your contributions today. The commission has also received 46 comment letters on this project that are received here at the office by the Wednesday afternoon deadline. Of those 46 letters, 42 were in support and 4 against. This concludes the public testimony, and I would like to thank those who contributed today, Mr. Heilman and Ms. Court. And I would like to thank everyone who provided written comments and those who testified as well. Is there a motion to approve the report?
So
on the
moved.
MCPC, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion then is for to support the report to Zoning Commission on Zoning Case 23-25. It has been moved and seconded. Could everyone please return to your cameras? And we will start deliberations with Commissioner Steingasser, please.
I have no direct deliberations. Obviously, we support this zoning case. It is the continuation of a planning process that started with amendments to the comprehensive plan, which this commission reviewed and the city council adopted. It then followed through with the small area plan, and then now the zoning is being written as an implementation arm of that planning process. And we do support the staff recommendation to approve this.
Thank you, Commissioner Steingasser. Commissioner McMahon.
Thank you. I have really no comments. I'll support the director's report.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Stidham.
No comments and also in support.
Thank you, Commissioner Stidham. Commissioner Argo.
No additional comments as well, and I support the report that's been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Argo. Vice Chair Hewlett.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
No additional comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon.
I'd like just to make clear that this again is an example of something that there is no federal interest that we see, because one of the people testifying, one of the citizens suggested it may be, and I want to get that clarified if I could from staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. You're asking for clarification after the meeting or right now?
Well, no, I just wanted now whether they could tell us whether they do, in fact, is part of our concern that is not there's no federal interest involved, even with the Frank Lloyd Wright discussion.
I believe the report that we received made it clear that the staff recommendation is that there does not appear to be anything inconsistent with the federal interest in this project.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. I think that we're moving now to Commissioner Cash, who is not here yet, I don't believe.
I'm here, but I have no questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Davis.
No comments from me. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe someone is sitting in. I'm trying to see here, Commissioner Hassett.
Yes, no questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hassett. My comments are again that we appreciate the comments from the public, and we hear you, and As with other zoning cases today, we note that we have very limited and advisory role and review authority over the zoning commission referrals from the district. So our focus on the federal interest, as noted by staff recommendation here today, that the case does not appear inconsistent with federal elements of the comprehensive plan and other issues are best addressed by the local zoning review commission, in our opinion, or at least in my opinion, in that process. And hearing no other comments, I do support this motion. And Ms. Huddle-Cox, could you please confirm the motion in the second? And
Yes, the motion was made by Commissioner Steingasser and seconded by Vice Chair Hewlett. Commissioner Steingasser?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham?
Yes.
Commissioner Argo?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett?
Yes.
Chair Goodman?
yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Cash?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
Abstain.
Commissioner Hassett?
Abstain.
Thank you. That motion clearly passes. And we will now move to agenda item 7C, which is a request to approve the preliminary and final site development plans for Little Falls Parkway. We will have Mr. Weil. Let us know when you're prepared.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can, and we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Goodman and members of the Commission. The Montgomery Parks Department, which is part of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, has submitted a series of traffic calming improvements along Little Falls Parkway for Commission review under the 1930 Capper-Crampton Act and a 1931 Basic Agreement between the Parks Commission and NCPC. As background, the Capper-Crampton Act established a regional network of parks in Montgomery and Prince George's counties, and these lands were set aside for stormwater management, environmental protection, and recreational purposes. The act appropriated federal funding to the state with which to acquire this land, and NCPC was given an oversight responsibility for future park development, and this includes Little Falls Stream Valley Park, where the project site is located. So it's important to clarify that NCPC does not own the park property, nor do we manage the property, which is under the oversight of the Montgomery Parks Department. Rather, NCPC has a very defined review role over future park development, which is to assess whether projects are compatible park uses or not. And as noted here, our commission has regularly interpreted this to mean an action that would provide a public benefit, such as improving stormwater quality, stormwater management, providing better access to and or within a park, or constructing a new playground or other recreational facility. The Parks Department is currently planning to install traffic calming measures in other county parks, and this project is similar to those as a series of permanent physical measures which are designed to improve the user experience and safe use of the county's park and parkway system. Here's the project location along a 0.4 mile section of Little Falls Parkway located in Bethesda, Maryland. The project area is situated adjacent to a number of different land uses, including forested parkland, a community pool, a surface visitor lot, and surface trail was constructed in the 1990s along the old Georgetown Branch Railroad alignment as part of the Rails to Trails movement. And the trail currently has between 2,000 and 5,000 users daily. And with so many users, the trail crossing here has experienced multiple conflicts between its users and parkway motorists in the past. Little Falls Parkway was designed to provide motor vehicle access to the park and adjacent neighborhoods, originally constructed as a 4-lane median divided roadway back in the 1950s. Today, the Parkway operates with 2 vehicular lanes, one northbound and one southbound. And both lanes are currently located on one side of the median, while the other lanes are closed to vehicle traffic and available for recreational use. And here are several photos of how the Parkway is used today, allowing both vehicular travel and offering recreational space for park visitors. Starting in 2017, following a fatal accident between a cyclist and a Parkway motorist, the Parks Department reduced the trail crossing distance by closing 2 of the Parkway's 4 lanes to vehicle traffic. In addition, the Parks Department installed a new raised crosswalk, new signage, and lowered the Parkway speed limit from 35 to 25 miles per hour. And as shown here by the table, these interim measures have reduced the number of accidents at the trail crossing here from 6 in 2016 to no recorded accidents since 2020. And this began a 7-year process of planning and development by the Parks Department, involving the County Council and Planning Board, with multiple community meetings and several design iterations in an effort to reclaim the section of Parkway for recreational users as part of the county's Vision Zero action plan. And this has culminated into the project proposal that is before us here today. So here's the full traffic calming design proposal. And this can be separated into 2 different segments, and I will go through each one now in more detail. In the north, between the park's visitor lot and Hillendale Road, Montgomery Parks would maintain the visitors' 2 interior lanes for vehicle travel, one for northbound and one for southbound, along with the existing 18-foot center median. And as the outside lanes would no longer be needed for vehicle travel here, the applicant would physically remove the pavement and convert the space into an open grassy area represented here in bright green. In addition, the park project would install new signage, sidewalk sections, crosswalks, and right turn only lanes at both study area Parkway intersections with Arlington Road and Hillendale Road. The project would also install new protected shared use bi-directional bike and pedestrian lanes alongside the single southbound vehicle lane. And these would be marked and signed appropriately for bike and ped use. Similar to the one shown here along Sligo Creek Parkway. The new shared lanes would continue south of Hillendale Road along with the 2 median divided vehicle lanes. However, the bike ped route would be separated from Parkway vehicle traffic by low profile intermittent armadillo barriers and a painted 6-foot wide buffer area. There would be no pavement removal along this section of Parkway, with the outside northbound lane converted to an emergency vehicle use lane only, which is highlighted here in red. The emergency lane would be striped and separated from the general traffic lane by low profile armadillo barriers as shown here. And the new emergency lane is in response to previous community concerns about maintaining emergency access along the Parkway here. Southbound emergency access would be available between the combined new 6-foot wide painted buffer area and the new bike ped lanes. So here's the complete traffic calming design proposal before us here today, and this is noted in the Executive Director's recommendation. Based on our review authority under the Capper-Crampton Act, in order to protect the character and setting of Little Falls Park, our commission must determine whether the proposed project is compatible as a park use or not. The project is intended to calm traffic along the Parkway for the benefit of Capitol Crescent Trail users and park visitors who wish to travel along the Parkway itself via bicycle, walking, jogging, or other recreational means. The project would remove the existing temporary measures and install a series of more permanent traffic calming elements. Jurisdictions across the region have implemented similar measures, including Montgomery County, which has multiple projects that are currently in planning and design, with planned installations in Wheaton Regional Park and Sligo Creek Park. And so based on the project purpose to protect vulnerable park users and noting similar traffic calming measures already in place with in-county parks, we find the project to be compatible as a park use, and we reflect our finding in the executive director's recommendation. Over the years, there's been a lot of community interest in the project, most of which happened before Montgomery Parks referred the project to our commission for review. This is documented in the project's environmental assessment, which lists a number of community meetings, hearings, and planning reviews and board reviews over a number of years. In addition, the community has submitted many comments to our commission as part of the project's NEPA process, both in support and opposing the project. In total, we received 117 scoping comments, 355 comments during the draft EA's comment period, and we have had several comments and testimonies submitted as part of today's commission meeting, with the greatest topic of interest being the project's potential to adversely impact traffic flow along the Parkway and traffic diversion through adjacent neighborhoods to avoid Parkway congestion. And based on the study and monitoring data submitted by the applicant, the Parkway currently operates at acceptable levels of service, both during morning and afternoon peak periods, and the Parkway will continue to operate at acceptable levels in the future. And this assessment includes planned development in the area, such as the new West Bard project. In addition, while there was previously a cut-through traffic problem in adjacent neighborhoods with the weekend Parkway pandemic closures, this is no longer an issue based on recent monitoring data submitted by the applicant. And Parks Department staff are with us here today who can speak to these or any other issues in more detail once my presentation concludes. In summary, the project would not result in any significant impacts to the natural or human environment. As this project continues into the future, we encourage Montgomery Parks to continue their coordination with the community and other stakeholders, and we express this in the final executive director's recommendation. So with that, here's our full recommendation. However, I will not go through each point as I have already summarized our comments during my presentation. But before I conclude, I would like to note that we have two representatives here today on behalf of the applicant, which is Montgomery Parks, Mr. Andrew Sy, who is the project manager and a certified traffic engineer, and he is prepared to make an initial statement in support of the project, and Kyle Lucas, who is a trail planner for Montgomery Parks, and both are able to respond to any questions the commission may have later on during today's meeting. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Weil, and we'll hear now from Mr. Sy. No?
Good morning, Chair Goodman. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Sy. I'm an engineer with Montgomery County Parks. I'm also joined here on the call with my colleague, Kyle Lucas, our trail planner. Montgomery Parks is the project sponsor and applicant. We are part of the Bi-County Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, and we manage more than 37,000 acres of parkland and 3 park roads in Montgomery County, including Little Falls Parkway. Our priorities include promoting environmental stewardship, physical activity, social connections, and ensuring continued safety of our park and trail users. The historic 4-lane configuration of Little Falls Parkway was originally designed for higher vehicle speeds as part of a planned limited access freeway connection to the George Washington Parkway, currently called the Clare Barn Parkway. This planned connection was abandoned, but the high-speed design came at the expense of the safety of Capitol Crescent trail users crossing the parkway between Arlington Road and Hillendale Road near the Bethesda Pool. After a bicycle fatality at the crossing in late 2017, we implemented a Vision Zero-based road diet, reducing 4 lanes to 2 drive lanes. Crash statistics validate the improved safety of the crossing, with 0 crashes for 4 years running, compared to 6 crashes in 2016 alone. The pandemic reinforced the need for recreational open space in Montgomery County. The Open Parkways program saw thousands of users enjoying a motor vehicle-free Little Falls Parkway on the weekend. The closure of the parkway resulted in increased vehicle cut-through on adjacent neighborhood roads. In response, we worked with Montgomery County DOT to implement a pilot project, shifting all vehicles to just 2 lanes of the Parkway to allow recreational use of the remaining 2 lanes. The pilot project was successful. Subsequent study demonstrated adequate levels of service for vehicles and elimination of weekend cut-through traffic. Following a comprehensive public outreach and input period, the Montgomery County Planning Board, as well as the Montgomery County Council, approved a permanent 2-lane configuration for the Parkway project segment. The plan presented today for NCPC approval is Parks, the Planning Board, and the County Council's approved plan that considers all stakeholders' views. The project includes safe, needed bicycle and pedestrian connections, enhancements to improve vehicle traffic and flow, environmental improvements. The project provides substantial benefits and meets the definition of a park use per the Capra-Crampton Act. Montgomery Parks respectfully requests NCPC approval of the park project plans and the FONSI, and we are happy to answer any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sy. Are there any questions right now for our presenters, Mr. Weil and Mr. Sy? Do commissioners have any questions? Hearing none, we do have 3 people signed up to speak today. First, we have Benjamin Ross, representing the Action Committee for Transit, and we'll have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Could you please let us know when you are ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Please proceed.
I have a very simple point to make, and that is that the EA fails to compare what will happen if you vote yes to what will happen if you vote no. Instead, it compares the proposed construction project to a different construction project that will not happen and should not happen. That project, which is the so-called no-build alternative in the EA, involves demolition of the existing raised crosswalk and relocation of the bike path. It would create a safety hazard that caused multiple deaths and injuries in the past. The current condition of the road is safer than both alternatives analyzed in the EA. It also serves park users better. Many scoping comments pointed that out and said that that alternative should be analyzed, but the EA does not respond to those comments. You should, and I'm not a lawyer, but possibly you must, redo the EA and include a true no-build alternative in addition to the alternative that is currently labeled no-build in the current EA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. We appreciate coming today. Are there any questions for Mr. Ross? Are there any questions for Mr. Ross? Hearing none, we'll move. Thank you very much to Mr. Wertje, who is representing the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights Incorporated. And Mr. Wertje will have 5 minutes to provide testimony, and please let us know when you are ready.
I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Lloyd Gersey, testifying on behalf of the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights, a coalition of 18 local communities. We object to numerous aspects of the proposed build alternative. First, the executive director's memorandum refers to approval of preliminary and final site development plans. There's nothing shown as either a preliminary site development plan or a final site development plan. Basically, there's the November 23rd, November 2023 diagram. We want to know exactly what is to be approved. Second, the PowerPoint presentation says that the only application under consideration is the referral from Montgomery Parks, reflected as the single EA build alternative. We object to this, given that the other identified alternative, the so-called no-build alternative, is the unsafe pre-2017 configuration of the Little Falls Parkway before the road dial was installed at the trail crossing. Third, the build alternative does not address numerous safety concerns. The draft FONSI, as to public health and safety, says in part, the project would result in moderate beneficial impacts as to Capitol Crescent Trail user safety, negligible beneficial impacts as to vehicle safety, and new, safer, protected bike lane connections. Its attachment, summarizing the most frequent comments under safety, reviews the improvements since 2017. It says several comments express concerns about the general safety of the existing pilot project and the confusing nature of the interim measures. It notes the proposed project differs from the pilot project to merely help address these concerns. It further notes that elements will contribute to a clearer traffic pattern for autos while addressing bicycle and pedestrian accessibility and safety. These general statements do not address the following safety problems with physical aspects of the proposed build alternative. 1. Safety problems for southbound bicyclists in the proposed buffered bike lane, which ends abruptly at Dorset Avenue. A right turn onto Dorset toward the trail is not safe for bicyclists who would have to share the narrow Dorset roadway with vehicles. 2. Southbound drivers on the Parkway turning right onto Dorset may not see a bicyclist who is turning right from the proposed buffered bike lane. 3. Just north of Dorset Avenue, the build proposal is for the Parkway to become one travel lane northbound and one southbound, a reduction from the 2 traffic lanes in each direction south of Dorset. This will compound difficulties in making left-hand turns from the Parkway at Dorset. It will increase the risk of crashes in an intersection that is already crash prone. You will hear more about this later. 4. The road turning radius for right turns from the east side of Dorset onto the northbound narrowed to 1 traffic lane Parkway in the build proposal is problematic. 5. There is inadequate differentiation for the proposed northbound emergency access lane at Dorset Avenue, with only armadillo lane delineators and striping. 6. There is heightened potential for collisions in the vicinity of the Parkway and Hillendale Road, deriving from the proposed physical removal of pavement on the Parkway in front of the county pool, where there are children. 7. The Little Falls Parkway Arlington Road intersection has been crash prone, and there are problems in the northbound Parkway lane with traffic backing up while waiting to make a right-hand turn onto Arlington. Montgomery County Parks has told us they were considering adding a dedicated right turn lane there, but that's not addressed at all. 8. Safe physical connectivity for pedestrians and bicyclists between what was shown as the surface visitor lot north of Arlington Road to the Bethesda Pool is important for children, their parents, and other adults. Montgomery Parks documents merely refer to pavement removal and Vision Zero improvements. This is unduly vague. A project with unaddressed serious safety problems like this does not serve a park purpose. The NCPC should not approve the build alternative. The commission should send this back to Montgomery Parks and ask them to address the significant safety issues we have identified. Once Montgomery Parks does so, this project can come back to the commission. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gersey. We appreciate the comments on behalf of the Citizens Coordinating Committee on Friendship Heights Incorporated. Are there any questions from the commission? Are there any questions for the speaker from the commission? Hearing none, thank you. We move on to Mr. David Johnson. You will have 3 minutes for your testimony. Please let us know when you are prepared.
I'm prepared now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I have previously testified before the Montgomery County Planning Board about the safety issues caused by unnecessary and ill-conceived changes to the 0.4 of a mile stretch of Little Falls Parkway between Dorset and Hillendale. There was never a safety issue in this stretch of Parkway before, with 4 lanes separated by a wide grassy median. But since Parks decreased the carrying capacity of Little Falls Parkway from 4 lanes to 2, prolonging commuter and emergency vehicle transit times, increasing cut-through traffic in neighborhoods, and raising frustration levels and anger in all communities involved, safety has now become critical and ignored. I have reported near head-on collisions after Parks moved two facing lanes of traffic to the east side of Little Falls Parkway to make way for a bogus linear park. This subterfuge was recognized by the county council and defunded. The council also concluded that Parks' proposed traffic changes between Dorset and Hillendale were not triggered by any safety issue. I also reported other safety issues at the intersection of Dorset and Little Falls Parkway, all due to constriction of lanes and no signage or turn lane signals, all ignored or rejected. This brings me to my point. Yesterday, at about 4 p.m., this intersection was the site of a serious accident for the very reasons I have mentioned. A northbound driver initiated a left turn on the yellow light onto Dorset, entering the Kenwood neighborhood. The facing traffic had slowed, but a young driver traveling south behind the lead car also tried to run the yellow light and swerved into the empty left turn lane and then into the intersection where she broadsided the turning car. This young driver was not wearing a seatbelt. I was at the scene, and the Montgomery County Police said that EMTs reported that the young woman sustained bilateral broken legs and a significant head injury. She was taken away by ambulance. I'm familiar with such injuries, and this may well be a life-changing injury for this young driver. I attribute them directly to the unnecessary changing of the previous safe design of Little Falls Parkway and Montgomery County Parks. This is on you. There was never a safety issue before in this small section of Little Falls Parkway, but all the constricting, let alone expensive changes to this section have been totally unnecessary, ill-conceived, and have now resulted in serious safety issues that are directly related to poor design. I urge the NCPC to reject the proposed changes to Little Falls Parkway submitted by Montgomery County Parks and agreed to by the County Council, and return it now to its previous and safe pattern.
Time.
4 lanes separated by a wide grassy median, as strongly supported by our Montgomery County Executive, Mark Elrich. Please listen to your
Thank you.
citizens and don't wait for more life-changing accidents like this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Are there any questions for Mr. Johnson? Do commissioners have any questions for Mr. Johnson? Hearing none, thank you. We will now conclude public testimony, and I want to thank everyone who is also. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I think you need to be on mute. Thank you. The commission has concluded the public testimony, and we want to thank those who provided the public testimony and the written comments. Is there a motion to approve the preliminary and final site development plans for Little Falls Parkway?
So moved, Madam Chair.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Hewlett. Is there a second?
I will second.
Seconded by Commissioner McMahon. And I'll open this issue up for the commission to discuss. Can everyone please turn on your cameras? And I'll start with Vice Chair Hewlett.
So it seems we have some conflicting testimony in terms of the safety here. We heard from Montgomery Parks of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Mr. Sy, and in the report also, in our own report about the safety, the improved safety there. And yet we just heard from some of the speakers, particularly Dr. Johnson, who indicated that it's not safe at all, and he was there on the scene of an accident yesterday. I am inclined to. I was all set to believe that this was a huge safety improvement, and that there have been no accidents since zero crashes for a good while now, a number of years now. And it looks like it provides safety, a protected shared use. It makes them far more compatible, and that is what I am seeing now. And I see Mr. Sy has his hand up, though. Maybe he was going to respond to that. I feel like this is a much needed safety issue. And that is the sense that I'm getting, and that it provides protection for shared use.
Mr.
That's
Sy, would you like, Mr. Sy would like to comment to Vice Chair Hewlett?
We can offer a little bit more information on the crash that occurred yesterday based on the Park Police report we just obtained this morning. For the record, the report number is 240-01856. According to the Park Police report, the young driver in question was driving southbound. She made an illegal lane change in order to pass a car in the drive lane. She then proceeded to run a red light at the intersection. And at which point she collided with a vehicle that was making the northbound left turn that had a yellow light active. The driver was cited for making an unsafe lane change, failure to stop at a steady red light, and failure to wear their seatbelt. They were sent to Sibley Hospital for minor bruises and a possible concussion. The other driver that was hit had no apparent injuries and drove their vehicle home. All parties involved left the scene without further incident. This is an unfortunate incident that occurred yesterday. There have still been 0 crashes at the crossing itself, where the road dye has been in place for several years. With that said, this incident actually is the crux of sort of the Vision Zero safety improvements that we're trying to make. One of the central tenets of Vision Zero is that reducing vehicle speeds can reduce crash severity as well as crash frequency. So in this instance, this segment of the Parkway was still a 2-lane road configuration with left turn lanes with a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. But one can imagine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sy. We appreciate the answering the question and the additional information. Commissioner Hewlett.
Done. That's I have no further comment. Thank you, Mr. Sy.
Thank you, Commissioner Hewlett. Commissioner Green.
Thank you. I was about to ask a similar question to that information was very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
No, I appreciate the additional information about safety. No additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon.
No questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Cash.
My only comment is I hadn't seen the armadillo, that solution in the original staff report, but hearing about that now, I would just urge the Montgomery County Parks to go out and look at those, because DC actually tried those on Pennsylvania Avenue originally, and they turned out not being that great, so they were eventually replaced. So I've just checked now that the bike and pedestrian lanes are going to be adjacent to a travel lane to make sure that's the best solution, because I know that DC on 15th Street, they're putting hardened concrete in, which, because this is going to be on the same roadway, you just want to make sure that's going to deter the cars sufficiently.
Thank you for that input, Mr. Cash. Commissioner Cash, Commissioner Davis.
No comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Hassett.
No questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Steingasser.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yeah, no questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Stidham.
No questions either. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Argo.
No additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just would like to say thank you again to all of those who shared their public comments on the project, both throughout the NEPA process and at today's meeting. We recognize that there's been a lengthy planning process for this project, and that's been undergone by the Parks Department, the County Planning Board, and the County Council. And as mentioned throughout the review process and during the staff's presentation today, our commission has limited review authority over the project under the Capper-Crampton Act. And I wanted to note that the project was approved by the County Council and referred by Montgomery Parks. And as staff has stated, traffic calming is something that is consistent with park use as a way to help accommodate a variety of users, including cyclists and pedestrians. We recognize that there are still some concern by residents, and we encourage the public and Parks Department to continue to work together as this project is implemented. Are there any further comments or questions? Hearing none, Ms. Huddlecox, could you please confirm the motion and the second and take the vote by roll call?
Yes, the motion was made by Vice Chair Hewlett and was seconded by Commissioner McMahon. Commissioner Steingasser?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham?
Yes.
Commissioner Argo?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett?
Yes.
Chair Goodman?
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon,
Yes.
Commissioner Cash,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Abstain.
Commissioner Hassett.
Abstain.
Motion has carried. I'd like to now move the meeting into recess, this commission meeting into recess, and we will return at 1 o'clock to move to agenda item number 7D, Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation. And we'll take a break until that time, and we'll be back live again online on Zoom at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Madam Chair, whenever you're ready, we can begin.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huddle-Cox. Appreciate it. And first, I'd like to say welcome back, everyone, from our recess from today's meeting for the National Capital Planning Commission. And first, Ms. Huddle-Cox, could you please take the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Steingasser, Commissioner McMahon,
I'm here.
Commissioner Stidham,
Here.
Commissioner Argo,
Here.
Vice Chair Hewlett,
Here.
Chair Goodman,
Here.
Commissioner Green,
Here.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Dixon,
Here.
Commissioner Cash,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Giacchetti, okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And noting the presence of a quorum, the meeting is back in session to consider agenda item 7D, which is a request to approve the final site and building plans for Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation. Before I ask Ms. Herr to begin the presentation, I just want to make a comment, and that is that I think we heard from someone this morning that we were nothing more than a rubber stamp commission. And I wanted to address that because I think it's important to use this hearing, this afternoon's work, as an example. We welcome public input, and we're grateful when the public engages with us as a national commission. And today is evidence. We have more than 175 people coming to speak, but we did move this particular agenda item back to the National Park Service at our May 4th meeting. So I'm really very proud at the exceptional effort that's been made by both the Park Service, NCPC staff, and partners to go back to critical partner stakeholders in this project and to take a second look at this plan. And I think we've seen, and we will see through this afternoon, that there have been some changes made to the plan, and we will review those. I'm sure not everyone is going to have what they want, but I think it's important that this effort was made. And I just want to recognize the National Park Service, but also our own staff. And I sure did appreciate the field trips that we were provided to be able to go to Rock Creek Park and see it. And thank you particularly, Jamie, here. This has been a lot of work, I know, for staff, and we just appreciate what you do. Thank you. So moving on from there, Ms. Herr, could you please begin the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Right. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. The National Park Service has submitted for your review and approval the final site and building plans for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course rehabilitation at 6100 16th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. The golf course is located in Rock Creek Park, west of 16th Street and north of Military Road. The Commission's final review focuses on if the applicant addressed the comments and recommendations made during prior reviews. Specifically, have the various plans been finalized in compliance with applicable requirements, and have the NEPA and NHPA processes been completed? As you may recall, the commission approved the preliminary site and building plans at the May meeting, but due to the public comments on the project, the commission recommended that the applicant coordinate additional public engagement on tree inventory, removal and replacement plan, and other environmental issues raised in public testimony to allow time to consider any potential improvements prior to final review. Since the meeting, the applicant has had 18 meetings with the public and interested stakeholders to review the proposed project and hear concerns directly. Staff has attended many of these meetings, and in the following slides, I'll provide an overview of the existing site and analysis of the updates made following the previous review. The National Park Service is responsible for 3 historic public golf courses in the district: East Potomac, Langston, and Rock Creek Park. NPS has signed a 50-year agreement with the National Lakes Trust to rehabilitate the 3 courses. The National Lakes Trust is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to protecting and promoting accessible, affordable, and engaging public golf courses to positively impact local communities across the United States. The Rock Creek Golf Course will be the first course to be renovated, as it is in the worst condition. The purpose of the project is to develop a strategy to address deferred maintenance, increase playability, broaden course appeal to the local community, and achieve financial stability for the operation of the Rock Creek Golf Course. The Rock Creek Park Golf Course is currently listed in the National Register of Historic Places as a contributing resource to the Rock Creek Park Historic District. The site is approximately 100 acres and includes an 18-hole parkland-style golf course primarily designed by golf course architect William Flynn. Before it was a golf course, it was open farmland and a camp, largely devoid of trees, and at one time was the proposed location for an arboretum. In 1917, the renowned Olmsted firm was hired to develop a comprehensive plan for the development of Rock Creek Park. The plan divided the park into several landscape types, including new recreational areas such as the golf course. The original course was designed by course designer William Flynn between 1921 and 1927 and included 2 9-hole courses that could be combined into an 18-hole course. The front 9 holes circled in blue and the back 9 holes are circled in orange. The site was selected for the location of a golf course due to its open nature, which required little clearing and grading to ready the course. Flynn was hired to design the course based on his reputation of designing bucolic and beautiful, as well as challenging courses. Flynn chose the parkland style for the course, which was characterized by landscapes that appear natural, but are actually heavily designed and manipulated, and exhibit the landscape architectural principles of the picturesque. Flynn created a layout that highlighted the topography and incorporated stands of mature trees. An existing 19th century farmhouse was originally renovated for use as the clubhouse. Here is a comparison of the 1927 Flynn plan with the existing plan today. When Military Road was widened in the 1950s, it was built over parts of holes 3, 4, and 5 of Flynn's design, as seen in this plan on the right. Golf course architect William Gordon shifted the location of 6 of the front 9 holes shown in blue, but maintained the overall 18-hole routing. Additional changes occurred in 1964, when the Park Service built a new Mission 66 style clubhouse, demolishing the original farmhouse. During the late 1960s through the end of the 70s, failure to properly maintain the turf on the back 9 holes, shown in orange, led to dangerous erosion on the course's steep slopes, and a lack of regular vegetation removal resulted in narrowing fairways. The poor conditions forced golfers to stop playing the back 9. The former course operator suspended regular maintenance on the back 9, eliminated 1 hole, and rerouted several others. In 1984, a new course operator reopened the back 9 and brought back Flynn's original progression of play. However, over the following decades, tree encroachment and other issues caused this concessionaire to close the back 9 again. Today, holes 12, 13, 14, and 16, shown in red, remain closed. The current golf course with the main entry on 16th Street has only the 14 active holes, a clubhouse built in 1864 that has limited facilities and is not accessible to people with disabilities. The applicant is seeking to address these and other issues and find a balance with environmental and financial sustainability goals to ensure the course continues to be a community resource. As previously mentioned, The course currently suffers from deferred maintenance that has impacted golf course facilities as well as the playability of the course. Shown here, woody vegetation has encroached on the fairways, greens, and tees. This is most evident in the internal, historically forested areas of the course. Over the years, volunteer species and wood succession have encroached on the tees, greens, and fairways due to a lack of maintenance. In other instances, invasive vegetation, especially vines, has covered original stands of trees, leaving a dense, impenetrable border obscuring views into the naturalized forested areas. In addition, the course suffers from poor turf conditions, which have been caused by traffic patterns, poor cart paths, poor drainage, tree root competition, a poor irrigation system, and shade from encroaching trees. These pictures were taken during a site visit by some members of the staff and the commission and show overgrown fairways and significant invasive species. The existing 1964 clubhouse is listed as a contributing resource within the Rock Creek Park Historic District. However, after evaluation, it was determined that the building could not be reused due to its small size, lack of accessibility, and use of masonry interior partitions, making reconfiguration difficult. As noted previously, the site is eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places, and as such, any treatment or changes should focus on preservation of the cultural resources. NPS developed the Cultural Landscape Report, or CLR, for the site in 2019, and its purpose is to document significant characteristics, features, and materials of a cultural resource before any major planning effort is undertaken. The CLR is intended to minimize the loss of historic character and features by ensuring any proposals for action affecting this cultural landscape are consistent, and the process of developing plans involves the appropriate historic resource specialists and information needed to guide decision-making. The CLR provides treatment guidelines for the 3 National Park Service golf courses under its management control in Washington, D.C. CLRs are the primary guide for the treatment and use of historic landscapes that document and evaluate the landscape characteristics, materials, and qualities that make a landscape eligible for the National Register. The CLR and its supporting guidance includes elements such as cultural resource inventories and treatment guidelines to provide responsible management direction for ongoing maintenance and future modifications to the courses while preserving their historic character. NPS acknowledged in the CLR that changes might be necessary to make repairs and/or to accommodate modern playing standards, but that these treatment guidelines have been developed to support modernization that is consistent with the original design intent for each course. The CLR acknowledges the changes to the course over these time periods, as shown here, including the growth of tree stands, size of fairways, and identification of contributing trees. As you can see on the screen, the course has seen significant growth in forested areas and decreases in usable fairways. The CLR has recommendations regarding these and other issues. As part of the design development, agency review, and the National Historic Preservation Act's Section 106 and National Environmental Policy Act compliance processes, NPS and NLT conducted and/or participated in numerous agency and public meetings as shown on the left. Since the preliminary review in May, and at the request of the Commission, the Park Service and NLT held 18 meetings with a number of community groups, neighborhood organizations as shown on the right. NCPC staff have been able to join many of these meetings, and we believe this outreach has been helpful in better understanding the concerns of stakeholders. As part of this outreach, there was significant discussion about project impacts, alternative approaches, and other design recommendations, a few of which I have highlighted here. In particular, there were comments about different course alignments, the necessary amount of tree removal, and the lighting approach. The applicant carefully considered these comments and in some cases revised the plan, which I will describe later in my presentation. We appreciate all outreach over this past summer and recommend the Commission recognizes and is thankful for the time and commitment of all stakeholders to improve this plan. Most importantly, we believe almost everyone recognized and acknowledged that something must be done to help improve the golf course. I will now review the final details of the golf course design. For each design element that has been updated, I will describe briefly what was proposed any feedback the applicant has received on that specific element by the staff, the commission, or the public, and the applicant's changes or rationale for not changing that element, and any recommendations if applicable. Since the May 2024 commission meeting, the applicant has clarified several aspects of the plan and made revisions based on input from staff, the commission, and stakeholders. The purpose of the project remains the same: to strike a balance between restoration of a historic design landscape with environmental management and financial sustainability goals. The proposed design continues to include a 9-hole regulation course and a 9-hole par 3 course, a new clubhouse and driving range, a new maintenance facility, invasive species removal, selective tree clearing for healthy turf conditions, and new amenities. In addition, since the preliminary review, the applicant has modified the driving range, clubhouse, pedestrian accessibility, irrigation pond, number of trees proposed for removal, and the lighting plan. These changes are detailed on the following slides. There was considerable concern during the review of the draft environmental assessment and the preliminary design about the proposed tree removal. Since preliminary review, the applicant has provided detailed information about the tree inventory and analysis, the alternatives considered early in the process, and has responded to recommendations on other alternatives, which I will walk through now. The applicant has also made available the GIS database, which has evaluated every tree over a 4-inch caliper on the course. The inventory includes the species of the tree, diameter, condition, and proposed action. This screenshot shows the number of trees in poor condition or dead that will be removed in phase 1. Many of the discussions with stakeholders since preliminary review have focused on whether tree removal is necessary for the health of turf on this course. Throughout the process, the applicant has worked closely with agronomists and a variety of other subject matter experts in designing a course that allows the appropriate amount of airflow for healthy turf conditions. This included the results of a shade analysis software program, shown in the picture on the right, designed to specifically illustrate how much natural light the turf needs to be healthy. Use of this program and analysis by experts is ensuring the applicant only needs to remove the bare minimum number of trees for a healthy course. Oops. Early in the design process, the applicant did consider 2 other alternatives. The first was the restoration of the original William Flynn 18-hole golf course. As mentioned earlier, this is not possible due to the expansion of Military Road. The second alternative looked at restoring the existing 18-hole course. This alternative was also deemed not feasible given the significant amount of tree removal that would be necessary. The applicant estimates that since 1926, approximately 2,700 trees have grown into the course, likely a result of natural growth and deferred maintenance. The removal of 2,700 trees is 50% greater than the alternative proposed in the final design. For example, restoring just 2 of the 4 closed holes on the back 9 would require the removal of 600 to 700 trees. Instead, portions of these former hole corridors will be used as pollinator meadows, which I will discuss in a future slide. The proposed alternative maintains an 18-hole course, many of Flynn's original holes, and the overall design character, but introduces a new 9-hole par 3 course. A par 3 course is shorter and easier to play than a regulation course. The 9-hole par 3 course will start and finish just west of the current 9th green, as shown by the black dashed lines on the plan. The image on the right shows a portion of the tree removal needed for the par 3 course, which is less than what would be needed for regulation size holes. This course is a place for beginners to transition from the driving range to the golf course, and for more advanced players to sharpen their skills. The mix of playing options takes advantage of the site's natural setting, minimizes tree clearing, and allows for healthy turf conditions, which improves playability. Since preliminary review, the applicant has evaluated a recommended alternative from the public for a 9-hole regulation course and a 4-hole par 3 mini course. The applicant has stated this fails to meet the goals of the project and would have several impacts, but most notably, the longer 9-hole regulation course would shift to the west side, which is more forested, especially after years of deferred maintenance. The alternative layout would result in increased tree removal due to the broader playing corridors required for longer golf holes, which require more maintained turf and have greater sunlight and airflow demands than par 3 holes. This proposal would result in 13 holes on the course and is not in keeping with the 2 9-hole loops of the historic layout. From a financial stability standpoint, 4 holes instead of 9 creates more of a practice or programming area versus a course substantial enough to produce meaningful revenue. As previously noted, the number of trees to be removed has been reduced by 77 due to the elimination of the irrigation pond on the north side of the course. Phase 1 of removal, shown here on the chart, includes a maximum of 1,070 trees removed, 53% of which are non-native or in poor or dead condition. And Phase 2 includes a maximum of 223 trees to be removed. Depending on the results of the adaptive management process, this change reduces the tree canopy that will be removed from 6.2 acres to 5.8. Since preliminary review, the applicant has detailed their adaptive management approach to tree removal. This approach means removing trees in multiple phases to monitor turf health for improvement after each phase. Before undergoing subsequent phases of tree removal, the process will allow for the evaluation of A, a more extensive pruning effort as opposed to removal, and B, opportunities to evaluate poor and dead condition trees for safety and whether they can be left for animal habitat. Adaptive management will help the project remove only the trees necessary for turf health. The applicant will be on site with NLT during this phased approach. The proposed 7.1 acres of tree replacement remains the same, but the applicant has provided more details on this replacement. The replacement plan will be at a ratio of 3:1 for every healthy native tree that is removed, which translates to a range from 1,503 to 2,175 trees, depending on how many trees are removed in Phase 2. All replacement trees will be planted within the golf course boundary. The planting plan for the treed areas within the course will create areas where large trees planted less densely will contribute to the more open parkland character of the course. Where more forested habitat is desired, trees will be planted more densely. For example, the forested habitat will be planted with 1.5-inch caliper trees at a density of 350 trees per acre, and the parkland area will be planted with 2.5-inch to 4-inch caliper trees at a density of 100 to 150 trees per acre. Rehabilitating the course is part of the lease with NLT. If any newly planted trees die, or if existing good condition trees decline in health, NLT is responsible to replace them. The applicant received feedback from the public to renovate the existing Mission 66 style clubhouse with a small addition to accommodate accessibility, a limited snack bar, but no dedicated space for community programs and partners. The applicant evaluated their recommendation and found that only doing a retrofitted clubhouse would not provide the basic needs of a modern golf course operation, including golf cart storage, space for management of the driving range and first tees, or space for community partners or amenities. The recommendation to retrofit the existing clubhouse would also be more expensive than suggested due to its masonry construction, resulting in almost no cost savings over the preferred new building. The proposed retrofit would also not fully address accessibility as is required and would not provide space for evening programming or pedestrian access from 16th Street Northwest. The final design for the clubhouse continues to include the demolition and replacement of the building with a new facility to meet the needs of NLT, golf course patrons, and the community. The new 10,400 square foot fully accessible 2-level clubhouse will offer food and beverage operation, restrooms, community room, indoor golf training areas, pro shop, and support areas. In addition, the clubhouse will house classrooms, program spaces, and the administrative headquarters of First Tee of Greater Washington, the local chapter of a nationwide youth sports and educational program that uses golf to teach kids and teens life lessons and leadership skills. Since the preliminary review, the applicant has made some minor interior changes that required minor changes to windows and grading on the exterior. They are also proposing bird-friendly glass on all exterior glazing and solid garage doors to minimize impacts to birds. As such, staff recommends the Commission continues to support the design of the new clubhouse in its existing location as it supports the expansion of programming and amenities, including food and beverage service, to attract more people to the facility and contribute to fiscal sustainability and meet accessibility standards. The location of the driving range has not changed since preliminary review. It continues to sit in a natural bowl-like topography at what is now the 9th and 10th holes, with the line of play up the hill to the north. The proposed two-tier 48-bay driving range structure extends west from the main clubhouse building. Since the preliminary, the applicant has relocated the cart storage area from the below grade level of the cart barn to the main clubhouse and converted the second floor of the original cart barn into an open-air pavilion. In addition, the applicant has removed the roof of the second tier of the driving range to reduce the visual impact. The solar panels have been relocated from the driving range roof to the roof of the new driving range pavilion. The proposed driving range has been a consistent topic of discussion and concern with stakeholders. The design takes advantage of the existing topography in open area to avoid the need for large ball catchment netting. The inclusion of a driving range is important to the applicant's goal to broaden the appeal of the course and financial sustainability. The applicant has received feedback to remove it or include a smaller, non-permanent range on the southern end of the course. This proposal included mobile hitting bays on turf with mats and would require the entire range be surrounded by netting to contain golf balls at a height of at least 150 feet. The applicant has evaluated this recommendation and determined it would not be accessible. It's not close to the clubhouse. The lower number and quality of hitting bays would reduce the positive financial impact of this amenity. And lastly, the financial and environmental cost of the netting was too great. As such, staff recommends the Commission supports the applicant's proposed location of the driving range within a natural basin in the topography that requires no tree clearing and no large ball catchment netting. Since preliminary review, the applicant hired a new lighting consultant recommended by the Dark Sky International Organization representatives to provide guidance on reducing the impact of lighting at the facility. The applicant has implemented either Dark Sky International approved fixtures or fixtures that meet their guidelines on all exterior lighting, with the exception of the driving range. Furthermore, exterior lighting for the clubhouse, parking lot, driving range, and pavilion structures and the putting green meets NPS Natural Sounds and Night Skies Division guidelines. These guidelines state that light should only be used where it is needed, when it is needed, use the minimum level of lighting necessary, use shielded fixtures, and warm colored light. All of these lights are intended to be turned off when the facilities are not in use. The applicant is proposing cutoff pendants and wall brackets used on the outside of the clubhouse, cutoff wall-mounted downlights used above the doors on the maintenance building and the lower level of the driving range. The lighting in the short game practice area has been removed, and the overall impact of lighting has been reduced with a maximum of 2,700 K for the lights. The lighting plan for the driving range has evolved since preliminary review. As discussed in May, the applicant aims to minimize illumination at the range by using a ball tracking camera system that enables lighting to be restricted to the first 55 yards of the range instead of the full 250. The ball tracking cameras capture the ball's trajectory in this shorter distance and project a simulation of the ball's flight path on a computer screen at each hitting bay. The original lighting design for the driving range was trying to meet a 10-foot candle lighting requirement for the ball tracing technology. However, as the applicant further analyzed the design and compared it to the ball tracing cameras and lights at East Potomac Golf Course, they learned there is a new camera that only needs 3-foot candle lights instead of the 10-foot candles, resulting in a 70% decrease of light. While the berm-mounted fixtures would be installed at ground level, and the glare from the lights will not be visible from surrounding communities. The lights would be directed slightly upwards and would not be dark sky compliant. That said, the topography of the range, together with the surrounding vegetation and the color temperature of 1900 K, which lacks the blue spectrum, will reduce the impact of the lights. The installation will be done in a way that the applicant can dim the lights and adjust shielding in the field to find the absolute lowest foot candles required, and shielding can be maximized. For comparison purposes, the applicant developed an alternative for the driving range that would be considered dark sky compliant. This alternative, shown on the right, would have required 10 70-foot light poles to light the entire width and length of the range. These fixtures would be shielded, but due to the necessary height, the light would cause glare to the surrounding communities as 70 feet is likely above the tree line in some areas. In addition, the column of the highest intensity light is higher and occupies more area than the berm lighting. The light color available for these fixtures is also 5700K, which is significantly cooler and bluer than the proposed berm lights. As part of the alternative driving range lighting, the applicant did a comparison of the foot candles of light at 100 feet above grade. The illumination diagram shown here shows the dark sky compliant option on the right, with a larger area of brighter light at 100-foot elevation than the proposed berm lighting design. The applicant believes that even though the proposed design for this feature is not dark sky compliant, it is the better choice. In addition, the applicant is working with MPS Natural Sounds and Night Skies Division to develop a schedule for the lights that will mimic the natural cycle. This plan is to replicate natural biotic rhythms with light shutoffs scheduled between civilian twilight and astronomical twilight, while utilizing light with a warm color temperature that complements late day light color. The goal is to have the lights shut off before the point when it is true night, the time when light interruption is most impactful. This approach is a much more accurate way of protecting true night and the natural light cycle. This effort will be accompanied by visitor interpretation in explaining this adaptive schedule and other night sky best practices at the facility. In summary, staff recommends the Commission supports the proposed lighting approach, noting exterior lighting for the clubhouse, parking lot driving range, and pavilion structures and putting green meets NPS Natural Sounds and Night Skies Division guidelines. Dark Sky International guidelines on lighting fixtures was implemented on all lighting with the exception of the driving range. The driving range will have ball tracking camera technology to trace the golf ball's trajectory and displayed on a screen at each station, requiring ground level lighting for the first 55 yards, ensuring no light spillage outside the course. The applicant did an alternative driving range lighting design for analysis that was dark sky compliant, but would have required 70-foot tall poles along the entire length of the driving range, resulting in lighting that will be visible well outside the course. And the project team is working with NPS Natural Sound and Night Skies Division on developing a schedule for the lights that will mimic the natural cycle by having lights go off between civilian twilight and astronomical twilight, with interpretive signage explaining this approach to visitors. The applicant has not changed the location of the maintenance building. However, comments received during public outreach raised concerns about the location and the number of trees removed for the construction of the building. The applicant has provided new details about the early design process when the team considered 3 possible locations for the maintenance facilities. Location A was considered as the existing location of facilities that could be redeveloped in an already disturbed area. However, the current location is highly visible as visitors entering the golf course and for anyone using the golf course area surrounding the clubhouse. Location B was considered as one way to separate maintenance traffic from the main golf course entrance. However, this area has limited access for delivery trucks, is not near existing utilities, and would be in the vicinity of sensitive cultural resources. Location C, the final location, will require some tree clearing and grading, but the topography would hide the facilities from golf course visitors while maximizing use of existing infrastructure and utilities. The location provides access to 16th Street for employees and deliveries, and its entry alignment with Joyce Road solves logistical issues for larger delivery trucks. For these reasons, location C moved ahead as best meeting project goals. The proposed new parking area is smaller than the existing parking area at 82 spaces, but will be accessible. In addition, the parking area would include permeable pavement to decrease stormwater runoff. The existing course, including the degraded cart paths and the out-of-date clubhouse facilities, do not meet current accessibility requirements. The proposed rehabilitation plans to change that. At the golf course entrance at 16th Street and Joyce Road, the proposed rehabilitation includes a new multi-use path noted here in the white dashed line that will be up to 10 feet wide where topography allows along Joyce Road that leads up to the golf course to promote multimodal transportation and allow pedestrians to enter the course safely. The applicant received public feedback that the pedestrian path was not needed and should be eliminated from the plan, as it does require some tree removal. The lack of a path would require visitors who take public transportation or use a bicycle to walk or ride on Joyce Road. This does not meet the accessibility goals of the National Park Service NLT for the golf course and for the golf courses in the district, as well as NPS sustainable transportation alternatives. It's important to mention that comments have been received regarding federally listed or endangered species, including the northern long-eared bat and the Hay Spring amphipod, which is found within 2.5 miles of the Lower Rock Creek watershed, though no individuals have been found within the golf course itself. As per normal process, NPS has initiated informal consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act for this project. Throughout 2023, NPS requested technical assistance from Fish and Wildlife and met with them on site. Fish and Wildlife provided additional resource-specific inquiries and recommendations for avoidance measures and best practices. And the Park Service provided a list of proposed conservation measures that included avoiding tree removal or demolition of buildings during the active season of the northern long-eared bat. All plans have been shared with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they have not determined that the project would threaten or endanger endangered species. The applicant and U.S. Fish and Wildlife will continue consultation throughout the end of the project. The applicant plans to use a combination of their integrated pest management plan, along with the proposed tree clearing, trimming, and replacement. It will increase sunlight and air on the turf to improve the overall turf health and significantly reduce the need for chemical applications. Improved turf health will also reduce turf diseases and pests, thereby reducing the need for fungicides, pesticides, and herbicides. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to use advanced varieties of warm season grasses, such as Bermuda grass, which requires less water, fertilizer, and plant protectants. Since preliminary review, the applicant has detailed their approach to stormwater management and water quality. The applicant has coordinated with the District Department of Energy and Environment on the proposed stormwater management devices needed for the new clubhouse, driving range, parking lot, and other impervious surfaces. The approach includes the use of bioretention devices and bioswales to catch and filter runoff. The golf course itself will not require stormwater management devices, as it will continue to be maintained with complete turf, meadow areas, or existing woodlands. As previously stated, the applicant has removed the irrigation pond at the northern end of the course and instead is planning the use of cisterns and large catchment areas at the center of the site to capture water runoff from 15.3 acres for use in irrigation. This allows for water to be applied and penetrate the soil rather than just run off into the watershed. In addition, the applicant will be installing water quality monitoring stations around the course to ensure water quality does not deteriorate. The applicant has coordinated with NPS ecologists, wildlife biologists, and botanists on the meadows plan. Since preliminary review, the applicant has added 1.2 acres of meadows with the removal of the irrigation pond. In total, the proposed plan now includes approximately 12.2 acres of meadows with pollinator and native plant species. Since preliminary review, the applicant has received feedback from the public on the use of meadows to fill in some of the back 9 holes that will not be part of the 18-hole course. Specifically, the feedback encouraged the applicant to fill in these holes with trees, claiming that trees are more beneficial than pollinator meadows. The meadows are difficult to maintain, and the golfers may lose their balls in these meadows. The applicant has evaluated these recommendations and still believes strongly the benefits of meadows and grasses are too great, including that they let more sunlight into the turf areas. They have a more open structure, allowing better airflow to reduce fungal and bacterial infections in the plants. They have deep roots that enhance the soil structure and health, which can lead to improved water infiltration and reduced runoff and erosion. They provide important habitat for a wide range of plant and animal species. In addition, the applicant has received feedback from the public on the proposed plant species mix in the meadows and grass areas, and has stated that some of the comments will be taken into consideration in the mix of species, while others do not fully take the site, context, or plant availability into account. To protect the meadow areas, the applicant will be designating the meadows as environmental areas that will not allow golfers to enter to retrieve balls. But the grass meadows will be designed to allow golfers to enter and play from them, as they are resilient to this impact. Finally, in terms of equity, it is important to note that NLT reinvests all revenues generated at the 3 courses back into the courses in the form of staff salaries, paying for goods or equipment, funding small-scale course improvements, addressing deferred maintenance, or as a set-aside for capital improvements. Once rehabilitated, Rock Creek Park Golf Course will have expanded community programming, including the Jack Vardaman Workforce Development Program that provides kids and teens from the community with life and job skills and a pathway to full housing and tuition scholarships through the Evans Scholars Foundation. NLT also intends to host environmental education programs, free golf clinics, and free family events for everyone in the community to enjoy. First Tee of Greater Washington, a youth development organization that uses golf to help kids build character and tackle challenges throughout their lives, will also have their headquarters on site. We'll be able to triple the number of kids in their program. The applicant is also actively working to expand their partnership with Fairways to Leadership, an organization that uses golf to teach leadership skills to diverse college students. Currently, the applicant has partnered with them on programming at Langston, and the addition of the rehabilitated Rock Creek Golf Course facility will help further their work. Lastly, playing fees will be kept less than comparable courses in the region. As such, staff believes the plans will positively impact both the course and the surrounding community. In conclusion, while there are still concerns by the public regarding this project, the submission materials demonstrate that NPS and NLT have worked diligently over the last several months to address the Commission's previous comments on the project. The updated plans describe a golf course rehabilitation project that seeks to correct a variety of issues, preserve the course's historic significance, while introducing new programming, infrastructure, and facilities to a broader and previously less served population, all while ensuring the course's financial viability and longevity for future generations. As such, staff recommends the Commission approve the final site and building plans for the rehabilitation of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course in Washington, D.C., and recommends the applicant continue to coordinate with the community and interested parties regarding the project as it progresses. As I have covered the key recommendations in my presentation, I will not repeat them, but they are included here for your reference. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I'd like to introduce Brian Joyner, the Acting Superintendent of Rock Creek Park, who would like to provide some comments. Michael Stakowitz, Michael McCartan, and Nick Bartolomeo are also here to help answer any questions the Commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Herr, and we will see if we can get Brian Joyner on now. Yes, are you ready, Brian?
I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, commissioners, National Capital Planning Commission staff, and community members. I'm Brian Joyner, Acting Superintendent of Rock Creek Park. I want to thank you for your time today as we present the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Project for final review. When we met in May and received NCPC's preliminary approval, you asked that NPS re-engage with the public and to focus on concerns including tree removal, site lighting, and accountability for the lessee. Since May, the National Park Service has hosted or participated in 18 public meetings, as Jamie mentioned earlier, on this project. And these meetings have been crucial in ensuring that we remain transparent about the rehabilitation plan. They also provide us opportunities to share accurate information and to hear and respond to people's concerns and questions. Since signing the long-term golf course lease, National Leagues Trust has hosted numerous events and participated in public forums to talk about this project and hear community feedback. We have heard from many people who appreciated the NPS and NLT efforts to discuss, listen, and make changes to the plan where feasible. It is our hope, through this dialogue, we have demonstrated our commitment to preserving the park's natural environment and now and in the future, protecting this historic asset and broadening the park's recreational resources so that people, neighbors and visitors alike, can play golf, walk, birdwatch, relax, and enjoy the park. I want to speak briefly to the lease agreement with NLT. NLT signed a 50-year lease with the National Park Service to operate, rehabilitate, and maintain 3 historic golf courses in Washington, East Potomac, Langston, and Rock Creek Park. The lease creates a structure that allows NLT to generate revenue to sustain the courses and is rooted in a shared commitment to preserve the nation's cultural and natural heritage. This lease requires NLT to make improvements consistent with NPS management documents, including the Cultural Landscape Report that was done back in 2019. This report describes treatment guidelines and management direction for maintenance and modifications to the course while preserving its historic character. Developing this project has been an 8-year-long intentional process. 8-year-long intentional process to consider and meet historic preservation and environmental compliance requirements, including continual consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The project has been reviewed and approved by the Commission of Fine Arts and the D.C. Historic Preservation Office. This lease is a contract to ensure that the ambitious goals of this project, including the extensive meadows, tree plantings, and maintenance of the whole facility, are met and maintained. These improvements will restore a landscape listed in the National Register of Historic Places, make golf accessible to a broader audience, and provide services and spaces that people, park visitors, and visitors alike benefit from and their resources. The lease ensures that under the National Links Trust care, the golf course is maintained consistent with its requirements and that the NPS will enforce the terms of this agreement. I want to speak now to the tree removal and environmental adjustments that have been made in the plan. Since receiving preliminary approval, we have reduced the number of trees to be removed and adjust the phasing of the tree work. Remember, we're removing trees for 4 reasons: safety, non-native species, turf health, and to accommodate a more compact design of this proposed rehabilitation. This design, again, is smaller than the original 18-hole course that was originally designed by Flynn, and even that was in operation until maybe 15, 20 years ago. As the project progresses, we will continually evaluate and adjust to remove the fewest trees possible. As an example, we have removed the irrigation pond in favor of capturing rainwater in a large cistern. This keeps 77 trees that were previously slated for removal in location. Today, the plan calls for 7.1 acres of new trees planted and removing a maximum of 5.8 acres of tree canopy. That translates to planting 3 native trees for every healthy native tree that we remove. As a part of our adaptive approach, NPS will first remove invasive plants and trees in phases. We'll monitor turf and tree health will improvement after each phase. The planting plan calls for areas of larger trees spaced farther apart to contribute to the open parkland character of the course, and forested areas where smaller trees will be planted more densely, but with enough room to thrive and to grow. We have heard concerns that the tree replacement will not occur, and if the trees die, they will not be replaced. As I've mentioned, the entire plan is a requirement of the lease, and maintaining the golf course at the level of the plan is a lease requirement to which NLT is legally and contractually bound. In addition to the tree replacement, this project will add more than 12 acres of new meadow. We can achieve this by reducing the size of the golf course. Like the trees, meadows are vital to healthy and productive ecosystems. Meadows have deep-rooted grasses that enhance nutrient cycling, carbon sequestration, and promote healthy soil. Meadows improve water infiltration and reduce runoff and soil erosion, which is particularly beneficial to Rock Creek and the Rock Creek Park ecosystem. Incorporating meadows into the golf course landscape improves the growing conditions of the turf on fairways and greens and provides important habitat for a wide range of plants and animal species, including the monarch butterfly. I want to also address the lighting plan that's come up a few times as well. The NPS has continued to refine this lighting plan to protect the night sky and wildlife. NPS recognizes that the lighting proposed by this project is a concern because the course currently has minimal lighting around the clubhouse, the maintenance yard, and the parking lot. Through this project, the NPS will install exterior lights for the clubhouse, the parking lot, the driving range, the pavilion structures, and putting green. This will be accomplished in a way that meets NPS natural sounds and night sky guidelines, which state that light should only be used where it is needed at the minimum level necessary with shielded fixtures and warm colored light. Lights will be turned off between civilian twilight and astronomical twilight and will be of a warm color that complements the natural color of late daylight to replicate natural biotic rhythms. Simply put, lights will turn off before true night begins and mitigate the effects of lighting. In addition, we have recently become aware of ball tracing camera technology that requires 70% less light to track the ball at a driving range and will further adjust the design to reflect this. Now, addressing some of the public concerns and support we've received regarding this project, some have made inaccurate and disparaging comments about NLT. The comments suggest that NLT is profiting from the public lands at the expense of the environment, or that NLT is promoting this project to ensure that the elite will have access to premier experiences while excluding access to others. Contrary to what you might hear, NLT is not profiting from this project. As a nonprofit organization, NLT invests revenue back into the courses to promote affordable, accessible golf, preserve historic golf course architecture, and engage with communities through educational programs. Fees for the rehabilitated course will remain well below market rate and ensure the course remains affordable. While there has been vocal opposition, it's important to note there's also quieter, substantial support for the project. To date, more than 5,500 people have signed a petition to support the project, and approximately 4,000 of them live in the district and nearby communities. The petition has been submitted for the record for your review. We believe this level of support reflects a shared vision for the future of Rock Creek Park, one that balances recreational opportunities with environmental stewardship and historic preservation. We have consulted and coordinated with dozens of experts over the course of this project: golf course operators, architects and builders, agronomists, irrigation professionals, professional golf association teaching professionals, golf course environmental management professionals, ecologists, biologists, historical architects, accessibility experts, historians, arborists, historical landscape architects, fire and safety experts, engineers, and hydrologists. In addition, we have learned from other successful projects and industry leaders. Over the last decade, municipal golf has seen successful renovation projects and at different scales across the country. NLT observed what those successful and well-received projects were elsewhere and used it to inform their design process. For the past 3 years, NLT has convened experts in municipal golf for an annual symposium in Washington, D.C. to discuss affordable and accessible golf operations, rehabilitation projects, environmental stewardship, and architecture. In conclusion, a variety of community viewpoints have informed this project and are vital to its success. We remain committed to ongoing dialogue and information sharing. The benefits of the rehabilitation project at Rock Creek Park extend beyond the golf course. They include creating a vibrant, well-maintained, and environmentally sound green space that serves golfers and non-golfers alike, offering access to nature, strengthening community through place-based programs, and ensuring that Rock Creek's mandate to conserve nature and history is honored today and for future generations. Thank you for your consideration of this project, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Superintendent Joyner. We're very grateful for that presentation. Very thorough, answers a lot of questions, as well as Ms. Herr. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I know that there are other colleagues with you today that are available should there be questions. At this time, I am going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions for our guest or for NCPC planner, Ms. Herr. So I'll see if anyone has their hand up. I see Commissioner Green. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Ms. Herr, I had a quick question for you. When you were discussing the potential relocation of the maintenance shed, you mentioned that the one of the potential relocation sites had there was conflict with sensitive cultural resources. What were those?
Actually, I think that might be a better question for the Park Service. The submission didn't list what the cultural resources were, just that there was a potential conflict.
I think we can direct that to Nick Bartolomeo, who I believe is on with us.
Yes, thanks, Tammy. So the resources are archaeological resources.
Thank you. Mr. Green, did you have any further questions?
That's fine.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? I'm looking for hands.
Yes.
Yes.
Hand up. Okay.
Commissioner Dixon?
Yes, I have a couple questions. One, the loss of solar panels over the driving area. I noticed that you wanted to lower the deck, separate, just have one level. But is it possible for visibility and I guess view? But is it possible to put solar over top of the last level? I'm looking at it not just from a protection issue, but from energy that would be generated that may be more, I hope, more than maybe even the golf course needs, but would go back into the grid. So, I mean, would that be still a issue of sight and visibility because you'd have panels on the building and panels on the overhead, which would give protection in the weather to golfers, drivers, people at the range, and also give energy into the system?
I think Mike McCartan, who's with us from NLT, can address your question.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Commissioner. There are solar panels on the driving range pavilion structure. So we moved the panels from the part of the driving range that covered the upper portion to on the driving range pavilion structure, which is in the same general area. So there's the same amount of solar panels on this current plan as there was before, and totally agree that the solar component of the project from an energy perspective is really important, and that's why we prioritized keeping it as part of the plan.
I don't think that's responsive, but I thank you for your effort. I'm trying to find out why we didn't keep the panels over the now single level driving range in addition to all of the building, because that would give us additional energy that might be more than we need, but go into the grid. At least it would help the community, give them more energy if possible.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So, I mean, it's obviously a balance from the roof perspective. We're trying to balance the, providing cover for golfers and space for solar panels against the look and feel of the range structure and the landscape. So we've heard comments about the building being too heavy and costly, and too heavy in the landscape and too costly overall. And so we're just trying to balance those various inputs.
Okay, I understand that, but the solar panels will bring resource, money, and energy into the system. So long term, for erecting them, the long-term value is more than just the cost of erecting these panels over the driving area, but also long-term energy capturing values.
No, that's definitely true.
So I'm asking, maybe it could be revisited. I don't know. I want us to move forward, but putting cover over does two things. One, it gives protection to those who may be driving in rain and want to practice. It also, more importantly, generates energy that we can use that we could lose if we don't have the panels there and on the roof of the building.
So that's a good point. One thing that we do have built into this design is the structural ability to add a roof to that area of the range. So the design kind of does incorporate the idea that we could at a future point add a roof, which would definitely include solar panels. But we'll definitely, regardless, we'll take your feedback into consideration.
Okay, I don't want to be redundant, but I just would like to see as much solar as we can get.
Yep.
Because in the end, that pays over the long run for energy that would cost whoever more money. Also, I was concerned about the light. Is there going to be any lighting in the parking lot? I mean, some controllable lighting that's not in, trouble to the community, et cetera, but just security.
Yeah, security lighting in the parking lot. Yes. And Nick, I think, can speak to what the park requires from that perspective.
No, as long as there's some lighting there, I'm happy with that answer. Thank you. Okay. And while at this point, I would also want to say, I mean, this is a lot of work that's been done. I'm sure all of our commissioners will say this. We appreciate the work of the commission staff and all the citizens who participated. It's just it's very complicated, but I think a worthwhile focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Any other commissioners have a question? No further questions? Speak up, please. And I'm flipping through to see if there are any hands up. But if there are no further questions, then we will begin the public input. We have Steve, who will be providing the timekeeping. As you may know or you may not know, individuals receive 3 minutes to speak. And if you're representing in a group, you have been notified and you will have 5 minutes to speak. Also, so you know, Vice Chair Hewlett and I will be dividing the speakers up, and we're each taking 20 at a time and rotating, just because we know this is going to be a long meeting. We appreciate everyone's presence and appreciate the contributors, because we do want to hear from all of you, and we want to proceed. So without any further ado, I'm just going to say we have over 175 people here to speak today. Keep to your time allotted. And we are grateful for those individuals who also submitted information from civic organizations, because we're anticipating over 8 hours of public testimony. If you'd like to say briefly, I associate myself, or I agree with the person who spoke at this time or before me, feel free to do that, because, if it's a matter of repeating the same thing over and over, it'd be so much nicer if you could just identify or associate yourself with comments that have made previous specific item. And we will keep our groups of testimonials in a group of 5. And then we will ask commissioners at the conclusion of 5 presenters if there are any questions. So I just, to commissioners, be aware that at the end of 5 speakers, I will ask for any questions or comments. So to begin, let's begin this day. To start, we have Sam Krause, Elsa, I'm going to say Bohm, Daniel Wolkoff, Nathaniel Harrington, and Bernard Byrne. So to begin, Sam, if you could, you are Mr. Krause, you're representing DC Bird Alliance, and you have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. And I see you're there. If you want to put your mic on, we look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, great. Hi, commissioners. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for your presentation and for your continued outreach this summer. My name is Sam Krause, and I'm the Minister of Birding for the DC Bird Alliance, which is a nonprofit, volunteer-led organization building people-powered, bird-friendly communities in all 8 wards of DC. Empowered by a collective love of birds and people, DC Bird Alliance is committed to programming, education, and advocacy leading to meaningful differences for people and for birds and their habitats. DC Bird Alliance agrees that the Rock Creek Golf Course is in need of rehabilitation, but opposes the proposed plan. The extensive tree removal will cause destruction of critical bird habitat, Many species already suffering mass population declines due to habitat destruction, the largest individual threat to migratory birds. Among species of greatest concern, the American woodcock, eastern whippoorwill, purple martins, wood thrush, the official bird of DC, chimney swifts, and countless other species that call the golf course home. According to an article published by Casey Trees featuring the DC Bird Alliance Vice President of Programming, Maria Elena Montero, recent changes in bird populations in DC reflect the impact of declining tree cover. A recent article mapped a year-over-year decline in some of our common backyard species, directly linked to the decline of the canopy. Birds like goldfinches, American crows, and white-throated sparrows have all seen significant decreases as their habitats are compromised. If the trees birds depend on are removed, they simply won't return. Forest stands A and B in the course are the most reliable breeding habitat for the American woodcock, the species ranked highest on the DC 2015 Wildlife Action Plan. Woodcocks currently display in the large open meadow area between holes 8 and 10 during breeding season and are unlikely to use meadow areas that are enclosed by forest, which is part of the restoration plan. The proposed driving range would remove one of the largest meadows on the course, and according to the Department of Energy and Environment, the openness of this meadow would be difficult to replace and is not replicated. The impacted species of greatest conservation need include grasshopper sparrow, bobolink, American kestrel, eastern towhee, purple martin, field sparrow, eastern meadowlark, brown thrasher, and the American woodcock. It is worth noting that Executive Order 13186, Responsibilities of Federal Agencies to Protect Migratory Birds, obligates federal agencies that engage in or authorize activities that might affect migratory birds to minimize those effects and encourage conservation measures that will improve bird populations. The proposed renovation plan contradicts this executive order and the protections our laws afford to birds. Replacing mature trees with saplings does not mitigate the loss, as about only 50% of newly planted trees will survive, and decades, if not centuries, will pass before the newly planted trees provide the same amount of ecological benefits as the current trees. One cannot cut down 100-year-old trees and replace them with saplings and expect the same environmental benefits. Artificial lighting included in the proposed plan will also have detrimental effects on migratory species and resident species calling the golf course home. Light pollution adversely impacts migrating birds by causing confusion, disorientation, and exhaustion. DC Bird Alliance stands together with the overwhelming voice of the community against the proposed plan and urges a pause of the proposed renovation for further consideration of alternatives genuinely considering the community and the environment. Further, the DC Bird Alliance recommends the following action on behalf of birds and their habitats at the Rock Creek Golf Course. Regular engagement with the community for full transparency and agency in the process before, during, and after renovation. To partner with nonprofit, eco-focused organizations based in and serving DC residents for programming the golf course as a resource for all residents, not just golfers. To partner with Dark Sky, a globally recognized authority on light pollution issues, and Night Sky Conservancy in the selection, installation, and use of lighting so as not to disrupt migrating bird species and other fauna calling the golf course home. Include office and meeting space in the renovated clubhouse for nonprofit, eco-focused organizations based in and serving DC residents for programming and educational use, and to partner with eco-focused organizations on the design of the planned nature trail. That is all that I have.
Chair Goodman, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I was saying, thank you so much, Ms. Kraus. We appreciate your input and your contributions. And we'll move right along now to Ms. Elsa Baum, or Baum.
Yeah, it's Bellum.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here today. I represent the DC Youth Climate Corps and a working group of like-minded students from across the city dedicated to our environment. We are strongly opposed to the current renovation plan proposed by NPS. In 2017, the Cultural Landscape Report for Rock Creek Park Golf Course was released. It laid out recommendations on how to maintain and improve the course. I was 10 years old when this report came out, and many youth that will be impacted by it today were even younger. We therefore had no real opportunity to weigh in. 7 years later, this document is being used by NPS as a justification to remove over 1,000 trees against our interests, and this trend of youth being ignored has only continued. A few months back, youth sent a letter to golf course architect Gil Hans to ask this question. If your brief had been to renovate this golf course to garner revenue, while still retaining the existing trees and ecosystem, ensuring it is loved and maintained over the next 50 years, how would you have designed this course differently? He never responded. We reached out to First Tee and to multiple NLT board members and were repeatedly told to contact the same person at NLT, Mr. Cosby, who is helping spearhead the project. Nobody was interested in engaging in a direct, genuine dialogue with youth. A huge number of youth, community members, and even golfers themselves have consistently testified at these meetings against NLT's plan. And yet somehow this plan is still on the table as a valid option, and NLT are continuing to claim.
Can commissioners and others on Zoom please mute yourselves so we don't have the background noise interrupting Ms. Boehm? Thank you. Go ahead. We will not
All
come
right.
against your
I'll just repeat that last
Right.
sentence, I guess. A huge number of youth, community members, and even golfers themselves have consistently testified at these meetings against NLT's plan. And yet somehow this plan is still on the table as a valid option, and NLT are continuing to claim that they took into account community voices. Well, there is one scene that I believe perfectly encapsulates the way community engagement happened here. In NLT's own video, Our Vision for the Future of Rock Creek Park Golf Course, youth are handed a tablet showing quote-unquote our vision for Rock Creek. They are told nothing about the environmental ramifications of the project and are not asked for their input in how to create the plan in the first place. They are handed a tablet with a pre-drawn plan and are expected to smile. In May, when NCPC delayed the decision to approve the plan for the golf course, you did so for the DC community, so that youth and adults alike whose voices were never fully heard could finally and fully engage in dialogue. Trying all summer to engage NPS and NLT to do just this, the Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All campaign proposed an alternate plan for the course that balances NLT's need for course sustainability and the long-term needs of our community. However, even despite these efforts, NLT and NPS have made no substantive commitments to cutting down fewer trees or to reducing the scope of the driving range and other elements of the plan. Basically, all they've done is make soft commitments to be judicious about tree cutting and swapped out some lighting choices for the driving range, and we have no guarantee that these measures will even be implemented. Their answer to youth engagement is simply to offer short internships to a handful of youth each summer and a national scholarship, which only one DC-based youth has secured to date. That is not sufficient youth engagement on something that will impact all the youth in DC for the rest of their lives here. This plan has been masquerading as creating community space, but under the current plan, the golf course will not even be a space by, much less for, the community. After all, youth cannot be truly helped by increased access to golf if this access comes at the price of our natural environment and refuses to even consider our voices. These trees are communities in themselves, supporting not just the wildlife that live in and rely on them, but also DC citizens, whose air they make cleaner and who do not want to see them go. And after the trees are cut down and the driving range illuminated brightly, it is the youth who will live to see the ramifications, youth whose support system for the future has literally been cut down. It has been argued by NLT that cutting down over 1,000 trees will help youth by increasing their access to golf. But as a young person, I can say I care much more about the future of this planet for the next generation than the opportunity to golf with greater visibility. We ask NCPC not to approve this plan. Should you decide to approve this plan, we implore you to at least make your approval contingent upon NLT fulfilling the community's requests as laid out in the Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All alternate plan. We suggest that you set a maximum, much smaller number of trees to cut down based on the independent recommendations of biologists or ecologists and protect all of our heritage trees. We also suggest that you require NLT to remove invasive vegetation from trees instead of cutting the trees down. We also suggest that you remove the Par 3 course, which community members have repeatedly argued against, and require that NPS and NLT reduce or eliminate the driving range, as well as the number of new golf tees they propose. Please show DC's youth that you care about their future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boehm. We appreciate your comments. Now we have Mr. Daniel Wolkoff. Please, you have 3 minutes for your testimony. Mr. Wolkoff, we cannot hear you. If you could turn on your mic. Perhaps we can go on to Mr. Harrington while you get that ready. Is that okay? Or do you want to say something? We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. There you go.
This is Nathan. I'm ready.
Okay, I think Mr. Wolkoff just got the microphone working. Can you say something, please, for us, Mr. Wolkoff? Mr. Wolkoff? Okay. Mr. Harrington, we're going to go ahead with you. Mr. Wolkoff, we still can't hear you. Maybe it's your volume.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mr. Harrington, correct?
Yes. Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you, but we can hear you. You can proceed if you like.
Okay. All right, guys. I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees, for the trees have no tongues. And I'm asking you, sir, at the top of my lungs, what is it that you're doing now to Rock Creek Park? Of course, there are thousands of Loraxes here in DC, and I'm proud to be one of them. I'm founder and director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, and as you know, Rock Creek Park is not in Ward 8. We look at Rock Creek Park really as a model for what we want parks in DC, the ones east of the river, to be more like, because there is a lot less trash and fewer invasive species. There's miles and miles of trails, and on an human day, thousands of people out enjoying the trails. So that's really, we're trying to close that gap between the wonderful assets that Rock Creek Park has and the ones in Southeast do not. And so in my experience with the Park Service, which also controls most of the parkland where we work in Ward 8, they can be a staunch defender of the land entrusted to them when they want to be. For example, some years ago, the General Service Administration proposed to cut down 8 acres of Shepherd Parkway to create a highway interchange. And the Park Service fought really hard against that. They lost the fight, but they were on the right side of it. Similarly, they can be really strict about what it is that you can do on their land. In the case of Ward 8 Woods, we've been trying for years to create trails to open up access to areas of the park that don't have them so that people can enjoy the way they do at Rock Creek. That hasn't happened because the Park Service says, well, it has to be part of a concept plan, and the concept plan is going to take decades. We want to plant trees to fill in gaps in the canopy, and we've been told you can't do that until you've had an archaeological study. And so these sort of bureaucratic obstacles are frustrating for us, but they do speak to a deep commitment on the part of the Park Service to preserving the land in its natural state and not allowing outside entities to use it for their purposes. And so it's really astonishing to me that the Park Service is not only acquiescing to, but actively pushing forward a plan that would have a tremendous impact, cutting down more than 1,000 trees. They've cited the invasive vines that are on a lot of these trees as a rationale for removing them. They've said it's going to cost $500,000. From my experience removing invasive vines, we've gotten more than 7,000 off of them trees in the last 6 years of my organization. I really don't think it would cost more than $100,000. My estimate is 80% lower than theirs. They say that they're going to replace those trees, but as my colleague just said, a lot of those are not going to survive. It's going to take many years for them to reach that size. Similarly, meadows are great, but I don't think they understand just how tough it is to do that kind of restoration. Earlier this summer, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis tried to take one of his state parks and turn it into a bunch of golf courses, and he didn't succeed. And I don't think this plan is going to succeed either. Sometimes we have to make hard trade-offs. We have to lose trees, say, for housing because we have a housing shortage.
Thank you,
I don't think this is a tough choice. I think golf
thank you, Mr.
can't compete
Harrington.
with climate resilience as a.
We appreciate your remarks. Thank you very much. And I'm going to try to go back to Mr. Wolkoff. If you have your microphone on, Mr. Wolkoff. We will return to you, Mr. Wolkoff. We cannot hear you. So I'm going to ask Mr. Bernard Byrne to please provide us with 3 minutes of your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Several entries and omissions in this project, in this project's planting plan, are inconsistent with the NCPC's pollinator best practices resource guide recommendations. For example, the National Park Service, NPS, did not include any milkweeds in the planting plans for the project meadow areas. Monarch butterfly feeds caterpillars feed only on milkweed. In response to my concerns, the NPS has proposed to add common milkweed and 3 other milkweeds to the planting plan. While suitable for sunny areas, all of these either do not thrive in partially shaded areas, such as near trees, or are likely to be overwhelmed by taller competitors in those areas. The NPS should therefore plant poke milkweed, Asclepias exaltata, in partially and fully shaded areas, as well as in sunny ones. This tall plant can become more than 6 feet high. Its natural habitats include shores, woodlands, and woodland edges. The planting plan contains 3 plastic grasses that are not native to the National Capital Region. All may become invasive in the region if they have not yet done so. Nevertheless, the NPS has plans to retain 2 turf grasses, pod fescue and sheep fescue, because their short heights and low plant densities facilitate the easy location of golf courses. This is not sound, as sheep fescue has already been reported outside of cultivation within the National Capital Region. Even worse, the the North Carolina State Extension has documented the high invasiveness of Bermuda grass, which the NPS plans to install on this golf course. This is very dangerous. The NPS has agreed to add black cherry, sassafras, and buttonbush to the plant list. Each of these flowering plants hosts a larva and adults of many desirable pollinators. For example, swallowtail butterflies feed on black cherry and sassafras. This is important because the project will remove 29 black cherry trees and an unreported number of sassafras. The NPS should therefore replace each of these and add more. The NPS will maintain the meadows by mowing them once a year during late winter or early springs, as it presently does in Rock Creek Park elsewhere. As no other maintenance is needed except for removing trash, this will cost little. The NPS will also erect signage that will discourage golfers from entering all meadows except for the grassy ones that will be near fairways. This will help protect the meadows from the unwise, inevitable trampling by golfers searching for lost golf balls. Overall, this is a desirable project from the environmental standpoint. Nevertheless, and the NPS still needs to improve it, as I have described in these comments, and others have described already and will describe later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. We appreciate your comments, and I'm afraid Mr. Harrington is not on. I just ask if Ms. Huddle-Cox could let me know if he comes back on, and we'll slide him into another group. But right now, do commissioners have? I was speaking to the group, Mr. Byrne. But if there are questions for these 4 people who spoke, Mr. Byrne, Mr. Harrington, Ms. Boehm, or Ms. Kraus, would you please ask your questions now? Otherwise, we're moving to the next group of 5. Please speak up. Hearing no questions, we're going to move to the next group of 5. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Ann DeBeese, Stephanie Salazar, Charles Spring, Carol Spring, and Roshani Kathari. So we'll begin, if we could, with, and I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that, please correct me, Ms. Ann DeBeese.
Good afternoon, Chair Goodman. It is Ann DeBeese.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff, and those listening and testifying today. Thank you for this opportunity to speak as a DC resident. I also volunteer with Chesapeake Climate Action Network. I wish first to express appreciation to the National Capital Planning Commission staff who have facilitated public engagement, particularly Diane Sullivan, and also Matthew Fliss and Jamie Herr. Let me be clear that I'm in favor of addressing long deferred maintenance issues and modernizing the Rock Creek Park Golf Course to make it more welcoming and usable for golfers with various skill levels. But the site's ecosystem is integral to the rich biodiversity of Rock Creek Park, and this rehabilitation plan is in conflict with the Park Service's own resource conservation mandate. I appreciate the Park Service's attempts to balance the environmental trade-offs by incorporating adaptive management practices with multiple phases for tree removal. The specified methodology must be scrupulously followed, with the result that far fewer healthy native trees will be cut down. NPS and NLT have also further clarified the tree removal mitigation plan. However, there is no reference to or provision made for such a program in the National Park Service's September 30th, 2020 lease with National Links Trust. If golf course revenues are not sufficient to fund the expense of tree removal mitigation, NPS has said they will just have to find the money somewhere else. A vague and unrealistic presumption, since the Park Service itself is chronically and severely deficient in parkland maintenance funding. So I do have a question, because it sounded as though Jamie Hurd did not mention mitigation when she was speaking about revenues being applied to the golf course. And so that is a question that's come up just since the start of this afternoon's hearing. If the commissioners are going to approve the rehabilitation project, I ask you to make the mitigation program that NLT has promised legally and financially binding, with enforceable language that specifically obligates the lessee to successfully implement tree removal mitigation through such time as the young replacement trees are fully established. Although NPS gives assurance that contractual agreements are safeguards enough, a bond or escrow account for mitigation is needed, and I urge the Commission to make such guaranteed funding a condition of the project's approval. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dubuis. We appreciate that. I understand that Mr. Wolcroft is with us now, and would you please speak, Mr. Wolcroft?
Yes, is that audio working now?
Yes,
ma'am?
it's working. It's
Okay,
working.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Wolkoff. I'm the premier stained glass restoration artist in the United States. I spent 7 years trying to save McMillan Park with court appeals, federal court. The natural world is imbued with God's spirit. Woodpeckers need dead trees for food. Rachel Clark writes in GGW, parks are climate assets. She explains how conflicted and messed up is NPS control of our parks. Famously, NPS had one tree to cut down in Farragut. In error, they cut down the 200-year-old magnolia as the gas people watched from their offices. Washington Business Journal says NPS owns the park. 20 years of deferred maintenance fell into disrepair. Their management has been unacceptable. The long list of mitigations alone makes this plan questionable, or shows what a likely failure this will be. And cut the trees down, they're gone. NPS does not own it. We own this park. With this plan, NPS's stewardship has become destructive. Public trust is public property that belongs to the people. The trust citizens place in their government must be respected, not hijacked by our own servants to support NLT's ventures. Betrayal of public trust are lobbying, special interests, and cartels. When NPS partners with nonprofit, supposedly, NLT, then lobbies this plan is to assure NLT's profitability, come on. Public-private partnerships put our regulatory and evaluative agencies to work for corporate interests and not working for the people's interest. NCPC's mission preserve and enhance the historical and natural resources and federal assets of the nation's capital, to support the federal government, the needs, not non-essential, the needs of the people, visitors, and residents. DC residents and golfers have shown the course can be renovated while also preserving the trees enriched biodiversity. NPS calls it refurbish. They are doubling the size of this course. It's excessive and destructive. In 50 years, with escalating climate catastrophe, no one will be out in the hot sun with 130 and 140 degree temperature heat waves, deadly heat waves. We ask NCPC reject this plan. The alternative plan, thank you. The alternative plan must be compared to the NPS plan with impartial institutions. The Native Americans own this plan, my friends. That's their trees. It's not the NPS's trees. It's the Native American trees.
Right. I'm sorry. We appreciate your comments and your contributions and your patience. So we now have next on the list, Miss Stephanie Salazar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Dear commissioners, I am an ordinary citizen. I live 5 minutes away from Rock Creek Park and walk on its trail every single day. And in that sense, what happens to Rock Creek Park has become very personal to me. Every single day, I am amazed of how it crosses a good part of DC and goes into Maryland. It makes sense to have such a beautiful ecosystem providing and sustaining life in the nation's capital. It almost makes you feel like the city knows what it's doing regarding the environment. And then I hear about plans to cut down more than 1,000 trees to renovate a golf course. And I am reminded that no, the people in power have no idea what they're doing regarding the environment. And I have to speak up. I am completely opposed to this renovation plan and want to use this space to remind the National Capital Planning Commission that we are in a climate and ecological crisis. The city and the whole DMV area is suffering heat waves, droughts, and floods. The diversity loss we are experiencing is devastating. Some might think it's complicated to find the right solutions on how to turn this around, but at least one thing is really clear. Do not cut trees. At this moment in time, it is ludicrous, negligent, and dangerous to cut trees, especially to cut trees for the sake of golf. A recalibration of the balance between environmental conservation and historic conservation is necessary in this moment in time. Trees help reduce greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. They regulate the temperature, help keep it cooler. Trees provide habitat for wildlife, preserving species and ecological diversity. Obviously, we need more trees, not less, now. This is the time to protect trees, not destroy them. There is no time to cut trees and wait and hope, cross our fingers, for the new planted trees to grow. It is already too late for something like that. The wide public opposition there is for this project is clear. It is important to me for me to be here today and have my voice heard, but I do request to understand what process the National Capital Planning Commission will follow to take these comments into consideration. What will be the criteria for the approval or rejection of this project? Will the concerns regarding the climate impact be taken into account, and if so, how? The public needs to understand what your process will be and is expecting more from you than just sticking with the status quo. I fully support organizations like Extinction Rebellion DC and volunteer with them as well. We need organizations like that to put additional pressure because it is obvious that the National Park Service and the National Links Trust do not have our well interests in mind and are ignoring the climate and ecological crisis we are in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Salazar. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Spring, you have 3 minutes to provide testimony.
Hello. I've lived in DC for over 20 years and I'm active with Extinction Rebellion DC, XRDC. The city needs to keep its mature trees while adding new trees to improve air quality and keep the temperatures lower. So how can the National Park Service plan to cut over 1,000 trees, which is about 1/3 of all the trees in the golf course lease area, according to NPS's own GIS tree inventory, which surveyed about 2/3 of the trees? That's right, they plan to cut nearly 1/3 of the trees. Normally, the Park Service is very cautious about altering the ecosystem and natural habitats. So why are they caving to the pressure of those who will profit from this, like the management company that has been contracted? Many golfers don't even want these changes. When we were at the golf course on Tuesday with some fun costumes and signs, 2 golfers came up to say how they don't want the proposed changes and told us to keep up the pressure to block the destruction of those trees on their beloved course. Out of the over 1,000 trees slated for destruction, less than 200 are non-native invasive species trees, and only 3 dead trees in the over 1,000 trees that are planned to be cut. Only 3 dead trees. Why are 869 native trees planned to be cut? Only 366 of those are in poor condition. The trees that have been classified as in poor condition likely appear so because of the curtains of vines that have been left to grow on them. The removal of invasive vines has been neglected since NLT got the contract, and probably before that too. The vine removal needs to be prioritized, which will lead to healthier trees. And there seems to be inconsistencies between the trees inventoried by the NPS and the actual condition of the trees. NPS has refused to provide the original survey conducted by Coastal Resources, which was repeatedly asked for, and which was also asked for by the Rock Creek Conservancy in its comments of last year. I enjoy the natural beauty of the park and the many benefits it provides our whole community, and I frequently hike there, especially enjoying its cooler temperatures in the summer. This is a true treasure that should not be sacrificed for the profit of those designing and managing the course. We must not allow the destruction of these trees for profit. Thank you.
Chair Goodman, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Now thank you, Mr. Spring. We now have Ms. Carol Spring with 3 minutes for testimony, please.
Oh, she wasn't able to stay on the call.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, sir. Then we have Rashani Kathari. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Are you present?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to thank the National Capital Planning Commission for involving us in this process. And I would like to echo some of the things that previous testimonies have already been shared. What I would like to see from the National Capital Planning Commission is a new way forward. As our Kamala Harris, our VP, has suggested for the country, I would like to see the same thing for Rock Creek Park Golf Course. There is a cautionary tale that some of you may have heard about in Philadelphia. And I feel like the history in some ways could repeat itself, and we need to learn from past mistakes. In February 2022, Cobbs Creek Golf Course, there was hundreds of mature trees, heritage trees were cleared for renovations for that golf course. And the question that was asked at that time was, what does the city need right now? A first-class city golf course or tree canopy? They said, this city is getting hotter and losing tree cover. And what are we going to do about it? What happened in Philadelphia does not need to happen in Washington, D.C. And I urge the National Capital Planning Commission to take the lessons learned from that situation and refer to also some of my slides that I shared in the public testimony. Some of the concerns regarding the benefits of urban trees have already been shared by previous testimonies, so I'm not going to repeat that. And same with the benefits of old trees versus new tree plantings. What I would like to say is for the rehabilitation goals for this golf course, it's important that we preserve the park environment, engage the community, address deferred maintenance, and adopt best practices to increase revenue and provide ongoing maintenance. And I have listed in my public testimony some specific next steps for this process and provided some recommendations so that golf courses can also be maintained in an environmentally friendly way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that, Ms. Cathari. Someone again needs to mute their Zoom so that we don't have interruptions for our speakers. We've just completed 5 people. We did not hear from Ms. Carol Spring, but we did add Mr. Wolkoff. So are there questions from the commissioners for any of these speakers?
Yes, Chair Goodman, I have a few questions for 2 of the speakers.
Okay.
So first, Mr. Charles Spring, I would like to call on Michael Stakowicz with the National Park Service to clarify the trees, the tree removals, and the inventory that has been shared.
Yeah, Mr. Spring, we have, as you saw probably in Ms. Hare's presentation, we did supply a GIS dashboard of all these points, and those are the points that were supplied to us by Coastal Resources. So the fact that we have not shared with you those plans is confusing to me because we have done that, through that dashboard. Secondly, you do bring up the only 3 dead trees. The poor and dead condition trees, and we've seen like some trees, like we had 2 massive trees come down in a windstorm a couple of weeks ago with hollow insides that were only they were rated as poor because they actually had hollow trunks in there. So as you might know, when you have a tree has xylem and phloem just underneath the bark, and that can provide the nutrients that the leaves need. And these were like 4-foot wide trees. But if they're hollow in the inside, they cannot really stand up to any sort of wind at all, especially if they got the leaves acting as a sail. So this barrier between perfectly dead, and I think you're right, you used the dashboard to find that we only have 3 dead trees that were, there's more now, but they were identified by Coastal Resources. You are correct in that, but the kind of that line between poor and dead is not really, not really far. And then finally, we're going to mention invasive removals. We are going to remove the invasives, and invasives have been there since we did the cultural landscape report 8 years ago. There's pictures in the cultural landscape report showing the invasive vines there, and so we have done what Brian Joyner talked about in his opening statement, and Jamie Herr talked in hers about just removing the vines in the invasives first, in the poor condition trees that pose a safety hazard. Doing that first to see if we can see a improvement in turf and improvement in tree health on top of that as well.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that, addressing that issue for our commission, but also for all of those participating today. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the commissioners?
Yes, Chair Goodman, just one other, if Mr. Stakowicz could speak to Ms. Dubois' question related to what the lease covers in terms of ensuring that not only is the plan implemented, but the plan maintained, and that the trees that we are committed to put back in replacement are part of that effort and will be ensured that they that happens, and if something happens, that they will be replaced. So maybe I just did that for Mr. Stakowicz, but I guess I would ask if Mr. Dubois had any further question, as I think maybe I already answered it.
Okay. Mr. Stakowicz, did you have something you'd like to say?
Oh no, I think Tammy covered it just fine. Okay. I am the lease manager, and it is my job to make sure that these things are followed, and and we will have, and we will follow and hold them to this. This is what's very exciting about this project, and this property is needed for a very long time.
Yeah, I guess my concern, if you'll, with all respect, I did read the lease closely, and there's no language there about mitigation. So that's why I'm hoping perhaps the National Capital Planning Commission can ensure the funding is there so that there's no question.
No, you're exactly right, Ms. Device. There's not language about mitigation. The lease does not get into like the details of these plans. The lease is when NLT and any other leasee comes in, they make an offer, and they say in general terms what they're going to do, and that's how we evaluate the lease. And one of the factors in evaluating the lease, and that's what that's what you did, and that's what you see in the lease is kind of these general ideas of like what they want to do. They still have got to go through compliance. They've still got to go through the EA. They still, they've got all these steps to kind of that they have to go through to make sure that we're following policy and law with that implementation. So the lease is not a straight you shall do this. In this case, this is what we'd like to do, but we have to go through all these other steps to get there. Now they've got 2 other golf courses that have to be rehabilitated, and they're going to have to start moving resources around between the golf courses in order to make sure that if this project, for some reason, and our experience running these golf courses shows us that this will be a successful project, but when it comes to a sustainable business, but if it is not, then, or the trees or the meadows start failing, then we're going to have to look at tapping the other golf courses so they can live up to their fulfillments.
Thank you, Mr. Stackwood. That's very clarifying. Thank you.
And if I could just add that the tree replacement, while often tree replacement is mitigation, it's part of the plan. It's part of the planning effort because of the removal. So it's not in addition. It is part of the overall effort. In case that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Stidham.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stidham, and thank you, staff, and thank you to Ms. Cathari. Moving along, I don't see any further questions. Unless someone has one, please speak up. Our next group of 5 includes Kim Patterson, Ms. Patterson, followed by Jesse Bodgan, Vanessa Bertelli, Romaine Taravella, and Barbara Zia. Kim Patterson, are you the ANC single member district representative for ANC 4A05, and you have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. Are you prepared?
Yes.
Oh, good. There you are. Okay, thank you.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, can hear and see
Okay.
you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Commissioner Kim Patterson in 4A. I'm 4A05. My single member district abuts the golf course. And I am also the vice president of the Brightwood Community Association. So I obviously live in the neighborhood. I want to share with the commission that on June the 13th, 2023, the Brightwood Community Association held one of our public meetings, and we invited the National Links Trust to come to our meeting to share information about their plan for the golf course. And they did so. They spoke for about 30 minutes, presented, and community questions were asked and answered. And at that time, the National Links Trust never mentioned that they were moving 1/3 of the trees on the golf course. We found out about this way later in the year. So we feel that we were very much so misled. And that is how the conversation started with the National Park Service, the National Links Trust. A presentation that somehow forgot to mention that these trees were coming down. So when the community found out about it, we were very outraged. Later on, I became a commissioner. I was an elected commissioner, and I served in 4A. I also want to state that on June the 5th, 2024, the 4A Commission approved a resolution regarding environmental impacts and renovation concerns about the Rock Creek Golf Course renovation or rehabilitation. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to try to highlight parts of the resolution. The ANC 4A recommends reopening the planning process to encourage meaningful public engagement and exploration of alternative course layouts aimed at minimizing environmental impacts on Rock Creek Golf Course. The Commission recommends the development of a detailed plan to minimize tree removal, prioritize tree retention, and ensure compliance with tree removal and replacement policies of Washington, D.C., and the Comprehensive Plan for the National Capital Federal Environmental Element, with transparent reporting on the replacement efforts of the trees. The Commission recommends, in order to ensure sustainability, that a comprehensive plan for long-term monitoring and maintenance accompanying restoration activities, including tree planting, invasive species removal, and meadow restoration, that information be made public. The ANC Commission of 4A recommends reconsidering the addition of artificial lighting for the driving range and limiting lighting for the clubhouse to essential safety requirements to preserve the area's natural character for wildlife habitat. We recommend the monitoring of National Links Trust plan to ensure that demographic groups that have been traditionally excluded from the sport of golf are included. The 4A Commission encourages the National Park Service and the National Links Trust to maintain open and transparent communication with the community, addressing concerns in a timely manner, and fostering collaboration throughout the planning and implementation process. Those are the highlights of the resolution that was passed by the Commission on June 5th, 2024.
Thank you.
So I do ask, as a commissioner personally, 4A05, that NCPC oppose the National Links Trust and the National Park Service Rehabilitation Plan. I ask personally, as the Vice President of the Brightwood Community Association, that NCPC also please oppose this plan for rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input, Ms. Patterson. And now we hear from Jesse Bodkin. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Are you prepared, sir? Yes.
Hi, yes. Thank you everyone for giving me some time to speak here. I really appreciate it. I am a resident in DC. I live in Columbia Heights, so just down the road, 16th Street from this golf course. And I first want to mention that I am personally a golfer. I grew up golfing with my dad as an important part of my family relationship, important part of bonding with my dad, especially. I played in courses, been wetlands, been in natural settings, and I think huge appeal of these courses are the natural beauty that surround these courses and the context which they're in. And the idea that to rehabilitate a golf course requires destruction is a little confusing to me. And I want to be clear, cutting down trees does not mean rehabilitation. It is literally destroying nature. And I'm also confused as why rehabilitating a golf course requires cutting into forest that has existed there far before the golf course. I want to point out that the cultural landscape report I know has been referenced a lot during this whole process, and it's important to remember this is not a mandate. This plan is not what is needed to rehabilitate. I think it's very easy to use the land that is already there, that already exists, to create a better, more modern, more economically viable golf course. The notion that we need to destroy perfectly healthy trees, including over 100 heritage trees, which are, according to the law, illegal to cut down without, barring any immediate necessary reason. I don't think creating a bigger, more modern golf course is a good reason to cut down heritage trees. And just very confused why we would cut into a national park which the vast majority of people recognize as a place of nature of biodiversity rather than a place to go play golf, especially when 2 other accessible golf courses exist in DC. I also want to bring up a point about the mitigation. I know Anne brought this up about the lease. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any accountability measures to ensure that these mitigation plans actually happen. And in general, I don't see accountability as part of this process. Like how can we hold this group accountable for creating this meadow, for creating these tree replacement? How can we hold them accountable if something goes wrong and these don't actually help? And yeah, it doesn't make sense to put a meadow in something that has been woods for thousands of years, for millennia. Yeah, I think it comes down to why destroy land when we have a perfectly good open space that we can use to create a vibrant golf course. It's we're not locked into this plan. We can create a wonderfully vibrant golf course in the land that's already there without destroying.
Thank you so much, Jesse, for your contributions. Ms. Vanessa Bertelli, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Thank you so much for holding this meeting, dear commissioners. Thank you for demanding that more engagement be conducted to produce a better outcome for the National Capital Region. Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, as you can see from the hundreds of written testimonies and the 183 people signed up to testify. My name is Vanessa Bertelli, and I'm representing the citizens group Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All, a collective of neighbors, NPS volunteers, scientists, golfers, youth leaders, and local nonprofits advocating for a more thoughtful, pragmatic, and environmentally sound rehabilitation of the golf course. I'm also a National Park Service volunteer weed warrior leader and have worked on the golf course for the past 3 years, and I'm also a direct neighbor of the golf course. What creates a stalemate you're witnessing here today is NPS's insistence on presenting only one alternative. The community and you, commissioners, are given a false choice between agreeing to this over-the-top 35 million environmentally fraught plan or do nothing. But this is not the only other option. What you have hopefully in your hands, commissioners, and what listeners can view at rockcreekparkgolfcourseforall.org is the proposal developed by our citizens group, which with the help of numerous local experts, including golfers, golf course operators, architects, lighting experts, arborists, endangered species experts, and even restaurateurs. We are not allowed 1 hour to counter the arguments made in the presentation we just heard, but you should know that many of the experts we consulted also consult for the National Park Service. This proposal shows one of the many ways that this golf course could be renovated in a more modest, environmentally respectful way that still meets the needs of the community and ensures that the golf course will be loved and maintained for the next 50 years. It is important to note that there is no requirement in any federal, local law or regulation that states that this golf course must have 18 holes, a lit driving range, a new building, or Bermuda grass. In fact, the Rock Creek Conservancy, in its formal comments last fall, recommended, and I quote, constructing only a 9-hole course, the driving range, the clubhouse, and trail, thus significantly limiting the tree removal. During the last 3 months, we have noted numerous discrepancies between the condition of the trees as stated in NPS's tree survey and the reality of the tree conditions on the golf course. Please refer to our group's letter to NCPC of August 7th for a visual example of one of those discrepancies. Through Eleanor Holmes Norton office, we have repeatedly asked for the original survey conducted by Coastal Resources in 2022, but this report was never provided. The Rock Creek Conservancy also asked for this report in its formal comments last fall. This survey is needed to ensure that the data on which NPS bases its proposed mitigation plan is accurate. As you know, NPS proposes to replace only healthy trees of 4 inches and over, so every tree that is classified as in fair or poor condition will not be mitigated. NCPC needs clarity on tree condition to determine whether the proposed tree removal mitigation plan meets NCPC's own tree replacement procedures. Most recently, we became aware of the fact that all that all the neighbors directly abutting the golf course on 16th Street Northwest have never been contacted by NPS or NLT about this plan that fundamentally changes their views, increases their heat, and puts them at greater risk of being hit by golf balls. I mentioned this not because those neighbors are more important than other residents, but just as an indication of how much the engagement process has been lacking. This plan is not ready to receive final approval. Rock Creek Park Golf Course is a unique golf course in a delicate ecosystem. Transforming it into a golf course like so many others is not in the interest of the DC region. It is this golf course wildlife and shade that will attract visitors over the next 50 years. So commissioners, we respectfully ask that you use your authority to direct NPS and NLT to develop a rehabilitation plan that removes invasive vegetation and reassesses trees before any non-invasive trees are cut, that preserves trees of 100 inches in circumference or greater, that provides a more modest course layout that preserves all but 200 trees, that excludes artificial nighttime lighting, and has binding and funded commitments to ensure environmental preservation obligations are met. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bertelli, and thank you for your comments reflecting Rock Creek Park Golf Course Fall's position on this. Next, we have Romaine Taravella. Romaine, are you prepared to speak?
Thank you. Dear commissioners, I have the privilege to live close to the Rock Creek Park and enjoy almost daily this amazing forested landscape. I also hold a PhD from a world-leading forestry school, so my testimony will reflect not only my personal view but also my expert knowledge here. As forestry science has demonstrated with more than 40 years of continuous and large-scale experiments, the fragmentation of forested landscape has profound negative impact on forest ecology, on forest ecosystems, and on the species that call them home. What those experiments in particular have proven is that small and isolated patches of forest are particularly vulnerable for further fragmentation. Rock Creek falls into this category. It's already a park that is surrounded by non-natural landscape. Further fragmenting this landscape will make it more vulnerable and more fragile. Taking this into consideration, it is clear that the deforestation and degradation component of the current Golf Restoration Plan will have a negative impact not only on the trees, but on the forest. And so, contrary to certain allegations that I've heard today, this project will not benefit the forest. This project is not a win-win project. This is a win-lose project, where certain users, including certain golfers, will indeed have their use benefit from what is presented today as a rehabilitation plan. When the forest and species, including human species, that benefit from certain service from this forest, will lose. Portraying the current plan as a win-win project, as a balanced project, is confusing, if not misleading. I respectfully request to the member of the commission to see the forest behind the trees and ask them to reject the current plan, in particular the deforestation and forest degradation component. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Tiravella. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Ms. Barbara Zia, and I see you there. If you'd like to turn on your mic.
Thank you. I'm Barbara Zia, President of the League of Women Voters of the District of Columbia. We're testifying today because we believe that to ensure a future in which democratic rights can thrive, we need to focus on mitigating the effects of climate change. To be clear, we support the rehabilitation of the golf course, but we oppose the excesses of the current plan, especially the removal of more than 1,000 trees, including hundreds of large, healthy canopy trees. We agree with the concerns that have been expressed by the previous speakers. The League of Women Voters of DC urges the National Capital Planning Commission to vote no on the final approval of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan as proposed by the National Links Trust. The League favors the more sustainable and affordable counterproposal developed by the Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All Coalition, to which the League belongs. Our counterproposal offers a more modest course layout, preserving all but 20 non-invasive trees through proper care and the removal of invasive vines. Our proposal excludes artificial nighttime lighting, which would disrupt nocturnal wildlife. We further ask for binding funded commitments to ensure that developers meet obligations for environmental preservation. The District of Columbia has been a leader in climate action. Mayor Bowser stated at the International COP28 conference in 2023 that DC will achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. The DC Urban Tree Canopy Plan sets a goal of a 40% increase in tree cover by 2032. We ask the Commission to support the district in its goals and join us in setting a national example by preserving the golf course's canopy trees and their climate and wildlife benefits in this natural setting that's cherished by Washingtonians. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ms. Zia. We appreciate your comments today. Do commissioners have any questions for these 5 people? Are there any questions from commissioners?
Chair Goodman, I have
Yes.
some more of a clarification for Ms. Bertelli in her comments regarding Golf for All and their alternative proposal. And I'm going to turn to Mike Stakowicz, but I wanted to point the commissioners to their package that's titled Previous Public Comments, where the alternative proposal presented by Golf for All was responded to in writing by the National Park Service to help understand, and that we've met with them twice. And with that, I'll turn over further clarification to Mr. Stakowicz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Commissioner Stidham, I would like to respectfully say that National Park Service and the NCPC have had over an hour to lay out this plan and to make a number of different comments and rebuttals to what has been proposed. There are 183 people signed up to testify today. That will take us well into sort of 10, 11 o'clock tonight. And I do not think that it is fair for you to call upon the National Park Service to expand their time on duty.
Thank you for your comments, but Mr. Stakowicz, please respond.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it short. We have the alternative design plan put forth by Rock Creek for All is an example of how easy design is in the absence of consultation with stakeholders, subject matter experts, park documentation and other legal obligations. The NPS provided feedback on the proposed plan to RSCA, but the plan they have submitted does not reflect any of that feedback. Because of that, the plan does not take into account agronomic science, golf facility best practices, realistic budgeting, and visitor safety. In the end, what it comes down to is those things, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask, are there any additional questions?
Yes, I have a quick question of Commissioner Patterson. If she's still available.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Commissioner, thank you for attending and thank you for your comments. Did you referenced a resolution that the ANC had taken, but I didn't see it associated with your testimony. Is that in the record?
No, but it can be. It's resolution number 4A06052403.
It is in the record as an attachment to the letter from Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All to the NCPC of, I believe, July 26th.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
I have one.
Yes.
Just one question of clarification, and I apologize, I don't recall which speaker raised it. They were stating that the immediate landowners that sort of abut Rock Creek had not been engaged, and I would just like to hear from MPS about how they went about engagement with the immediate neighbors. I know there are some houses that are visible from within, particularly close to the current clubhouse. I'm just curious how or if those residents were approached.
Let me call on either the superintendent, Mr. Joyner, or Mr. Bartolomeo, who is with us from the park and can speak to the park's mailing list and our public engagement around public scoping in the process.
Sorry about that. If Brian is not available, I'm happy to do so. The National Park Service reached out and in this matter in many ways, through press releases, through email addresses, when we went and released the EA for public comment. We have a mailing list that we use for environmental assessments, and it went to that, which is pretty extensive. But there was significant press coverage that went out, and Mike Stack was maybe better at discussing all the specifics of this. But the National Park Service reaches out in general to the public. We don't try to focus on any one organization or one group of people, because our stakeholders are the public. So we have a mailing list that we have compiled over time. We use that as the basis of our initial outreach. Mike, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think that's fine. We are limited in how we can do outreach. In our submission packet, you will see all the instances where we did reach out and the resulting press releases and press stories that were on it. So we really kind of did what we typically do and are able to do legally.
Thank you. Understand, as a federal agency, we have the same constraints. I was just curious. Appreciate it.
So just clarification from my colleagues. So as a federal agency, you're not able to contact the neighbors directly impacted by any kind of project.
Typically, it's much broader than just the neighbors. It's
of course
people as we can absolutely get a hold of. But it's also who is paying attention to the information that we're sharing and we're reaching out to.
Okay, thank you. I think, do we have Commissioner Tunstall Williams? Does that answer? You had your hand up there again, and I didn't.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't lower it.
That's okay. No, you
yes,
did. I think.
Yes,
okay.
they responded. Thank you.
Okay, good. Are there any other questions for these 5 speakers? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to the next 5. Thank you to those contributors. The next group of 5 we have is Ms. Maisie Ritz, who is followed by Mr. Tim Beatley, Ms. Kate Parkin, Ms. Kelly Otter, and Mr. Nicholas Mole. So if we could start Maisie Rich, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony, please.
Thank you. If you were wondering, commissioners, when will we get to hear from a supporter? Here I am. I'm Massey Rich. I live along Rock Creek Park's eastern boundary in DC's Crestwood neighborhood. I am among more than 5,600 Capital Region residents who have signed a petition supporting this project. And commissioners, I think in addition to the questions that your staff framed for you earlier, I want you to ask yourselves these questions. Does this plan enrich the Capital Region? It does, and far more than the course does in its deteriorated state. And the plan has features for non-golfers as well. Does the plan account for concerns you heard at the May hearing? Also, yes. There's a net gain of tree canopy. There's 12 acres of new meadow habitat. There's a reduction in lighting, among other revisions you've heard about. Consider this too. Is Rock Creek a national forest? Nope. It's a national park of 1,800 acres. Its assets include hiking trails, bike paths, playing fields, picnic shelters, tennis courts, and riding stables. Creation and maintenance of these amenities necessitates tree removal, and this plan for a golf course to restore a golf course balances recreational need and natural resources. What opponents never note is that the golf course already exists within a densely forested park. The acreage proposed for tree removal amounts to 0.3% of Rock Creek Park's total size. If you're lucky enough to have a yard at home, that's probably the equivalent of a picnic blanket. Finally, commissioners, I want you to consider whose voices you're not hearing today. Specifically, consider our region's youth golfers, who are mostly at school right now. One of them happens to live in my house. I don't dispute that our region's birds and butterflies and bats and other wildlife need our care, but our children do too. Kids are not thriving. They do better when they are outdoors. They do not have access to the area's private courses. You don't have to be a golfer to understand that golf has an exclusionary, members-only history. Today, unfortunately, it's this project's opponents who are displaying elitism. They dismiss golf as a worthwhile public use. They assert that the current overgrown golf course should be good enough. They purport to be experts in how to design, finance, and sustain golf facilities. And some critics advocate for activities that are already abundantly served by Rock Creek Park's other 1,700 acres. So commissioners, don't side with the snobs. Cast your vote for access, for equity, and a diversity of assets within Rock Creek Park. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Ritz. I apologize for assuming that was Maisie and not Massey. Next, we do have a Mr. Tim Beatley, I hope, and you have 3 minutes to provide your comments, please. Mr. Beatley, are you on? Do we see Mr. Beatley, Ms.? Okay, we don't. I'm going to move on then to Ms. Kate Parkin, and if Mr. Beatley joins us, we'll put him on again. Ms. Parkin, you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. I see you.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Kate Parkin, and I was born and raised in Virginia. I share wildlife videos and photography and art featuring birds in the DMV, and it's been inspiring to connect with thousands of environmentally conscious people online through a shared love and appreciation for wildlife. After I shared information about this proposal with my community, people from all over the world reacted, and many were shocked that we don't have stronger environmental protections in the US. I urge you to reject this plan, if not for the 1,000 trees and the endangered species in Rock Creek, but for your legacy as our leaders, for the reputation of the U.S. in environmental stewardship on the global stage, and for the future of all national parks. The last of the forest of the land of the Anacostans is about to be destroyed for a golf course expansion. The plan refers to replanting trees after the cutting, but trees take decades and centuries to grow to the sizes they are now and will not replace the pillars of this delicate ecosystem. Please look at alternatives. Many golfers enjoy this classic course and reject this plan. Please consider options that incorporate more consideration for wildlife, such as Redgate Park in Rockville, Maryland. Please listen to the warnings of scientists, professors, and environmental researchers. The DC Department of Energy and Environment states, the 2 ponded wetland areas on the western edges of the golf course are 2 of the highest value toad and frog breeding habitats in the district. These areas and the forested landscape within the small watersheds that connect to these wetlands must be protected from development of any kind. The proposed water irrigation pond should not alter the hydrology of these natural ponds, end quote. The frogs, birds, the endangered long-eared bat, the endangered amphipod, and more who will be impacted by the tree's destruction and the harmful artificial lighting to be installed for the driving range. In July, I walked along the forest area set to be destroyed with friends from the DC Bird Alliance and community members. At dusk, the song of the coyotes filled the summer air, and we all turned to one another, mouthing coyotes and whispers. When was the last time you heard a coyote? Maybe when you hear the howl, you will understand what I am speaking to, the preciousness of the wild and our duty as humans to protect it. And while coyotes are resilient, destroying their den, which has reportedly been there for years, is cruel. I learned the pack just had pups this year. They deserve to stay in the home they've been in for generations. Hearing birdsong and coyote howls connects us back to what we heard in the days before skyscrapers and streetlights, huddled around fires and listening to the songs of the wild and singing our own stories before drifting to sleep. This is who we are. We are just other beings on this planet, and we are a part of its chorus. We should not destroy until there is nothing left, until we're the only ones left singing. On Troon's website, regarding their partnership with NLT to develop 3 courses in DC, the NLT founder states, "This is a 50-year lease, so when it expires, if my son and daughter still live in DC, they will be 56 and 53, and hopefully will have spent their whole lives playing at these courses. It doesn't get much cooler than that," end quote. My dream is not just for the children of golfers. My dream is for all of the children of this city to enjoy Rock Creek Park, to hear the birdsong, and to see the stars. And my dream is not just for children of this generation, but for our great-great-grandchildren many generations from now to sit beneath the trees of Rock Creek, breathing clean air, because the commission today made it a priority to protect the last of our wild forests. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Parkin. We appreciate it. Ms. Kelly Otter, you have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kelly Otter, and I respectfully ask that you oppose this plan and insist that NPS submit a revised, safer, sustainable approach to improving the golf course. And Mr. Rich and all, let's please keep this forum mutually respectful. This plan is a flagrant disregard of the public interest and rights that privileges the profits and entertainment for a few. Turf health over the short and long-term health of the community. It's crucial to point out the dangerous impact of this plan. The sustainability plan looks good on paper, but it is misleading. The reality is that reforestation efforts are very slow, costly, and labor-intensive. Many young trees die, especially as the weather becomes more extreme. It will be decades before the replanted trees provide anywhere near the shade, carbon sequestration, stormwater retention, and habitat for wildlife that the current trees are already providing. Rule number 1 is to preserve mature trees. Cutting down mature trees creates a carbon debt that can create decades, centuries in some cases, to recoup. And in the meantime, those mature trees are no longer sequestering carbon each year. The rationale of the current plan is not based on consumer research or sufficient public input. It is based on what works best for the golf industry, what nets the most to the golf construction companies and driving range manufacturers, what makes turf management easier for billion-dollar golf management corporations. But it does not need to be this way. And it should not be this way on our public lands. How did we even get here? Still addressing this deeply flawed proposal. In the fall of last year, close to 3,000 people already submitted comments opposing this plan, including many golfers. Since then, there have been more than 6,000 signed letters to the Secretary of the Interior asking for her to intervene. Why is the National Park Service so entrenched in its position, and how did this happen? The proposed mediation of a meadow is another misleading and dangerous issue. Meadows are not a native habitat. City wildlife and many other experts say it does not support the wildlife currently in the park. And as we just heard a few moments ago, Fish and Wildlife has not yet been consulted. And therefore, there is no plan for the damage that could be caused. Meadows are hard to establish and maintain. If we do not have the budgets associated with those, then it's a moot point. This plan is for the unnecessary destruction of habitat in a critical migration corridor that supports at least 3 endangered species and endangers our children's future. In a city plagued by the urban heat island effect, where so many low-income families struggle to afford air conditioning, we need the National Park Service to prioritize tree preservation. And we deserve to participate in an engagement process in which the outcome has not been predetermined. In October of 2020, the NPS agreed to the plan. Later, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Otter. We appreciate your comments. And finally, in this group of 5, we have Mr. Nicholas Mole. Are you prepared to speak?
Hi, yeah, I am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Good afternoon, commissioners, officials, National Capital Region, community members, and other Upper and Northwest neighbors. Thank you so much, commissioners, for inviting us here today to offer input on this important proposal. I'm here as a DC resident and lifelong lover and appreciator of Rock Creek Park's natural beauty to advocate for a transformation of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course into a renaturalized forest and thriving bird habitat, following the successful model of Redgate Park in nearby Rockville, Maryland. Rock Creek Park is one of the most significant urban natural spaces in this country, authorized in 1890 as the third national park by the federal government. Over the years, it has become an essential refuge for both people and wildlife, offering a natural sanctuary from the city's urban landscape. The park supports over 150 bird species and is home to a variety of native mammals, reptiles, and plant species that thrive in its expansive green spaces. We must now look to the future and reconsider how this vital land will be used. The National Park Service has a responsibility to promote land management practices that allow people, animals, and native plants to thrive. By transforming the golf course into a natural forest and bird migration hotspot, we can increase biodiversity and provide critical habitats for wildlife, while also aligning with the National Park Service's mission to sustain the park's natural resources. A minimal use approach, such as creating a natural preserve, ensures that we reduce human impacts on this sensitive environment. Currently, golf courses require intensive maintenance, including water use, pesticides, and fertilizers. Converting this area to a natural forest and meadowscape would drastically reduce these costs while contributing to better stormwater management, as natural vegetation improves filtration and reduces runoff, a major issue affecting Rock Creek's waterways. This approach is not only the most ecologically sustainable, but is also the most economically sustainable. Native plants require less upkeep than manicured lawns, and the park would serve a much wider audience, from hikers and bird watchers to families seeking a peaceful retreat. This transformation could make the space more inclusive and accessible, fostering community engagement and health benefits through access to nature. Urban green spaces have been shown to increase property values and community well-being, adding long-term social and economic value to the surrounding neighborhoods. The transformation of Redgate Park in Rockville is a prime example of what's possible. Once a golf course, it is now a vibrant ecosystem supporting 173 species of birds and serving as a key habitat for local wildlife. If Rock Creek Golf Course were similarly renaturalized, we could see a similar increase in biodiversity, offering a long-lasting legacy of environmental stewardship right here in DC. In closing, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that the lands within Rock Creek Park are used in ways that enhance its ecological health, social value, and economic sustainability. By promoting a long-term vision of restoration, we can preserve this land for future generations. I respectfully urge you to consider the immense potential of this transformation and vote no on the NLT proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. I think at this point in time, I'd like to ask, are there any questions for our speakers? Mr. Ritz, Mr. Beatley did not attend unless we hear from him now. Ms. Parkin, Ms. Otter, and Mr. Mole. Have any questions from commissioners? Hearing none, I'm going to pass this task over to Vice Chair Hewlett for the next 20 speakers. Betty, are you ready?
I am indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You've done an excellent job.
To return the message sender, message marked for deletion. Saved message.
I don't know what that is, but so thank you, Madam Chair, and you deserve a break, and I'll be happy to take over at this point. I am commencing with speaker number 21. The folks in this group are Sterling Washington, followed by Rob Hoffman, Abby Shepard, Martin Roick, and Mary Dingley. And please forgive me in advance if I mispronounced anyone's name. Sterling Washington, are you with us? Sterling Washington? Okay, so we'll skip Sterling Washington and go to Rob Hoffman.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Hoffman. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed at this point.
Okay. Hello, commissioners and those in the audience today. My name is Rob Hoffman, and I live at the top of Mount Pleasant, about a 3-minute walk away from Rock Creek Park. I'm speaking today alongside a supermajority of speakers in opposition to the proposed Rock Creek Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan. As DC has been getting warmer and warmer, I've been engaged more in advocacy to fight the climate crisis over the years. We're fortunate that in the District of Columbia, there is a basically unanimous understanding that climate change is real and will have increasingly negative effects to our health and well-being, and that we must mitigate its worst impacts. The ways in which we approach trying to mitigate those impacts of climate change have differed, but we have maintained some common agreement between the DC Council and commissions like this regarding this issue. So then, why are we trying to cut over 1,000 trees to expand a golf course when we have not reached our district's goals to expand tree canopy to at least 40%? And why are we trying to cut down mature trees, which are much better at preventing soil erosion and absorbing stormwater than saplings, when we acknowledge that we will be facing more extreme storms over the coming years? This plan does not seem to take into consideration that this golf course is adjacent to a national park, even though its proximity to the park seems to be part of the course's entire marketing. Installing a lighted driving range and cutting down over 1,000 trees, among other things, especially when there have been alternative, less destructive plans proposed, seems to show a general lack of care for Rock Creek Park and a disrespect for people who see the park as a place where they could go to be in what feels like real nature for a change. That's actually all of my testimony today, so just appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hoffman. And I see Sterling Washington has joined us, so we're going to go back to Mr. Washington.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was just promoted as a panelist. So, yes, the current NPS.
And excuse me, you have 3 minutes. Sorry.
Sure. The current NLT proposal for the Rock Creek Golf Course is disingenuous, to say the least. NPS has designated a majority of the trees as quote unquote dangerous, including in a June 12th meeting, even though they have not fully assessed the danger of the trees or really defined what danger means. In our August 7th, 2024 letter to the National Capital Planning Commission, Rock Creek Golf Course for All pointed out the discrepancy between the conditions listed in the NPS tree inventory and the actual condition of myriad trees. I would refer you to the photo of the flowering dogwood that was entered into the record that NPS's inventory listed as being dead. Despite requests from Rock Creek Conservatory for the original survey performed by Coastal Resources in 2022, NPS has not released it in its entirety. For that matter, we have not even received a printed map with the trees that are allegedly in bad condition. I understand that NPS historically has not been well funded enough to properly care for the golf course. However, NPS has gone from being underfunded to completely selling out to the golf industry. Why do I say that? National Links Trust has had a signed lease since 2020. However, they have never addressed the invasive species that are on the golf course since that time. If trees are ailing, it is because NLT has failed to do routine maintenance to remove invasive species, like the invasive white mulberry growing out of the dogwood tree that is thriving despite NLT's dropped ball. At the end of the day, it appears that NLT doesn't care about any deferred maintenance, just profits. This lack of maintenance occurred after NLT made approximately $4.4 million in revenues in 2021 and $1.5 million in revenues in 2022 based on information in their Form 990. It's a setup. Add to that the fact that NPS removed the requirement of a maintenance reserve account as part of this 50-year lease with NLT. Speaking of invasive species, there's a plan to plant evasive Bermuda grass on the golf course, invasive actually. It appears that NLT wants to sacrifice 1,000 plus otherwise healthy trees to accommodate the 8+ hours of unfiltered sunlight for the growth of the invasive Bermuda grass. Grass, which will wreak havoc on the lawns of nearby residents, since Bermuda grass spreads by multiple means, both above and below ground, and is notoriously difficult to contain or kill. We believe that there is another option to rehabilitate the golf course and preserve the trees. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Washington. Appreciate your comments. Next on the list is Abby Shepard, representing Extinction Rebellion DC. And so you have 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you. You can hear me okay? Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Abby Shepard, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the DC chapter of Extinction Rebellion. We at Extinction Rebellion DC strongly oppose the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan. By cutting more than 1,000 trees and installing unnecessary artificial lighting, the plan is a $35 million abomination that severely damages wildlife habitat, worsens the city's air quality, exacerbates the urban heat island effect, fails to address community concerns, and contributes to the climate crisis, thereby undermining the well-being of DC residents, especially marginalized communities. I will expand on the benefits of protecting the Rock Creek Park ecosystem and address some of the harms associated with this plan. First, as many people have briefly mentioned, several of the benefits of protecting the Rock Creek ecosystem come from its mature trees. Mature trees are vital for maintaining urban biodiversity, including both understory plants and a variety of animal life, such as multiple species of endangered bats, which help control mosquito populations. Second, the canopy of an old tree is orders of magnitude larger than that of a sapling, which is crucial at a time when the DC government, as another commenter mentioned, is actively trying to increase tree canopy coverage to at least 40%. Further canopy losses directly undermine this official government target. Third, the leaf surface area of mature trees is substantially greater than that of saplings. This makes mature trees far more effective at absorbing particulate pollution, meaning surrounding communities and those visiting the park can breathe cleaner air. Fourth, mature trees' root systems are much more extensive, helping prevent soil erosion and absorb stormwater, another critical service mature trees provide in the face of more extreme and frequent storms due to climate change. Fifth, old trees in urban parks meaningfully enhance quality of life. They directly cool the air and provide large shade areas, greatly reducing the urban heat island effect and nighttime temperatures. This is especially important as DC faces more frequent and more extreme heat waves due to the climate crisis. Plus, the calming effect of forests has scientifically measurable health benefits. Six, cutting down trees and replacing them is also exorbitantly expensive. There's already a lack of funding to pay for this multi-million-dollar plan. We could save thousands by keeping the trees right where they are, especially since saplings will not match any of these benefits for decades, if they even survive until maturity. And I emphasize that last bit, if the saplings survive until maturity. The changing climate makes it harder for young trees to survive, and is an ignorant assumption to believe that all the saplings planted in place of cut trees will live until maturity, or that you have to keep replacing them if saplings do die off. Now, in terms of the harms, the current plan will also worsen the climate and ecological crises. The climate crisis is here. Cutting down over 1,000 trees and destroying crucial wildlife habitat will make the days hotter, the droughts longer, and the air harder to breathe. Now is the time to protect trees, not destroy them. And one of the other harms is extreme heat. Reducing tree cover will make Rock Creek Park and the surrounding areas hotter, leaving those who use the golf course and the park and who live in surrounding neighborhoods more susceptible to heat-related illness and death. By 2060, DC is expected to see 53 days of extreme heat, a 76% increase from today. The second harm is higher air pollution. Extreme heat is linked to higher air pollution. Higher temperatures speed up the reactions that create ground-level ozone, a dangerous air pollutant responsible for over 1 million premature deaths each year globally. This plan will contribute to higher temperatures and therefore higher pollution. The third harm is species extinction. The plan devastates critical habitat for dozens of species. This includes already struggling species, like others mentioned, including the purple martins and the endangered northern long-eared bats. Such a massive disruption in the ecosystem is a recipe for disaster for wildlife in Rock Creek Park. Even worse, 3 endangered amphipods live exclusively within Rock Creek Park, so this project could even cause their extinction. Going through with this plan will accelerate biodiversity loss and the ecological crisis. The fourth harm is community discontent. This plan isn't even what the majority of DC residents want. Over 90% of the 3,000 comments received during the public comment period opposed this plan, and I don't believe that public engagement has accurately incorporated the comments during the public engagement process. The balanced sum is undeniably in favor of protecting trees already standing in Rock Creek Park. At this time, following the hottest 5 years on record, you have a moral duty to broaden your vision and consider Rock Creek Park as a whole ecosystem and a precious one. You have a moral duty to act on behalf of all life and to protect this precious ecosystem for current and future generations to enjoy. Extinction Rebellion DC urges the Commission to reject the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Martin Roick, are you present? Martin Roick?
I don't believe he's present.
Okay, we're going to move on to Mary Dingley. Are you present? Mary Dingley?
I believe she's also not present.
Okay. So with that, we had Sterling Washington, Rob Hoffman, and Abby Shepherd. Do any of our commissioners have any questions for these three folks who spoke? I can't see everybody, so let me know. Okay, and if not, we have the next grouping, which includes Claire Hacker, followed by Paula Edwards, Jacob Isaacs, Kate Sugarman, and Natalie Payne. Claire Hacker, are you present?
I am.
Yes, you are. You have 3 minutes. We welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Claire Hacker. I am a DC resident, a biologist by training, a lover of the outdoors, and an active volunteer with DC organizations working to address climate change and protect our ecosystems. I have lived and worked in the DC region for 5 years, during which time I have always lived within a walk or a short bike ride from Rock Creek Park. For me, Rock Creek Park was a refuge to escape to during the pandemic, and I have many memories of walking and biking in the park with friends and loved ones. It is truly amazing to have such a large and beautiful natural area in our nation's capital. Damaging that ecosystem by cutting more than 1,000 trees and adding artificial lighting is simply foolish. Those trees not only provide habitat for wildlife species and shade for recreators, but are also one of our best tools for protecting ourselves from climate hazards that are only getting worse, like urban heat and increased air pollution. Not to mention that these mature trees themselves sequester carbon from the atmosphere. As other commenters have mentioned, saplings do not adequately replace mature trees and will not provide the same benefits for many decades if they survive that long. Young trees are less resilient than mature trees and are more vulnerable to extreme weather events and our changing climate. The best way to reap the many benefits that trees provide is to start by keeping the ones we already have. Further, the plan presents flawed justifications for removing trees. The Environmental Assessment, or EA, attempts to downplay the number of trees slated for removal by stating that many of them are dead. However, dead trees are a natural part of a forest ecosystem, including by providing important habitat for the purple martin, a species suffering from population decline. The EA also describes, quote, dense overgrowth of adjacent woodland, end quote, as a problem that needs to be remedied. As stated by the District Department of Energy and Environment in their comments on the EA, quote, the term overgrowth is a value-based statement and is not appropriate in this context. Some forests that appear unsightly to people may be of high value to wildlife, and some forests that are appealing to people may be of low value to wildlife. NPS and NLT should avoid value-laden language and rely on scientific assessments of the habitats in question before they are subject to removal or significant alteration. End quote. Finally, this plan does not serve the DC community. As many commenters have mentioned, more than 90% of the thousands of public comments received previously expressed opposition to the plan, and yet here we sit. The National Capital Planning Commission's mission says that the NCPC acts to enrich the lives of the region's residents. How then can one make sense of this blatant disregard for the residents' priorities and desires? I urgently ask that the NCPC reconcile this dissonance and reject this plan that would harm the Rock Creek ecosystem and all of us whose well-being benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hacker. Our next speaker is Paula Edwards. Are you present?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Edwards, you have 3 minutes. No, you're representing ANC. You have 5 minutes to speak, please.
Okay, I want to make something clear for Commissioner Patterson, who spoke before me, and for me. Neither of us has been authorized to speak on behalf of ANC 4A. And Commissioner Patterson said during her testimony that she was speaking personally, but I want to make that clear for the record. She was not speaking on behalf of ANC 4A because neither she nor I has been authorized to do so.
So you're speaking personally? Okay.
I'm speaking personally, but I would like the same amount of time she had.
Okay, I do need to double check the time allotment for you then, if you're speaking personally.
Because she also spoke personally.
Okay. Ms. Huddle-Cox?
Yes, Vice Chair Hewlett, as elected ANC officials, even though they're not speaking on behalf of the ANC, we allowed both of them to have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Edwards,
very much.
you have 5 minutes.
Yes. And I wanted another point, the resolution that was read did not express either support or rejection of the current plan. So the resolution from 4A made recommendations as to how the plan could be made better, but it did not recommend that the plan be rejected, nor that it be supported. I'm speaking in support of the proposed NPS plan for rehabilitation of Rock Creek Park Golf Course as an individual. I'm a native Washingtonian and have lived within walking distance of Rock Creek Park for most of my life. I grew up having picnics and playing with my friends there, attending concerts at Carter Barron, and now I walk the trails for exercise. I recognize that the park is the lungs of our city, and I would never support anything that I believed would harm it. I support the revised plan and the methodology that NPS and National Links Trust have utilized in developing it. They have taken the need for public engagement seriously. They've appeared before our ANC 4A on at least 2 occasions, and I've attended 2 other community events that they have appeared in as well as the field trips they've conducted. I've been impressed by the amount of risk analysis and mitigation employed by the services, evidenced by their willingness to work with federal and DC government agencies, not-for-profit organizations, and other experts. As a result, the final plan is superior to that presented in May and addresses many of the ecological concerns raised previously. The trees affected represent 0.3% of the trees in the park, and the land area affected is less than 1% of park area, and I have not heard that that is ecologically sensitive area. The creation of meadows, hiking trails, and tree replacement and maintenance increases environmental and biological diversity in this area. We are here because of the neglect of the area in recent years that cannot be allowed to continue. Neighbors in my SMD are begging NPS to deal with dead and dying trees that have fallen, dropped branches, and caused property and infrastructure damage. The business model proposed for the operation of the golf course can provide a template for the management of other assets in the park, such as the Carter Barron Amphitheater and the Fitzgerald Tennis Center. It will provide work opportunities for local residents, as well as recreational opportunities that have traditionally been denied to DC residents and to people of color. It will keep and attract revenues and residents to the district. Other than the 3 golf courses under management of the National Park Service, DC residents have no access to this type of recreation without going to Maryland and Virginia. There are 190 golf courses in Maryland and 390 in Virginia. Golf is not merely a game, but a social construct during which interpersonal and business relationships are formed. It is time that DC residents no longer be excluded from that world. I would like to see the service consider the building of bat houses in other parts of the park to protect the bat populations that may be affected. I would like to see more clarity on the feedback loop for assessing the contractor's performance during the course of the contract and how deficiencies or deleterious effects on the public or the environment will be addressed. Other than that, I support this plan and hope that work will begin soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edwards. I appreciate your comments. But next is we have Jacob Isaacs. Are you present? Jacob Isaacs?
I don't believe he's present.
Okay. If not, we'll go on to Kate Sugarman. Kate Sugarman?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have
Okay.
3 minutes to speak, and we welcome your testimony.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Kate Sugarman. I am a family doctor. I've been practicing in Washington, D.C. for decades. I am against this Rock Creek golf course rehabilitation plan because as a physician, I can tell you that what the DC population needs right now is more trees, not fewer trees. I'm especially worried about heat-related illnesses that we are already experiencing because of climate change. And with projects like this one, it will only make matters worse. By 2060, DC is expected to see 53 days of extreme heat, which means days over 90 degrees, a 76% increase from today. And I guarantee you, I will see the effects of that in my practice, and I'm already seeing it. Only worse so for our neighbors who are unhoused or who could not afford air conditioning. The National Park Service says that through this rehabilitation project, they are balancing both the conservation of the environment with the conservation of the historical and cultural heritage of this golf course. But this is not true. What they're really doing is destroying the environment so they can permanently alter the Rock Creek golf course that has always had a quote nature feel. They will completely change its character for the sake of just a few, while making the quality of life worse worse for the whole population. It makes no sense, and my patients are suffering. The people of DC do not want this project. This was clear during the public comment period. The National Park Service keeps listing all the community input opportunities it gave, but makes no mention at all regarding how those comments were taken into consideration. It is clear they did not. Asking people their opinion and then ignoring them is a recipe for community discontent. I sincerely hope that the National Capital Planning Commission does listen and takes these comments into consideration and rejects the Rock Creek Golf Course Rehabilitation Plan. This is important for me, for my patients, and for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much, Dr. Sugarman. We appreciate your comments as well. Next speaker, Natalie Payne. I think I pronounced it correctly. I hope I did. Natalie Payne.
I don't believe she's present.
Okay, so with that, we do have, let's see if there are any questions. If the commissioners have any questions for Claire Hacker, Paula Edwards, or Dr. Sugarman. And seeing none, I will move on to our next grouping, which consists of Renee Dunham, followed by Rachel White, Sophia Alpazar, Danny Denenberg, and Hunter Robb. Renee Dunham, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that very much. You're listening to all of us. I have used the trails in Rock Creek Park for 60 years and appreciate its history, its simplicity, its central contribution to DC, the city of trees. I do not live near the golf course, but I've hiked the trails for all these years and made occasional visits just to look at the golf course's rolling hillside beautifully set within that park forest. So here I get this unique feeling of being held within the forest that I imagine each golfer has sensed as well. It has a unique and calming aesthetic. I'm thinking about Frederick Law Olmsted, the architect who also designed Central Park in New York City and many elsewhere. And he conceived of Rock Creek Park as a place for the bureaucrats who work downtown. A place for them to restore their gentleness on the way home, soothed by the woods and the creek. And I wish to bring to so obviously I cherish those trees. And I wish to bring to your attention the city of DC's fines for cutting down trees, which I so respect. I consider your plans for this so-called improvement is a contradiction to the DC's efforts to remain this city of trees. I have volunteered with organizations which subdue invasives and improve the trails in Rock Creek Park and elsewhere. I envision a citizen team, including the including the golfers, to the maintenance, their contribution to the maintenance of the landscape, the treescape around the golf course. This work has been done elsewhere with great success and the satisfaction of the participants. And I think that the National Park Service could even encourage them. So I'm looking at a way of maintaining what we have, learning and being engaged in its preservation. And that is my comment to you. And thank you for listening. I love the park.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dunham. I appreciate your comments. Next is Rachel White. Are you present?
Yes.
Okay, there you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony as well. Thank you.
I've been a DC resident for 21 years and live 2 blocks from Rock Creek Park. As someone who does not own a car, Rock Creek Park provides an easily accessible oasis of wildness and natural beauty amidst an urban setting. I walk on its trails most days. Its ecology, including its trees, are not an abstraction for me. I personally know many individual trees, from a witch hazel tree whose shade I've cherished weeding under, to several swamp white oak trees who have delighted me with acorns in the fall, to a sycamore tree whose layered bark elicits joy, to a persimmon tree who has gifted me a sweet snack on a hike, among many others. I cherish other wildlife I've seen or heard, including foxes, blue herons, bats, woodpeckers, black rat snakes, barred owls, and many tinier critters. And during my recovery from breast cancer treatment this year, the wildness within Rock Creek Park has been central to my healing. When I learned about National Park Service's plan to cut down 1,200 trees to renovate the golf course, I was devastated, not just for my own sake, but also for how both wildlife and human health will be affected. Therefore, I'm voicing my opposition. These trees provide critical habitat for many species. And I stress that planting new trees, which is currently part of this plan, will not replace mature trees, which take many years to grow. It's not just about numbers of trees. Cutting them down will release a significant amount of carbon into the atmosphere and contribute further to climate change. They'll make the days hotter and the air even more polluted. The plan includes unnecessary and extravagant features, particularly the expanded clubhouse, the 50-bay driving range, and new bright artificial lighting. These are unnecessary. These will also disrupt wildlife, contribute to climate change, and waste money, energy, and resources that could instead be devoted for life-enhancing purposes. We can choose to pursue a more sustainable and more modest plan that still satisfies golfers' needs. We live in a time when climate change, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss are accelerating due to many large and small decisions we make today. I ask yourself to imagine someone alive 100 years from now, living with the many consequences of our present actions, looking back at our time. What would they want us to have done? I hope the National Capital Planning Commission listened to many voices who are overwhelmingly expressing opposition to this currently proposed project. Please reject it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. White. I appreciate you. Sophia Alpizar, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, do you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony? We welcome it.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Alpizar, and I am a DC resident speaking out of personal objection to NPS's plan to expand the Rock Creek Golf Course. I come from the land of trees, the greenest country in the world, Costa Rica, and my country has taught me to protect trees and wildlife everywhere, as it is integral to our world's health and our own survival. As a minority Latina immigrant, I bring a unique perspective to this conversation, one that bridges cultures and emphasizes the universal importance of nature conservation. Today, I want to talk about a treasure gem right here in Washington, D.C., Rock Creek Park. Just as Costa Rica has taught me the importance of conservation, Rock Creek Park serves as a powerful reminder of why we must protect our natural spaces. Rock Creek Park is not just a park, it's a vital green lung of our city, a refuge for wildlife and a sanctuary for our community. Spanning 2,100 acres, this park provides a lush escape from the urban hustle and offers critical habitat for a diverse array of species. In the heart of our nation's capital, Rock Creek Park stands as a testament for the importance of preserving natural spaces. Much like Costa Rica's Forest Law 7575, which bans the conversion of forests into other land uses, we need strong protections for Rock Creek Park. This means advocating for policies that prevent any developments or activities that could harm this natural beauty and ecological integrity. The proposed expansion of the golf course threatens to cause extensive deforestation, endanger protected wildlife, and further erode our precious American land. The National Links Trust argued that expanding the golf course will make it more accessible to minority communities, but this perspective is both tokenizing and presumptive. It assumes that increasing access to a golf course addresses the broader issues of racial and economic inequality, while ignoring the real and pressing needs of those communities. Token gestures do little to address the systemic barriers many minorities face and often divert attention from more meaningful forms of support and inclusion. Moreover, this expansion contributes to the larger issue of deforestation and climate change, which disproportionately impacts minority groups. Environmental degradation and climate-related disasters often hit marginalized communities hardest, exacerbating existing inequality. The focus on short-term goals like expanding a golf course pales in comparison to the long-term imperative of protecting our planet. The immediate gain of increasing access to a golf course should not overshadow the far-reaching impact of preserving natural ecosystems that serve as critical buffers against climate change and environmental harm. Let us embrace the lessons from my country and commit ourselves to safeguarding Rock Creek Park by rejecting this damaging initiative and respecting the park's natural resources. Each of us has a role to play in ensuring Rock Creek Park remains a vibrant, healthy, and accessible sanctuary for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alpizar. I appreciate you. Next, we have Danny Denenberg.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this time and space. And thank you as well for all of the speakers who have come before me who are opposed to this short-sighted project.
Hold on, I just want to say you have 3 minutes. Okay, there you go.
Yes, okay, thank you. So I'm an acupuncturist and a humane educator by trade, but a concerned citizen, a conservationist, an outdoor enthusiast here today. For 33 years, I've written letters to legislators, judges, and other individuals in positions of authority. And this binder here is filled with all of the responses that I've ever received in that time. So you can see how thick that is. The reason I bring that up is because it's said that for every 10 letters that are written or submitted, that 10,000 views are represented. So I happen to be off of work today. I happen to have the privilege of speaking here. And I'd like you to consider that my voice represents at least 100 people who couldn't join us here today. Those are the voices of all of the creatures in the land that we're representing, all of the youth that have been left out of this conversation, and all of the groups of people who have also been left out of the conversation that people have highlighted already. The proposed plan has already been mentioned that countless organizations that care for streams, trees, wildlife have been left out of the conversation. It was developed in a silo. I consider myself one of those people. I volunteer at the city's only wildlife rehabilitation center, DC City Wildlife. And I've directly experienced what rehabilitation looks like. This project, guys, is under the title of rehabilitation. There is no true rehabilitation happening here. This has already been highlighted by many speakers. I believe it's a euphemism for destruction. It's a project. If this project comes to fruition, we will see countless more animals who have fallen from their nests, who have collided with windows, who have been interfered with by humans, who are harmed by the machinery that's ridding of the trees. And this doesn't even consider the insects and other creatures who have not been spoken about today. All of the other things that have been highlighted, I will save time there. So just to say that there's no good that comes from this plan, and it's irreversible. I recently saw a 12-year-old boy at our clinic with ADHD who deals with anger issues, and I assigned him time in nature, specifically trees, as a prescription. This is because we inherently know that mental and physical benefits of being in green. There was a recent study through the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health that showed this. Countless studies show this. My dad taught me how to plant trees when I was a kid, and then went on to plant hundreds more in Southern California, the Pacific Northwest, and here in DC. And I plan on giving that same gift to my children someday. Let's ask ourselves what we want our legacy to be. What do we want our legacy to be? We wouldn't want our homes destroyed so that we can destroy the homes. We can't destroy the homes of others. It's plain and simple golden rule. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Denenberg. Our next speaker is Hunter Robb. Are you present?
Hello, yes, I am present.
Okay, hi. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak. Without further ado, I'll just dive right into it. Countless studies have proven that habitat destruction is the leading cause of bird population decline. Because of this and the unique importance of the Rock Creek Golf Course, it is imperative that we reduce the number of trees to be removed. The forest habitats here are vital to the success of many bird species because it provides safe and reliable breeding grounds for many species of birds. Many of the birds that frequently inhabit the course are declining in population because of our actions. I'd like to talk today about two such species, the wood thrush and the purple martin. The wood thrush is a very special bird, not just because it is DC's official bird, or because it is the course's logo, but because it is an umbrella species. This means that the wood thrush has been determined as a species that indirectly protects many other species. Their presence indicates to other migratory species that this land is safe. Studies done by the Smithsonian Migratory Bird Center have determined that the leading cause of their over 60% population decline over the last 50 years is because of the habitat loss here in North America. This, I would like you to take into note. Also, there are far more wood thrush reportings and far more deforestation happening in South America. But so to have their leading cause be the habitat loss here in North America is of heavy importance. The Rock Creek Golf Course is a unique landscape for numerous reasons. One such reason is because it is one of the few safe places in all of DC for the purple martin. With a decreasing population of 0.5% each year, it is imperative to protect these species. On the east coast of the United States, these birds almost entirely solely rely on the homes that we build for them. The history of why that is quite fascinating, but not relevant today. What is important is that the driving range plan increase of lights, as well as the increase in human behavior and likely increase of house sparrows and European starlings, all pose threats to the lives and breeding success of the purple martins, a bird of which will not just be able to fly elsewhere to Rock Creek. It relies almost entirely solely on the homes and infrastructures that we build for it. It can't use other aspects of Rock Creek Park reliably. For starters, I recommend that the number of trees be reduced by reducing the size of the proposed meadow and teaching/practicing area and removing the pedestrian bicycle path. Other possible solutions that will help the course for both the golfers and wildlife, I have no doubt, also exist, but they can be discussed at a later time or whenever time permits, really. I would also be happy to help however I can. Thank you for your time, consideration, and efforts today. That is all I have. I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rob. Okay, so that concludes the previous 5 speakers. I'm going to see if the commissioners have any questions for any of the previous 5 speakers. I don't see any hands raised. Of course, there's more than one screen. Okay, so I do want to point out a couple of things. I want to reiterate something that our Chair Goodman has said earlier. First of all, with the number of speakers that we've had thus far, I want to thank everyone for staying within their time limit, because that's important, because we still have 144 speakers to go, and we want to make sure we hear from everyone. So that's your right to speak, and we want to hear from you. If, on the other hand, you wish to associate yourself with the comments of any previous speaker or echo the sentiments, you have that option as well. It is an option, but we want to hear from everyone. So thank you. All right, going into the next group of 5, we have Christopher Durtrow, followed by Dusty Horwit, followed by Wayne Savage, Brian Wee, and Donald Collins. Christopher Durtrow, are you present? Christopher Durtrow?
I don't believe he's present.
Dusty Horwit? Dusty Horwit?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we welcome your testimony. Yes, we can hear you. We welcome your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
I live in Washington, D.C., near Rock Creek Park. I would like to encourage the commission to prohibit the outdoor lighting proposed for nighttime use of golfing activities. I've recently learned about the harmful effects of outdoor lighting on animals and plants, and think that outdoor lighting for golf inside the national park that is intended to protect many species of animals and plants is not a good idea, despite the measures being proposed for minimizing light pollution. As the federal government recommends in its comprehensive plan for the national capital, we should use lighting only where needed for safety and use only the amount of light necessary. The outdoor lighting for golf is not necessary for safety. Golf is a sport that can be enjoyed during the day. The commission should focus this plan on enhancing the golf course for play during daylight hours. I'm also concerned about the cutting of trees that would occur, and I urge the commission not to approve this plan as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durtrow.
Mr. Horwit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horwit. I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize for that. Wayne Savage, are you next? Are you present? Wayne Savage?
He's here. Hold one moment, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Savage, you are representing Dark Sky DC, and so you have 5 minutes to provide your comments.
Yes, I believe I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
You are unmuted. Did you hear us representing Dark Sky DC? You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Wayne Savage, representing Dark Sky DC. We're an environmental group, working to reduce light pollution in the nation's capital. We support renovation of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course, but strongly oppose nighttime lighting of the driving range, practice green, and ancillary facilities. Such a vast array of outdoor lighting is unprecedented in the 100-year history of the golf course. The proposed lighting would violate the comprehensive plan for the national capital by increasing light pollution in one of the last remaining sites of expansive darkness within Washington, D.C. At a minimum, any outdoor lighting must be dark sky compliant. Light pollution is excessive or poorly directed outdoor light. The comprehensive plan recognizes that light pollution can, quote, diminish the experience of a park and negatively affect adjoining uses. The comprehensive plan further states, and again I quote, plants and animals depend on the cycle of light and dark for critical behaviors, including eating, sleep, reproduction, navigation, and protection from predators. The golf course and adjacent forests are a refuge of darkness in an overlit metropolis. It's an ecosystem where nocturnal animals have adapted to darkness at night. For example, 5 species of bats are found in the park, including 2 facing extinction. In short, the site is uniquely dark, and its ecosystem is uniquely dependent on darkness. National Links Trust envisions nighttime lighting of the driving range and practice green, plus a restaurant with outdoor seating open well into the evening. This includes dozens of outdoor light fixtures for pedestrian walkways, a restaurant patio, 2 parking lots, and an access road. The illuminated driving range could not possibly receive dark sky certification because its top tracer system requires light that's directed upward. As the Park Service admits, this contradicts one of the principles of sustainable night lighting. The Park Service attempts to assuage concerns about the top tracer lighting by telling us that surrounding vegetation would help contain the light. In other words, the light would shine onto adjacent forests that provide wildlife habitat. We're told that illuminance levels on the driving range have been reduced, but they're still as high as 1.2 foot candles. That's actually within the range specified for interstate highways in the District of Columbia. We're told that lighting will be shut off between civil and astronomical twilight. Well, many bat species forage during twilight, sometimes before sunset. In some cases, they're foraging on insects that are only available during twilight. Pointing light downward in compliance with the dark sky principles is good practice. But a percentage of downward directed light would reflect off the ground, shining into the sky. The Park Service's environmental assessment clearly shows this phenomenon. 2 different federal elements of the comprehensive plan admonish the government to restrict outdoor light. The Parks and Open Space element says, quote, the federal government should use lighting only where needed for safety and use only the amount of light necessary. The federal environment element says, quote, the federal government should operate lighting only when needed and at appropriate light levels. Nighttime lighting of the driving range, practice green, and restaurant is not needed because there will be ample opportunity for the public to enjoy those facilities during daylight hours, especially during warm weather months when dusk comes later in the evening. We commend efforts by the National Park Service to improve the lighting scheme since the Commission's last meeting, but marginal improvements haven't corrected a fundamental flaw. Unlike other sites where lighting is appropriate, such as the Monumental Core or the golf course at Haynes Point, Rock Creek Park is unique, a so-called nighttime activity hub with a vast array of outdoor lights in the middle of the park is simply incompatible with the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the Commission must reject the current renovation proposal unless the entire facility is closed at dark, consistent with the custom for 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savage. Brian Wee, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
I see it's Dr. Wee. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
My name is Brian Wee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am a retired PhD ecologist and government relations professional. I'm presenting my concerns about the endangered Hay Springs amphipod that lives in and around Rock Creek Golf Course. This testimony involves the science and metapopulation dynamics and specific regulatory requirements of the Endangered Species Act, the ESA. The technical details have been submitted under separate cover as written testimony. Now, the proposed rehabilitation plan for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course is reasonably likely to result in adverse effects on the endangered amphipod. The amphipod, which exists nowhere else in the world, exists as a metapopulation along a 2.5-mile stretch of Rock Creek. Now, what is a metapopulation? It is essentially a network of sites connected by dispersion routes. Just like humans use the road network to move from neighborhood to neighborhood, the amphipods utilize these dispersion corridors to colonize other neighborhoods. Their gradual movement through the landscape enables gene flow and hedges the risks to any one amphipod site being wiped out by any event. Now, the Fish and Wildlife Service, which the NPS has consulted regarding the amphipod, has previously stated in writing that this network of amphipod neighborhoods may be disrupted by disturbances such as forest clearing. Any habitat degradation for this highly sensitive species threatens gene flow and the spreading out of these individuals within Rock Creek. Now, very importantly, ESA regulations require that the government consider possible impacts to endangered species, and I quote from regulation, quote, outside the immediate area involved in the action, end quote. This includes habitat adjacent to the golf course, which may be part of this network of amphipod sites. Now, there is no evidence in any publicly accessible documents that the National Park Service has acknowledged a threat of habitat degradation to the network. And I again stress network, it is not just sites, because the NPS has rightfully referred in its documentation to sites. But as the common saying goes, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. If you break the connectivity in the chain of neighborhoods, you endanger a species protected under the Endangered Species Act. The ESA regulations allow for a formal consultation to be utilized under these conditions instead of an informal consultation that was employed by the NPS. Further details of this remedy are included in my written testimony. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Dr. We appreciate it. Next, we have Donald Collins. Are you present, Donald Collins? I think not. So commissioners, do you have any questions of the previous 4 speakers?
Vice Chair Hewlett, yes. Of Mr. Brian Wee related to Fish and Wildlife consultation. And with that, I would bring up Nick Bartolomeo just to describe the consultation process and that we are continually moving through.
Thanks, Tammy. And hi again, Dr. Wee. Section 7 is a process. Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act is a process, and that's the section under which we engage in consultation with Fish and Wildlife Service. Now, since the beginning of this process, they have been involved in the planning. They've been on 2 site visits to the course. We've engaged in multiple conversations, and we continue to do so, which is part of the informal consultation process, which is what we're under right now. What you're describing, Dr. Wee, is a formal consultation, which would require that we would have come to the conclusion that we're going to affect harm on the endangered species. And we have not come to that conclusion. And we're continuing to work with Fish and Wildlife Service on the determination of how we may or may not be affecting the amphipod and other endangered species in the Rock Creek Golf Course boundary. So that process is ongoing. It will continue to be ongoing until we reach a determination.
Thank you, Mr. Bartolomeo. That's it.
Oh, Tammy, just one more thing. I mean, the National Park Service works, strenuously to mitigate impacts to threatened and endangered species. I cannot foresee a time when we would engage in something called take, which is what Dr. Wee is describing, where we would be harming a species, killing it. That simply is not going to happen. We would continue to mitigate until we found the balance that we would protect that species and reach a determination called may affect but not likely to adversely affect. That's a technical term. And that's what we're going to get to. And we really, and we're working very hard with Fish and Wildlife Service. So we'll continue to do this engagement to reduce any impacts on any endangered and threatened species. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Commissioner Statham, was that your only question?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other commissioner questions? And if not, seeing none, I am happy to turn this over to our illustrious chair, Chair Goodman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hewlett. I appreciated the break, and I'll take the next 20 speakers. So we'll begin right away. Our next speaker is Nancy Isle, followed by Guy Brandenburg, Wayne Kerr, Tasmina Tazin, and Dolores Bushong. So Nancy, are you here?
I don't believe she's here, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is Guy Brandenburg present, representing the National Capital Astronomers? Okay, well, if these people show up, you will let me know. I know. Thank you very much. Megan?
Mr. Brandenburg, can you speak?
Okay. Mr. Brandenburg, we see your name. Is your microphone on? Mr. Brandenburg, I'm going to listen for you, and I'll have Megan watch you, and I'll move on to Wayne Kerr because I cannot hear you. Is Wayne Kerr available?
Mr. Kerr is not here.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, there we have Mr. Brandenburg, I think.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
My name is Guy Brandenburg, and I'm speaking on behalf of National Capital Astronomers, NCA, an educational nonprofit 501(c) group, which has been holding free public astronomy sessions on the west side of Rock Creek Park every month, weather permitting, since 1948. And that's less than a mile from this golf course. I'm the current president of NCA and a member of Dark Sky International. So I concur with the remarks of my co-member, Wayne Savage, a couple speakers before. Our next Exploring the Sky event is in 2 days, Saturday, September 7th. It's free and you're all invited. This testimony is in addition to my printed testimony, which was co-signed by the entire board of NCA. We urge you to reject this plan and to tell NPS and NLT to come up with a different plan that does, 1, not require removing over 1,000 trees, and 2, that does not involve nighttime illumination for all the reasons that people have said before. I'm not a golfer. I'm just a retired math teacher, gardener, parent, hiker, and lover of nature. Even though I'm a DC native, neither I nor any of my family had ever visited Rock Creek Golf Course before this spring, even though I taught for 2 years at the Milton Jewish Day School just on the other side of 16th Street. And we all missed out on the loveliest and most bucolic place anywhere inside the Beltway. I've now visited it several times, both by day and by night, and find it to be the darkest place I know of anywhere inside the Beltway at night. The only direct lightning visible in much of the course is from fireflies and aircraft. All the street lights in Rock Creek Park were very wisely turned off over 40 years ago, precisely to safeguard the night itself and the creatures who need the dark. The vast majority of the trees on the course appear to me to be in excellent health, except for the fact that many of them are covered with alien invasive vines. The fairways are often in poor shape, and the roughs are often filled with nasty invasives like Asiatic tear thumb, also known as Persicaria perfoliata. The fact that NLT has apparently done nothing about these problems in the 4 years that they've been in charge, and that they, according to their testimony at meetings we've had with them, less than 1.5 full-time groundskeepers, does not inspire confidence. And as Ms. Dubuis, I think it was, pointed out, removing vines is not in their budget or plan. My friends and acquaintances, black or white, who do play golf, all told me that they love this course for its beauty the way it is. They agree about the problems with, the vines and stuff. But they're 100% opposed to the idea of cutting down over 1,000 trees and installing an illuminated driving range. When I asked Michael Stakowitz back in, I think it was July, whether they had actually done a survey of the golfers or the public about what they would like, he admitted that they had done no such thing. When I found out last spring that NLT is planning to install this illuminated nighttime golf driving range less than a mile from our observing site, I was very alarmed, knowing the brightness of the average nighttime driving range and how much harder those lights would make it for folks to see anything through our scopes. And a visit by me to a Top Golf range near National Harbor, which uses the same technology or similar technology, alarmed me even more since it's lit up like Las Vegas and stays open till midnight. Now, we were told that the lights of the proposed driving range would employ top tracer technology, but not be lit up like Top Golf sites. And we've been assured that the lights would not go more than 50 yards, which my knowledge of physics says is impossible. The NLT plans we saw earlier this afternoon include a lovely photo that they had used in the spring of an unlabeled, dimly lit driving range in Florida that's called Claremont National. And I looked up that range using Google search, and from its publicity photos, it's clear that the lights at Claremont actually go a very, very long way, many hundreds of yards. And I guess if they didn't, then the golfers probably couldn't see where their balls actually landed. Now, I'm not quite sure whether the current plans for the range call for berm lighting, which shoots the light up into the sky, or downward lighting, since the plan seems to keep changing. At first, the planners claimed that their lighting would comply with Dark Sky International guidelines, but they had to walk back that claim. The latest plan that I saw, that I guess we all saw an hour ago or so, includes lighting across the access road, the parking lot, footpaths, restaurant, patio. And I appreciate the offer I heard to turn off the driving range lights early for our astronomy events on one night a month, but all that lighting will wreak havoc with all of the night creatures that live there on the other 350 plus nights.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your participation and your contribution. We're just trying to stay on schedule, as you know, so we're moving forward. Has Wayne Kerr appeared?
No.
Ms. Huddle-Cox, no. Dolores Bichon, are you there to speak?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yes.
You will have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you for sharing with us.
Okay, thank you so much. Rehabilitating Rock Creek Golf Course after decades of use and neglect is necessary. However, the current NPS NLT plan will permanently damage this beautiful ecosystem. The various components that make this such a special place are linked together, and one cannot be separated from the other without harming the whole. Playing golf here is unlike the other two courses owned by NPS. The naturalness of this area is what makes this course so unique. Removing so many trees, especially trees over 100 inches in circumference, adding nighttime lighting, and building much larger facilities takes away the natural and will negatively affect the creatures who live here. Of particular concern is the introduction of nighttime lighting in this area. I was a member of the 8-person Streetlight Advisory Panel appointed by Mayor Bowser to work with the city to come up with the best plan to replace all of the city's streetlights with LED fixtures. During that time, I heard from many speakers about the effects of lighting on humans and animals, read hundreds of pages of research, met with lighting manufacturers, and discussed the pros and cons of various lighting options. What did I learn? Artificial lighting has serious impacts on all living things. Please do not endorse nighttime lighting on Rock Creek Golf Course. For 100 years, the golf course has closed at dusk. Now, more than ever, we need to maintain a park area that lets us enjoy nature as it was, one that is free of artificial light. Artificial light on a driving range, on a practice green, or in a restaurant will have a negative effect for nocturnal wildlife. The negative effects of artificial light cannot be eliminated. Please keep with current practice and close the entire facility at dusk. Vote against this NLPT plan. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
Thank you so much. We did not have 5 speakers, but we do have 2 speakers that we can ask questions of. Do any of our commissioners?
Madam Chair, before,
Yeah.
I believe we skipped over number 44, Tasmima Tazin.
My apologies. I thought she did not appear. Thank you.
No, she is here.
Tasmina is here. Very good. Well, Ms. Tazin, please, you have 3 minutes, and I apologize for overlooking you.
No problem. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tasmima Tazin. I have a bachelor's in environmental studies, an MD, and I'm a concerned taxpayer and homeowner in Rockville, Maryland. I'm opposed to the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Project. 1,139 trees will be removed, and 225 more will be considered for additional removal. While the project states half of these are dead or unsafe, the dead trees remain a habitat for wildlife and their root systems essential to forest microarchitecture. A tree is only unsafe if a trail is placed there. There is no trail there. This deforestation is entirely elective. Planting replacement trees and native meadows will not mimic nor even come close to supporting the biodiversity, erosion prevention, carbon capture capability, nor flood control that an established forested area already does. An endangered and protected species, the long-eared bat, and other predators, snakes, and coyotes, limit pests like mosquitoes, mice, and rats. These items have ramifications for my and our properties. The increased risk of flooding could lead to the requirement to purchase flood insurance, something not covered in the evaluation. The lack of natural predators will lead to increased pesticide use that can lead to toxic runoff and expense for the township, not to mention even more bug bites. Public land should be sustained for public use, especially when the proposed recreational function is accommodated by at least 10 other golf courses in the immediate area, while land for conservation use continues to disappear under new construction to the primary benefit of developers. Why must every citizen bear the burden for the leisure of the select few? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tazin. Okay, now do commissioners have questions for these 3 people, Ms. Bijong, Ms. Tazin, or Mr. Guy Brandenburg? Are there any questions? I presume we've not seen Mr. Kerr or Ms. Isle appear.
Chair Goodman, we wanted to clarify the lighting piece with
Okay.
Mr. Guy
Mr. Brandenburg, sure. Mhm.
And with that, I'll bring up Michael Stakowitz,
Okay.
and we will be brief.
I appreciate Mr. Brandenburg's comments, along with Mr. Savage's before him and Mr. Horowitz's about lighting. I want to clear up a few things. We have engaged with Mr. Brandenburg and Mr. Savage and Dark Sky DC chapter folks, a bunch of times actually on this. We've shared plans back and forth, and as Ms. Hare mentioned in her presentation, we engaged one of the designers, or NLT engaged one of the designers that they recommended, who's known for dark sky compliant lighting. And then we took the 2 designs, both, the one that was done originally and this dark sky compliant one, and went to the experts at the National Park Service's Night Sound and Natural Sounds and Night Skies Division. And you saw in the presentation the result of that, with more light throughout the driving range and more light at 100-foot elevation and with 70-foot poles. But technically, it would be dark sky compliant. So NPS had to make a judgment call on the 2, and the berm lighting is definitely seen as something that is more conducive with its warmer lights and setting up that timer to match biotic rhythms to minimize the effect on wildlife. Mr. Brandenburg brought up the lighting effect on the monthly astronomy meeting. Equally distant from that spot is the where the nature center is the tennis center, which is lit until 10 o'clock every night, regardless of time of year, and with metal halide lights and not shielded, and flooding the lights, flooding the area. This is a lot more environmentally friendly way to do this. And we hope that what we learn from doing this, we can expand to the tennis center someday or the other golf courses in DC, ending up with being a net positive. I would also point out the golf course is not in the middle of Rock Creek. It's directly adjacent to 16th Street. And as Brian mentioned, in new ball, and I want to talk about the new ball tracking technology. This is not Topgolf, where you're using their technology to limit the amount of lighting that we have. I think that kind of gets to everything. Just know that it isn't just vegetation that is containing the light. At the end of the range, we have detected through our designs no light spill once you get to the other end of the range.
Thank you very much for those clarifications. And I have been alerted by staff that we have a limit on our recording of this Zoom. So we are going to have to take a 5-minute or 10-minute break. And I'm going to ask Ms. Huddlecox to advise on that, if it's 5 or 10-minute break. And when we disconnect, we're going to have to reconnect once we come back on. Okay, so everyone will have to do that, and I do apologize, but this is a tech break, not meant to discourage anyone from participating. We do need to do this. Ms. Huddlecox, do you want to break now at 4:35 and reconvene at 4:40?
Yes, that would be great. And just to clarify, individuals who are on the Zoom meeting do not need to leave, and the Zoom meeting will continue to run. This is for our live streaming service to get reset. And so if you're on the Zoom, you can stay where you are. If you are watching the live stream, you will likely need to refresh your browser because we will be rebooting the live stream. So 5 minutes and we should be set.
Okay, so 4:40, please rejoin. We have a quorum. Everyone's back. Thank you. I'm going to move to the next group of 5 speakers, and we have Joseph McGuire, followed by Alexandra Underwood, Patricia O'Kane, Elizabeth Crawford, and Luke Walwork. And we'll begin with Mr. McGuire, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Mr. McGuire, I see you there.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joe McGuire, and I support the revised plan submitted by NLT and the NPS. I'm a 49-year resident of Washington, D.C. and a former ANC commissioner. I run and walk in the park several times a week, including this morning. I'm also an avid golfer. I don't belong to a country club, but play mostly on the Montgomery County courses, East Potomac Park and Langston. Very close to Rock Creek Golf Course, and have played at many over the friends and family, but in 10 years or so. The course has always been in bad shape, with the back nine particularly close to unplayable. There's no practice range and very limited pro shop or grill. It is a shame the course is in such ill repair. I and many of my fellow golfers were delighted to learn the course would be rehabilitated. The revised plan, which we're talking about today, is balanced and innovative. It responds to community input. Designed by golf course architects with extensive experience renovating William Flynn design golf courses. It has been painstakingly researched and revised by environmental and other experts. Community input has been continuously sought and factored throughout this process, contrary to statements made by some. It will generate new interest in the course and help attract new golfers, especially kids who have limited access to the game of golf. The driving range will provide critical revenue to help fund ongoing course maintenance, which has never been adequately performed due to the lack of funding. The ecological paths will allow non-golfers to experience and enjoy the refurbished area. It is rare that a golf course design includes such a benefit to non-golfers. It would also allow safe entrance to the course from Rock Creek Park and 16th Street for walkers and bicyclists. Based on community input, the plan will result in a long-term net gain in tree canopy by decreasing the number of trees to be removed. It includes the planting of 1,500 to 2,000 trees. For every healthy native tree to be removed, 3 will be planted. The external impact of lighting for the pedestrian paths, clubhouse, and the practice green has been reduced. Lighting for the short game practice area has been eliminated. East Potomac Golf Course and Langston are thriving attractions for golfers of all levels of ability. Rock Creek Golf Course is moribund. The course was a gem 100 years ago when it opened. It can be that again and still maintain and protect the wonderful natural resource that is Rock Creek Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGuire. And next we have Ms. Underwood. Are you present? Yes, I see you there.
Yes. Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can. Thank you. You can
Awesome.
proceed. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you. And thank you to the commission for listening attentively to all of these comments. My name's Alex. I have a background in environmental biology and currently work as an ecological economist of sorts. More importantly, I'm a frequenter of the wonderful treasure that is Rock Creek Park, and I would like to reinforce the comments made by several thus far, specifically by Abby Shepard, representing Extinction Rebellion DC. To sum it up, I would like this rehabilitation plan to be halted and for any future plans to seriously incorporate community and ecologist input. I would prefer an extremely modified plan that gives the back 9 holes back to Mother Nature and does not include a driving range and conducts minimal necessary renovations on existing structures in the front 9 holes. I think my maybe slightly unique contribution here is that I'm informally representing the organization I'm a researcher for, the Center for the Advancement of the Steady State Economy. And I would like to call to attention that there is a fundamental conflict between economic growth, typically measured by GDP, and environmental protection. Like many other government agencies, NPS's mission does not acknowledge this conflict. Their mission is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. Apparently, including cultural resources in this mission statement opens the doorway for NPS to prioritize economic growth over environmental protection, as is the case with the plan in question. I don't doubt that the golf course is a cultural resource to some, like the gentleman who spoke before me, but I do doubt whether this group is a representative of the entire community. On the other hand, the natural resources provided by the habitat that would be cleared if this plan took effect are valuable to the entire community, not just those who are interested in and can afford $24 for 9 holes and $32 for rental equipment. This, the fact that it's a natural resource for all is an objective fact that is true even for individuals who don't visit Rock Creek Park, as they benefit from the carbon sequestration and other ecosystem services it provides. It would appear that the true goal, under the guise of preserving cultural resources, is financial sustainability, aka revenue. NTS is a nonprofit, so I would like to know what this revenue will be used for: to build or rehabilitate additional golf courses, for environmental projects. It is counterintuitive to destroy natural resources in order to raise funds to preserve them. Sadly, this is how much of the environmental work that takes place around the world happens. Our planet's finite resources are being bulldozed by an economic growth machine that is largely. Okay, thanks. That's all.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your comments. Thank you very much, Ms. Underwood. Okay, Patricia O'Kane, you have 3 minutes to speak. Do we have Patricia?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we can
see
see you and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I teach environmental justice at the University of Vermont. My expertise is in citizen engagement to protect natural resources. I'm currently researching legal protection for urban trees because they're our best and cheapest climate solution. Collectively, trees can lower temperatures in a concrete city by as much as a life-saving 10 degrees. They pump out oxygen, they filter and slow down stormwater, they remove pollutants from the air, helping millions of children with asthma to breathe, and they greatly benefit our mental health. Yet across the country, cities and developers are destroying mature trees. This is because of weak or non-existent municipal protection, greed, the historical attitude that trees are replaceable widgets, contradictory government policies, and powerful consumptive sports lobbies like the turf industrial complex. This proposal is a textbook example of all of these issues and an environmental injustice. I'll focus on just two issues. Number one, the NPS proposal makes a mockery of municipal tree protection laws, and it's eroding local democracy. DC citizens worked for 2 decades to craft some of the nation's strongest tree protection laws. Washington is one of the only cities that protects large trees on both public and private property. The 237 heritage trees the NPS will destroy are towering giants over 100 feet tall and over a century old, a small army of massive air conditioners. Legally, the NPS doesn't have to respect DC's hard-fought tree laws, but it should. Mature trees are our children's life insurance. To turn them into furniture for a fancy clubhouse is the privatization of a public good that we urgently need to mitigate climate emergencies. 2, the NPS proposal shows the total lack of coordination between government agencies. The NPS will destroy heritage trees next to a neighborhood with some of the city's highest heat exposure scores, which is why that ward is demanding that the NPS comply with DC's tree laws. Rock Creek Park is a whopping 16 degrees cooler than the district's hottest neighborhoods because of trees. This proposal to cut trees to reduce shade for turf grass will increase heat in that immediate area. Did the NPS consult with Keep DC Cool about this plan? Did the NPS consult with the city's chief climate and resiliency officer? Please halt this dangerous proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. O'Kane. Ms. Crawford.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present my testimony in support of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Project. My opinion expressed here is my own and does not represent that of any organization with which I'm associated. Having been a weed warrior in Rock Creek Park since 2021, I care very much about the health of the natural areas throughout the park. In fact, my first weed warrior experience, my first saved tree, was near the small stream that runs through the lower area of the golf course. At the time, we were frustrated by the poor condition of the area and how badly everything was impacted by invasive plants. It was a great feeling to remove the invasive vines and give new life to the struggling tree, but frustrating to consider the lack of care provided for the natural environment on the golf course. When my fellow weed warriors and I heard about the proposed upgrades to the golf course, we were initially skeptical, given its current condition and years of deferred maintenance. Many of us attended the public scoping meeting in January 2023 to hear about the proposed rehabilitation. After attending the public meetings, asking questions, and listening to responses from NLT and NPS, we were impressed with their sincerity and commitment to succeed, their willingness to take our suggestions seriously, and their genuine desire to make the outcome of the project a healthier natural area, as well as a rehabilitated golf course. I do not see this project only through the lens of the number of trees cut down, but rather in a context that spans hundreds of years of the interaction of the park lands with people who have used it. I see a forested land where indigenous people once cared for and utilized the resources of this place. Then I see European colonists who removed most of the forest and its resources to build their agricultural needs and livelihoods. After that, a young federal government recognized the need to protect the unique natural resources in the area from further development and degradation, but also desired to have it provide recreational opportunities for people. At the present moment, I feel that the leadership of the park clearly sees the urgent need to rehabilitate the golf course and its natural surroundings. Together with NLT, they've come up with a plan that protects and improves the natural area and respects the historic significance of the golf course and its value to our community as a resource for everyone. The health of so many of the forest and forest patches on non-federal land in the district are seriously compromised by invasive plants and lack of care. Many are threatened with outright destruction. It thus seems inconsistent to oppose this effort by NPS and the National Links Trust, where the outcome will be both improved amenities for people and a significantly improved natural environment throughout the golf course and area of the park. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
I'm just going to leave it off. Sorry. I want to thank you very much, Ms. Crawford, for your remarks, and I will move on now to Luke Walwork. You have 3 minutes. Luke, are you present?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, Luke, you have the floor for 3 minutes to please provide your testimony. Thank you for coming today.
Hi, I'd like to thank the commission for all your thoughtful work here, and would also like to associate my comments with Ms. Crawford. And I just want to lend my support to a sense of community to the game of golf, and not to mention the world-class architect who's coming in to potentially build the golf course. So I just want to lend my support to the project, and thank the commission for your thoughtfulness throughout this process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walwork. And that concludes our series of 5 spokespeople. And do we have questions from any of the commissioners for these 5 individuals? Any questions? I don't see any hands up. I don't hear anything, so let's move on. Next group of 5, we have Dale Cooper, followed by Mark Irwin, David Seifert, Carolyn Marsh, and Chris Stanley. Mr. Cooper, are you available? Ms. Huddle-Cox, is Mr. Cooper on?
No, I don't believe that he is.
Okay, then we will move to Mr. Mark Irwin. Mr. Mark Irwin, are you here today to speak, to testify? Ms. Huddle-Cox, do we see Mark Irwin in the waiting room?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. David Seifert? David Seifert, available?
Yes, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, David. Proceed.
Great, thank you.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. And I'm here speaking in support of the revised Rock Creek Park rehabilitation project. As a DC resident living in Mount Pleasant next to Rock Creek Park, I'm very excited about the prospect of the project for my family and the community. Affordable and accessible golf is tough to come by in DC. It can take upwards of an hour to reach DC's other public courses from where I live in the city. NLT's project takes this affordable and accessible initiative forward by taking a balanced approach to rehabilitating a historical site that has seen deferred maintenance for decades. I'm especially pleased how the project takes careful consideration of the community and environment into account, including a long-term net gain of tree canopy, pollinator meadow, and walking trail that golfers and non-golfers can both enjoy alike. As a neighbor of the park, I fully support the project and look forward to introducing my kids to the game through it, including use of the driving range around school hours and work hours. Projects like these are some of the reasons why I look forward to staying in DC long-term. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Seifert. We appreciate your testimony today. Carolyn Marsh. Ms. Marsh, are you present?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Carolyn Marsh.
I live in Forest Hills, adjacent to Rock Creek Park, and I'm the mother of 3 elementary age children. I'm also here to offer my support for the renovation plan. Alongside more than half of the commenters and thousands of petition signers who joined me in this support, we personally fell in love with golf during the pandemic when we began frequenting Langston to use the driving range and play the course with our children, who are now ages 12, 10, and 6. DC's municipal courses are a crucial resource for us, giving us affordable access to a shared activity that we love, enjoying the recreation and the time in nature. It's also an important source of community for us, where we meet and play with other DC residents from all over the city through leagues, camps, and lessons. We support the investment into this amenity so that it can continue to nurture and attract DC residents for decades to come. We are in favor of the design and appreciate the care taken to support the local Rock Creek ecosystem. Commissioners, thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. March. We appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for sharing. And next we have Mr. Chris Stanley, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Is Mr. Stanley present?
I am. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Stanley, you have the floor. We have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to convey my strong support for the proposed Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation Project. My name's Chris Stanley. My wife and I have been fortunate to live in the city about 5 minutes from Rock Creek Golf Course for almost 16 years. We have 2 daughters, ages 12 and 15, and I hope to get them as excited about the game of golf as I was at their ages, growing up in Silver Spring and playing municipal courses in the area. Mine is one of the over 5,600 signatures on the letter of support for this project. The project is the result of the efforts of an exceptionally talented team and considerable private funding. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform the course into an amazing golf facility and asset for the current and prospective golfers of all ages, as well as the community at large. As retired federal employees, my wife and I fully appreciate and support the mission of this commission to preserve and enhance the extraordinary historical, cultural, and natural resources and federal assets of the National Capital Region, to support the needs of the federal government and enrich the lives of the region's visitors, workers, and residents. And this project would meet the NCPC mission statement in every regard. As often as possible, I take my girls to practice their budding golf abilities. Early this summer, I took my 12-year-old to East Potomac Park driving range, which is currently the closest driving range to our house. As we hit balls, I asked her if she would like to take lessons during the summer, and she looked at me and said, "Sure, but I'd really just rather come out with you." And that is what this project is really about to me. It will take a federal asset that currently operates at a small percentage of its potential and transform it into a remarkable resource for my family and all the other families in the area. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the hard work of the National Park Service, NCPC, and the NLT to get to this point. And I would urge your strong support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. We appreciate your comments today. And that concludes this section of 5 speakers. And so if there are any
Madam Chair, we were able to find Mr. Cooper, so if you could call him again.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Is Mr. Dale Cooper available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Cooper. You have the floor. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony today.
I am too calling in today in support of the planned rehabilitation by National Links Trust at Rock Creek Golf. I picked up playing golf during the pandemic, and it's really changed my life. And right around the same time, the National Links Trust took over the 3 DC golf courses, and their commitment not only to golf and to the golfers that come to these courses, but to the community at large is just unquestioned. They have a scholarship program that's at Langston. They organize cleanups of the golf course regularly, of all 3 golf courses regularly, where people can come in and volunteer their time, and those volunteer opportunities are always full, and you have always people who are willing to help out because they recognize that the mission of the National Links Trust is not only to golf and golfers, but the community at large. And that's the biggest thing here is just that commitment really shines through, and you can see it when you go to some of these golf courses that were in complete and utter disrepair before they started their work. And not only have the golf courses improved, but the opportunities for the community members to be involved, for people who have never come close to a golf course to be involved it's truly a shining example. And yeah, so there's no doubt in my mind that the proposed plan will not only enhance the golf opportunity at Rock Creek Golf, but will really welcome in the community at large. So just thank the commission for letting me get some time to speak, and hoping this goes through.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Cooper. And now I will again ask the commissioners. We have 4 speakers. We have Mr. Cooper. Mr. Irwin was not here, but Mr. Seifert, Ms. Marsh, and Mr. Stanley. Any questions for these 4 speakers in this last section? Any questions? Hearing none, I want to thank those speakers for their contributions. Moving on, we have the next group of 5 includes Ms. Liz Shinost, followed by Roberto Herrera, Diane Wilkins, Mike Buchwald, and Thomas, I'm going to say Bueno. I'm not sure how that's pronounced, but I apologize in advance if that was massacred. Here we have first speaker, Ms. Liz Shinost. Is she Shinost? Is she here? Ms. Hodel Cox?
Yes, she is. Are you able to speak, Miss?
Ms. Shinost?
Can you try speaking now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. We can. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Sure, 3 minutes to make your testimony.
Thank you. I am speaking in support of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehabilitation. I'm only speaking in a capacity simply as a member of this greater community and as a golfer. To keep my comments short, I'll summarize by saying that I support the work this team has done in their research and diligence to bring the full possibility of this place to life. And while they're making it more affordable and accessible for the community, they are doing it in a thoughtful manner while also considering and mitigating environmental impacts and with a long-term view of the health and well-being of the amazing plant life there. And they are also thinking long-term by ensuring it requires fewer resources to maintain the course as they plan for new turf grass, increased airflow, and sunlight. I found this plan to be a great example in thinking how we can best utilize space to include multi-use recreation for things like jogging, walking, and hiking trails, and things like a picnic pavilion as well. But also from my viewpoint as a golfer, creating more 9-hole courses, especially par 3, can be such a catalyst for opening up the amazing sport to so many people. I love this game. It brings people outside, gets them moving, and encourages the development of friendships as we play together. These types of thoughtful designs opens this activity up to even more people. I'm looking forward to utilizing this amazing asset with my fellow community members. That's all I came to say. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shinost. We appreciate that. Now we have Mr. Roberto Herrera. Mr. Herrera, are you present?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Proceed, please. Provide your testimony.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission. I genuinely appreciate this opportunity, and I'm here to speak in avid support for the National Links Trust proposed project at Rock Creek Park. It's clear that this project is not just a win for golfers, providing affordable access, as mentioned, to engaging golf from a world-renowned architect, but for non-golfers as well. The community as a whole will benefit greatly from the increased access to green space, recreation, and life-changing programs, as well as many positive environmental outcomes from this project. I would echo some of the previous testimony, particularly Mr. Massey Rich, I believe roughly number 16. And then the more recent ones, Mr. Seifert and Mr. Stanley, they really struck a chord with me personally. I'm a volunteer, and I'm not speaking on behalf of First Tee, but I volunteer as a coach with the organization that is due to receive, the first time it's actually had office space or some dedicated space. It's part of the footprint within that clubhouse, and I think people associate probably what they think a clubhouse at a private facility might look like, but I don't think that's anything what National Links Trust have in mind. They're really looking for community space and space that they can hold events like our organizations can hold meetings such as First Tee. Again, the letter that was mentioned before, 5,600 signatures. I'm one of them. Can't speak enough about this project and the excitement that it brings. And I think the alignment of NPS and NLT is such a positive testament to the necessary collaboration that's gotten it this far. That's all I really have. Again, I appreciate the opportunity, and I urge the commission to approve the project. And out of respect for the commission, I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Herrera. We appreciate your testimony today. Our next speaker is Ms. Diane Wilkins. Ms. Wilkins, are you present?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear and see you. Thank you.
Terrific. Terrific. Madam Chairperson and Commissioners, thank you very much for your attention and your stamina, as well as the opportunity to testify. With respect for all the commenters before, I concur completely with the comments of Jim McGuire and Elizabeth Crawford, as well as the others who preceded me, and I want to offer my wholehearted support for the exciting rehabilitation plan of the Rock Creek Park Golf. Through the inspired vision of the National Links Trust and the contributions of Gil Hans. He's one of the premier golf architects today, and the project is so fortunate to have his dedicated time. This historical site, I believe, will become a model for municipal golf destinations, fostering the love of the game while benefiting diverse uses by the wider community. I've been a golfer for 60 years, and half of that time on municipal courses, including Rock Creek. It's long overdue for rehabilitation, as many have noted. But importantly, in my experience, municipal golf often lives out societal goals of diversity, equity, and inclusion that are too often lacking elsewhere in our lives. This includes age diversity, and a visit to Rock Creek yesterday again showed me the involvement of many young people, and it's quite heartening. They were arriving by a bicycle. They were walking up that road with their clubs on their back. So the other courses that are within the system are really not accessible to these young kids. And to see them all outside enjoying the game was really a lot of fun. And so given the commitment by the NLT to deliver affordable golf, I think this is an inspired project for DC and the surroundings. I applaud the environmental and sustainability modifications presented at the outset of the meeting and endorse the project. And with that, thank you for your time, and out of respect, I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your remarks, Ms. Wilkins. And moving right along, we have our next person who is here to testify is Mr. Mike Buchwald. Is Mike Buchwald on the Zoom?
I don't believe he is.
Okay, and then Mr. Thomas Wojno.
Chair Goodman, thank you very much, and thank you for the time here. Pleased to be with the commission, and I wholeheartedly support NLT's proposal and their long-term strategy to be a contributor not only to the community in a very well-rounded, diverse way, but also with amendments to the plan and concessions that will really help meet everyone halfway on environmental and positive youth development contributions. As somebody, just as Diane had said, as somebody that has come through the game of golf in municipal golf courses growing up, both working and contributing to contributing to society as a golf course employee, caddy, you name it, I've done it in a golf course, and it has given back well more in spades than I have contributed to it. I think it is a space for positive youth development. I applaud NLT and the partnership they have with First Tee to really make a meaningful contribution to diversity, to positive youth development. And I think golf plays a very important part in that. So I am one of the many supporters, the 5,300 signatories for this project. I think the community as a whole, DC will be put on a map for municipal golf as a shining example of what it can be. So often municipal golf is overlooked and underappreciated and underfunded. And that does not create the level playing field that today's youth needs to help foster creativity, growth within the game of golf, growth within their interpersonal skills. It is all of those things that I think golf can bring to the youth of America today. I think this project fosters such an environment, and I think it would be a great thing for the District of Columbia to be seen as an innovator in this space and a trailblazer. So with that, I fully support the project. I thank the commission. I will cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. And now, how do you pronounce it?
Wojno. You had it. You had
is?
it darn
Okay.
close. Thank you.
Okay, Wojno. Thank you very much for your comments. And now we are at the point where I ask the commissioners, do any of the commissioners have questions for the four people who just spoke? Mr. Wojno, Ms. Wilkins, Mr. Herrera, or Ms. Shinost? Any questions from the commission? Any questions from commission? Hearing none. I want to thank the speakers, and I'm going to pass this baton again to the Vice Chair, Ms. Hewlett, for the next 20 speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So the next grouping consists of Daniel Hines, followed by Robert Crane, Stephen Knapp, Dominic Jew, and Maggie Gallagher, I'm sorry. So Daniel Hines, are you present? Yes, you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Hines, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
I'll keep it short and quick because I know this is going to take you all a long time, and I appreciate you giving me time to speak. I would just echo in support of this project and all those that came before me and their comments supporting the project. Too often in these meetings, all you hear from are from the people that are against something, and I think it's impressive the number of supporters that have taken the time out of their day to support this project and support the rehabilitation. I think it's an important project for the community and the park as well. And I would just like to cede the rest of my time and echo everything that the supporters before me have said.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hines. Next speaker, Robert Crane, are you present? Robert Crane?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yep, and we hear you and we see you.
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Well, first, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the project to rehabilitate Rock Creek Golf Course. I'm a golfer who probably plays 20 rounds a year in DC, and I play around the area. Very much a supporter of accessibility of golf courses, and I think that this rehabilitation project will open this course up for a lot more golfers that can necessarily make it over to Langston and East Potomac Park. It's, I believe, a very balanced, pragmatic, and responsible plan. I personally am a strong believer in human-created climate change and that it's our #1 issue for humanity today. However, I do feel that to chart a really good, responsible course for our community, absolutism can sometimes be in opposition to the true goal we get to, which is, for the greatest good for everyone. So I do believe that the modifications to the project are in the absolute correct direction to not only support golf and make DC once again have another jewel in its crown of national parks. So with that, I cede the rest of my time, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. Mr. Knapp, are you present?
No, I don't believe Mr. Knapp is present.
Dominic Jew?
I also don't believe Mr. Jew is present.
Maggie Gallagher? And there you
Yes, I'm here.
You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in support of the National Links Trust Rock Creek Park project. I'll be honest with you, if you told me 5 years ago that I would be speaking in a public meeting, declaring my love of golf and the greater need for additional facilities for the community, I probably wouldn't believe you, but I'm here. My partner was a college golfer who grew up playing on munis and cares deeply about the sport. I tried to be supportive, but I could not shake the feeling that golf just didn't have a place for me. And it wasn't until I came to East Potomac that I felt golf could really be a welcoming environment. You know, I expected to see folks in pastel polo shirts and khakis, but instead I saw people in t-shirts and shorts. I saw high school kids having a putting contest. My favorite, I once saw a toddler dragging a golf bag bigger than he was, you know, trying to keep up with his dad. And for myself, I found a place where I could meet new people, challenge myself to try something new, and spend hours away from my phone, connecting with my friends and family. And since NLT has taken over, I've seen East Potomac get nicer. More folks are out enjoying the facilities. And many of the folks that will benefit from the redevelopment of Rock Creek Park aren't here today because they haven't had the chance to see that golf can be for them too. So please don't take this chance away from them. I urge the commission to approve this project. Thank you very much. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallagher. Appreciate it. So that concludes this particular grouping of three, Mr. Hines, Mr. Crane, and Ms. Gallagher. Do any commissioners have any questions of those three speakers? Hearing none, I will move on to the next grouping, which consists of Kate Smith, followed by Bernard Holloway, Matt McCormick, Amir Arslanagic, and Randy Wellington. And I apologize if I mispronounced anyone's name. Kate Smith, are you present? And you are. I see you there. Oh, and
Yes.
You're not by yourself. Okay.
He didn't sign up to speak, but thank you for giving us the time. We will be brief. I am actually a non-golfer and I am in support of this project. I think it's a place that we can go play outside near our home. And I echo a lot of the sentiments that many of the speakers before us have said. And so in the sake of time, I will cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith and company. Bernard Holloway, are you present? Bernard Holloway, Matt McCormick, there you are. Matt,
thank you for giving us an
minutes.
opportunity.
You have 3 minutes, okay.
You got it. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. On behalf of my spouse, Linda McCormick, and myself, we voice our support for the long overdue rehabilitation of Rock Creek Golf Course. Linda and I are residents of the District of Columbia, and we've been playing at Rock Creek for 40 years. The golf course is a valuable recreational resource for the community, but it's sorely in need of rehabilitation. Decades of deferred maintenance need to be addressed. So we think that the plan that's presented, particularly the revised plan, balances the need for rehabilitation with the preservation of the environmental setting in which the golf course sits. I'd like to support and affiliate myself with the comments of Ms. Edwards, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Stanley, and Ms. Wilkins, among others, that eloquently voiced their support for this project. We strongly urge you to adopt or approve this project, and I will cede the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Appreciate it. Amir Arslanagic, are you present? Are you present?
I am present. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. But before you start, please tell me if I pronounced your name or came close to pronouncing your name
As
correctly.
Vice Chair, you actually nailed it. It's Arslanagic, so I was really impressed when I heard it. So good job.
Thank you so much.
So yes.
You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you.
So yes, my name is Amir Arslanagic, and I really appreciate you putting this meeting together. I appreciate hearing different points of view and views and different testimonies. Some of them that were anchored in data that were provided by experts, and some that were more heavily personal opinion kind of weighted. As a new golfer, I wanted to say that I fully support the NLT's proposed project at Rock Creek Park. I think as people that live in DC, we should be proud of access DC is providing to golfers. It is impressive the quality of golf facilities we have available. Unfortunately, both of the ones that I'm referring to are in the South, which is Langston and East Potomac. And even my 9-year-old, who I thought only knows Taylor Swift, she loves going to Langston with me, where she will be also taking her first class or lessons in September. Now, interestingly, the community of golfers that I play with, they tend to avoid Raw Creek because the course isn't enjoyable to play and it is not well maintained. And that seems to be the sentiment shared by many golfers on this call and otherwise. The idea of modernizing the course to meet the needs of today's DC, while also maintaining the environmental sustainability, which was demonstrated in the opening presentation earlier today, should be exciting for both golfers and non-golfers. Beyond golf, I think we were talking about the projects that will benefit the entire community by adding a trail system, putting course, restaurant, picnic pavilion, etc. And from the review of the project that is available to all online, the design does seem to strike a really great balance between community needs, the environmental conservation, as well as the historic character of the course. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arslanovich. Yes, I got it.
Thank you.
I tried just now, but okay, thank you. And then Randy Wellington. Are you present? And if
I don't believe he's present.
Thank you. So I'm going to see if the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Smith or Mr. McCormick or Mr. Arslanovich. And seeing or hearing none, I'm going to move to the next grouping, which consists of Darian Flowers, followed by Peter Gordon, DeAndre Phillips, Peter Nicholson, and Ian Slimmons. So Darian Flowers, are you present? No. Peter Gordon?
Oh, no, commissioners, I am
Sorry.
on.
I'm sorry. Okay, there you go.
I just was able to receive the option to unmute, but I just wanted to thank the commission for the opportunity to testify in support.
Okay, before you go, I just want to let you know you have 3 minutes. Okay, now your clock starts.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Darian Flowers, and I am joining the commission's meeting here today to offer my succinct and full support for the NLT's proposed redevelopment of a treasured public asset, as well as offering my concurrence with the National Park Service's support and the commission staff support of the plan as proposed. I would describe myself as a bad but enthusiastic golfer. And I think that this description is unique because of the fact is that the NLT, in its partnership with the NPS, offers golfers like me the ability to access the game in an area that is inviting, accessible, but allows us to improve. And I think this is uniquely important for a game that hasn't always been accessible, always been inclusive. But the thing is that this proposed plan does that, grows the game, provides greater equity for the community while being good stewards of the environment. And I would encourage the commissioners to support it for all of the reasons that both your staff, the National Park Service and its experts, as well as the community have given you. And I yield the balance of my time out of respect for the commission and the length of this democratic process.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Okay. Next we have Peter Gordon.
Hey, can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the time to speak on this, and I want to be as brief as I can. I did submit some written remarks, so I want to refer to those, and as well as I want to associate myself with some of the prior speakers who are supporting this project. This is a place, Rock Creek was 10 minutes from my house. I've been in DC for 15 years, and I love taking my kids there, 7 and 4, and they love to go to the golf course with daddy. It's something that is near and dear to my heart, and it has been in complete disrepair for years. And so it was very exciting to see this project happen, and what NLT has done in terms of the community outreach, in terms of making golf more accessible, especially to a diverse group of folks. I grew up in Massachusetts, where golf was not very accessible when I was growing up. I caddied at a bunch of private courses and never thought golf was accessible, so I didn't really play until I moved down here. But I do really appreciate what the National Park Service is doing, what NLT is doing, and just out of I just wanted to say that, and I will cede back the rest of my time just out of deference to you all, and NPCP, and the rest of this democratic process. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Our next speaker, DeAndre Phillips. Are you on? DeAndre
I don't
Phillips?
believe so.
Okay. Peter Nicholson? No Peter Nicholson? I know I saw this name. Ian Simmons? I'm coming.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the entire NCPC Commission for granting us this time to speak. My name's Ian Simmons, and I've been a resident of DC for about 14 years. Speaking today in full support of the proposed project for Rock Creek Park Golf Course. I had more lengthy remarks, but I will try and keep them shorter in the interest of time. And I'll just say, I'm very excited for this project. I think it's been a long time coming. I think the NLT has been very responsive to community feedback with respect to this project. And the NLT has also demonstrated their commitment to the community through their current operation of the DC golf courses and their partnerships with other organizations like the Jack Bardman Workforce Development Program, the First Tee of Greater Washington, DC, who will make their home at the Rock Creek Park Golf Course and provide opportunities to learn golf to DC youth. And with respect to the Langston Golf Course, the Anacostia Watershed Society with the restoration of Kingman Lake. I think through these efforts, they have shown that they are willing to and are deeply committed to engaging with the DC community and want to build something that will benefit everyone. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time and thank the commission for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Appreciate it. And before I close out this group, I'm going to go back to the previous grouping of 5 because I see Bernard Holloway has joined us. Mr. Holloway?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Madam Vice Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, members of the public, for being able to come and speak with you today. My name is Bernard Holloway. I live in Largo, Maryland. My apologies for the mask. I'm dealing with some personal health issues and some acute dental issues, but I still wanted to come and speak today because in a number of ways, your commitment as a planning commission and as an agency to facilitate thoughtful and inclusive and accessible community and public participation processes mirror a lot of the principles and the fundamental proof points of the success of NLT and the National Park Service's recommendation to renovate Rock Creek Golf Course, and the potential and framework that it offers for improving not just the functioning of golf within the National Capital Region, but really a model for municipal golf, both in this area and across the country, and in a way that I think has a double and triple bottom line effect that goes beyond the function of this golf course, but speaks to some of what the Rock Creek Park Golf Superintendent spoke to and Mr. Maskowitz spoke to earlier in terms of some of the cross subsidies that some of the attempts to make this a functional public course really gets at in a way that is transformational and goes beyond some of the well-heeled and thoughtful neighborhood and environmental concerns that I as a community advocate share. So I'll just really be brief. I kind of speak in my personal capacity, but I wanted the members of the Planning Commission to understand that I come at this as a seasoned and thoughtful, smart growth and walkable urbanism and transit-oriented development activist. I'm speaking in my personal capacity because my partner in crime is not here today. She spoke with you all earlier in the previous 2 or 3 NCPC appeal sessions, but my name is Bernard Holloway. I live out in Largo, Maryland. I am the co-founder and co-director for 6 years running of the Coalition for Smarter Growth's Rise Prince George's local advocacy effort. So I recognize and intersect with these issues on a multiple levels, not only as a golfer, but as an educator and workforce developer, as a local government planner and budget and financial policy analyst, and also as somebody that's been a grassroots fundraiser and nonprofit manager that's worked with DC public charter schools in DC that would love to be able to use the facilities at the renovated clubhouse and would love to be able to engage in bringing more of their students out to participate in these golf teams and programs, but need facilities like this enhanced Rock Creek Golf Course experience in order to make that a practical, prudent, safe, and inclusive that includes a walking path for young people and employees that need to access this facility. But beyond all of this, creates a well-rounded and thoughtful environment that isn't a net drain on the federal government or local DC government's resources, and supporting and sustaining a service that can actually bolster assets for the rest of the region. Which finally gets to like my last point that I'll wrap up shortly. As like a smart growth advocate who's like worked with a regional focus, I really ask that the commission take like a really thoughtful look at the benefits and the full range of community benefits that are included in this proposal, because they affect not just residents that are immediately in the vicinity of the Rock Creek Park Basin, but they affect residents to the region who would play at other courses like Trump National or Robert Trent Jones, or places on more sprawling, like easily sentiment driven, like in order to make that happen. I just wanted to like convey my thoughts, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holloway. Okay, so before I wrap up, Mr. Nicholson, you're back. We have you now. Peter Nicholson, are you on?
Yes, I am.
And you have 3 minutes. We welcome your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm a retired director of a charitable foundation for youth education and development, and I strongly support the National Links Trust proposed project at Rock Creek Park Golf. By delivering a net gain of tree canopy acreage as well as 12 acres of meadow habitat, the project is a long-term win for the community and multi-use recreational programming. Residents of all ages, young and old, both non-golfers and golfers, can benefit from the proposed enhancements. I encourage the commission to approve this vital project, and with respect for the commission, I'm ceding the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholson. Appreciate it. So we come to the part where I assess whether there are any questions for Darian Flowers, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Simmons, or Mr. Holloway. Do any commissioners have any questions of any of the above speakers? If not, we will go on to the next grouping. So the next grouping consists of David Roberts, followed by Max Broad, Aaron Simmons, Andrew Schneider, and Scott Schultz. David Roberts, are you present?
I am. Madam Vice Chair, if I could you please come back to me? I'm currently driving and would like to find a spot to pull over so I can safely speak.
Okay, about how much time do you need?
5 minutes, please.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to you. Max Broad, are you present? Representing DC Voters for Animals? Max Broad? Okay, Aaron Simmons? Aaron Simmons? Andrew Schneider, are you present?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Before you begin, just reminding you have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's great to be with you all today. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the public's comments. This is an important process of any government, so you all are doing a great service to the public. My name is Drew Schneider. I've lived in Washington, D.C. for about 15 years. My wife and I live over near Howard University, and I'm the proud father of a beautiful 16-month-old baby girl named Cecilia. And I am really, really proud to one day be able to introduce her to the game of golf. And it's for her and the rest of the Washington, D.C. community that I speak today in strong support of the National Link Trust and their mission to rehabilitate the Rock Creek Golf Course. Their plans have been very transparent and very respectful of the community. And I believe that the benefits of this golf course rehabilitation project would pay off in numerous ways for all members of the community, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, everybody who is a resident of Washington, D.C. and the surrounding states would benefit from this golf course being rehabilitated. So I thank you all again for taking time. And in order to be respectful of everybody on the list, I'll cut my remarks short there. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schneider. Scott Schultz, are you present? Scott Schultz? Well, And I don't think Mr.
I
Roberts
believe,
is. Oh,
I
go
believe
ahead.
Mr. Schultz is present. Mr. Schultz, can you try speaking? He's not unmuting. Mr. Broad, can you hear me?
I
Max
think he
Broad?
needed a few more minutes, Mr. Broad. Um,
Actually, Dave Roberts wanted 5 minutes. Is he prepared?
okay. Who
If,
wanted
if,
the?
if he is not, this is Aaron Simmons. I'm sorry, I missed the invitation to unmute so I could speak to give him more
Okay.
time.
Ms. Simmons, you're on.
Thank you so much. I apologize for missing it.
Don't
I'm actually
worry.
at my kids' back to school night, so that's kind of appropriate because the whole reason I had initially signed up to speak was because I would very much like my children to have access to quality golf. We don't belong to a country club. My kids are both budding golfers. I would like them to have the same access that anyone else does. I'm not a golfer personally, but I am a big walker, so I love the idea of the walking trails as well. I live within about 2 miles of this golf course. And so to have the ability to have an amenity like that, and to have that sort of both natural and recreational opportunities would be immense for us. I did submit some written testimony, so I'm not going to force y'all to listen too much more to me. I know it's been a very long day. I really appreciate the process, but I would like to once again reiterate that National Links Trust and the NPS have my absolute and full support for this project.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comment, Ms. Simmons. Max Broad, are you ready? I see your name there, Max Broad. Okay. What about David Roberts? Are you?
I'm ready.
Okay, you're ready. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members of the commission, as a DC resident, the dad of 2 young athletes fighting daily for recreational space, and yes, a golfer, I once again urge you to approve these plans without hesitation or further delay. As I mentioned in May, I commend the commission for ensuring that the many individuals and organizations with interest in this project have the opportunity to engage in meaningful ways. It's unfortunate, though sadly not surprising, that many of those opposed to this project aren't looking for meaningful engagement or engaging in good faith. Rather, they would simply prefer that the course, in operation for more than 100 years, be something else more important to them. It's unfortunate, though sadly not surprising, that after years of meaningful opportunities for public engagement, a group of Northwest NIMBYs decided to aim its ire and a public smear campaign full of convenient half-truths at the National Links Trust and this project. It's unfortunate, though sadly not surprising, that while demanding greater transparency from the Park Service and the National Links Trust, this group offers little insight into who their organizers are or where their funding comes from, leaving me to wonder if some of the loudest objections are more about preserving tree canopies in general or preserving a handful of trees they like looking at through their timber-framed $35,000 triple-glazed high-efficiency windows. It's unfortunate, though sadly not surprising, that based on the revisions already made to this site plan, they have been remarkably effective in delaying the process, running up unnecessary costs, and diminishing the scope, scale, and potential impact of this project. As someone who understands the critical role that the National Links Trust has played in sparking needed conversations and action around affordable, accessible, and engaging municipal golf, it has been extremely frustrating to watch as these so-called preservationists continue to put forward bad faith arguments to preserve the course as they find it useful to them now, rather than the way it was meant to be enjoyed when it was opened more than a century ago. The beauty of Rock Creek Park isn't just the trees or the wildlife or even the sense of escape. It's that Rock Creek Park offers a little something for everyone. As much as some may want you to forget it or ignore, that something includes a fully functional golf course. Within a park that offers something for everyone, golfers deserve a course that is accessible, affordable, and engaging, and the local community deserves a place that is open and inviting for golfers and non-golfers alike. That is exactly what the National Links Trust has proposed. I applaud the community activists for taking the time to actually come up with their own drawing, but as the National Park Service rightly pointed out, doing so without accounting for the real-world considerations of operating and maintaining a golf course makes it far from an alternative plan. What many of those who have spoken today conveniently fail to remember is that there's a difference between having your voice heard and getting what you want. Those of us who have been in favor of this project since its outset, who have seen it nipped and tucked and cost-cutted in response to public comments, only to see these attacks continue, now understand that far too well. For nearly a decade, the National Park Service and the National Links Trust have been engaging with the community to develop the best possible plan to bring this historic course back to life. It's time to let them get to work.
Okay, thank you so very much. Appreciate your comments. Okay. And then I see Mr. Schultz, Scott Schultz, you are on now. If so, you have 3 minutes. Scott Schultz. And
He's not unmuting.
okay, he's not unmuting. So, okay, well, we tried Scott Schultz and we tried Max Broad a few times. If neither one is able to get on now, I'm going to turn this back over to Madam Chair for her next grouping, and maybe they can get back on in the interim.
Okay, were there any questions for those speakers that cohort you just shared? I'll just ask commissioners any questions for the cohort of speakers that Vice Chair Hewlett just hosted. Hearing none, we'll move along. We have a group here of 4 speakers now. The first will be Mateo Rule. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. James McQueen, Vincenzo Caruso, and Chris Bobbitt. Mateo, are you prepared to speak? I don't see him there. Ms. Huddlecox, do you see Mr. Rule?
I do not.
Okay, Mr. McQueen? Mr. Caruso?
Mr. McQueen's on.
Mr. McQueen is on. Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. McQueen, please share your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. I cannot hear you. Is your microphone on, Mr. McQueen? No, we cannot hear you. Do you want to keep working on that, but we'll come back to you if you want to work on your microphone and we'll grab you in a moment. Mr. Caruso, are you here? Mr. Caruso? Ms. Huddlecox, do you see Mr. Caruso? Mr. Bobbitt?
I don't see Mr. Caruso.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bobbitt. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Then we'll jump back to Mr. McQueen and hope he can have his microphone working. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to the commission for the opportunity to speak today in support of the proposed project at Rock Creek Park Golf. I live about 3 miles from the course in Tinleytown. That's maybe 10 minutes, even in the worst traffic. And I've been a resident in the neighborhood for over a decade and in the district for over 20 years. So Rock Creek is by far the closest public course to our home. And it's a special place for me because all public courses are. The first time I ever played golf was on a public course in my hometown in Texas, and albeit one that even then wasn't nearly as special to its community as Rock Creek is to the DC and national capital region. And I actually played the best round of golf in my life many years ago at Rock Creek. And I'm a little embarrassed to admit that I haven't gotten much better in the years since then. But now that I have children, they've started coming out with me. First just hanging out and looking for balls, and now they've the clubs of their own, and they're really. I think they appreciate the opportunity to commune with nature and the way that you learn to read the ground and appreciate the wind. And I also kind of get some birding in along the way, and that's part of what's made Rock Creek in particular such a special place for me. So I look forward to sharing my love of the game with my boys in an affordable and accessible way for many years to come. And I'll echo but not repeat the comments of those before me who have so eloquently articulated the environmental and sustainability aspects of the proposed project, which I don't think can be understated. And again, I urge the commission to approve the project. And out of respect for your time, I'll cede the balance of my time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate your presence. I'm going to just run back through. Do we have Mr. Matteo Rule, Mr. Vincenzo Caruso? If not, I'm going to try Mr. McQueen again. Is your microphone working, Mr. McQueen? Oh, I think he's on the phone.
I think he's on the phone with staff right now, trying to get that.
Okay. Well, I think then we have only one speaker. If you don't mind, I'm going to continue moving forward until Mr. McQueen interrupts me and says he's ready to speak. I see he's off the phone. I'm going to move on. The next, because we just have Mr. Bobbitt and we're waiting for Mr. McQueen. We have Sean Sullivan, we have Luke Schwartz, Catherine Holloway, Michael Starr, and Jackson Whittle. Those 5 speakers are next. Mr. McQueen, no, he's not ready yet. Okay, is Sean Sullivan available to speak, to testify? Hearing no one, Mr. Schwartz, are you available and online on the Zoom? Okay, I do not hear him. Ms. Holloway? Ms. Holloway is not responding. Mr. Michael Starr? Are you on? Or Mr. Jackson Whittle? Are you available to provide testimony? Okay, well, I just want to verify with you, Ms. Huddle Cox, that we do not have any of those people showing up on the Zoom in any rooms you have?
I don't believe so, but if we could just take 30 seconds so that I can confirm with staff, that would be great.
Okay, and I'll see if Mr. McQueen, he's working. We still see you, Mr. McQueen, and when you're ready, we'll be ready for you. Then I'm going to go to the next room, or the next group, I'm sorry, the next cohort. Okay, we see Mr. McQueen. He's not connected.
How do I?
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Mr. Smith, you're in the next group. I'll just read the names of who will be in the next group. Alex, wow. Faccio Bene, Timothy Tillman, Alex Dixon, Ben Smith, and David Lee. So since you've spoken up, Mr. Smith, you can go first. Would you like to provide 3 minutes of testimony, please?
Thank you, much appreciated. I wholeheartedly support National Links Trust proposed project at Rock Creek. I think it's a transformative endeavor. It's a once in a lifetime, once in a generation opportunity that's going to greatly benefit our community for years to come by providing increased access to green space, recreation, and life-changing programs. This project will have a positive impact on our community for many, many years. Furthermore, it'll contribute to important environmental outcomes. And together, we have a chance to do something spectacular for not only our kids, but our future grandkids. I urge this commission to approve this project. And in deference to the commission's time and everyone else's, I will yield the remainder of my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We do appreciate that. I'm going to go walk backward now and see if there's anyone from the prior group. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Holloway, Mr. Starr, or Mr. Whittle available to speak. And hearing no one, then I'm going to ask for Mr. Faccio Bene. Is he present?
I am present.
Marvelous. Can you please share your opinions with us for the next 3 minutes?
Yes, and fantastic job on the pronunciation there, Chair Goodman. Said it better than I can.
Wow. Thank you.
I appreciate the time today. I just wanted to voice my support for National Links Trust Rock Creek Golf Rehabilitation Project. I live under 2 miles from the course and visit multiple times per week. I've met a lot of friends there, some of whom I've heard speak tonight, which is really special. I believe that the revitalization of this course is going to benefit not only the DC community, but the countless visitors that come to explore our beautiful city, and did want to cede the rest of my time. Again, thank you for yours.
Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your testimony. Mr. Timothy Tillman, are you available?
Yes, I'm available. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, my name is Tim Tillman, and thank you to the commission and the Park Service for putting this on and having this event today and sharing all the feedback. I know it's quite an effort here in that regard. Yes, I am a avid golfer. I live literally across the street from the 8th fairway at Rock Creek Park Golf Course, and so I spend several nights there a week during the golf season there with my son, who was born just after the pandemic, and is a neurodivergent child who really enjoys the golf course and all the access that is there. And so with that, I think this is a great project and something that I fully support, something that can really be transformational for all interested in golf and learning about the game of golf. Think of all the kids that I've seen at the park here over the last couple of years since National Link Trust has taken over and the expanded access there. So I really think this could be a really a home run transformational project, and it has my full support. However, I am willing. The great thing about golf is that you meet people from all walks of life and different persuasions. And for those who have different takes on the use of the course from are concerned about the tree impact, I am willing to kind of meet you guys over the course one day and just have a conversation about what's important to us as golfers and what's important to you guys and wanting to protect the canopy and the environment of the overall park itself. But the park was designed with this golf course in it, and for it to be a truly a truly great golf course, it needs a driving range as well as a expanded clubhouse where people can entertain and have social interactions. And so those things I think are absolutely necessary for this project. And as my full support, I am willing to have conversations for improvement and changes to the plan that would help the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman, for your testimony today. Do we have Mr. McQueen? Has he had any success on that microphone? Hearing that he hasn't, I'm going to move on. Is Mr. Alex Dixon here to provide testimony, or Mr. David Lee? Alex Dixon or David Lee? No, then I'm going to run back one last
David
time.
Lee is, apologies, Madam Chair.
I'm
David
sorry,
Lee is
David
here.
Lee, I see your hand up. Please go ahead, and you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. We appreciate your presence.
Yeah, just want to say thank you to the ANC Commission for the opportunity to voice my support for the project. My name is David Lee. I'm a local public golfer and mentor of a 6th grader living in an underserved community in DC. We spent a lot of valuable time mentoring time at East Potomac and Langston, and appreciate everything that LT is doing, especially for underserved youth in the community. I've submitted a written testimony, so I'll just say I associate and agree with Dave Roberts, and I see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. We appreciate your comments today. I am going to just walk back through one more time here. Do we have Sean Sullivan, Luke Schwartz, Catherine Holloway, Michael Starr, or Jackson Whittle present? Any of those? Hearing nothing, I'm going to then ask.
Madam Chair, I believe we might have Michael Starr.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, there you are. Thank you, Michael. Proceed. You have 3 minutes to provide testimony. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess I would just say I support the proposed project. I think it's, will be a huge win, not just for golfers, but also non-golfers. I think we have this incredible asset, which is the golf course in Rock Creek, but in its condition, it's really not playable. It's not broadly usable for our community, and I think it's well overdue for a redo. All the plans I've seen look really environmentally conscious. It looks like a win for golfers. It looks like a win for access for general use in our community. It'll be like an example for cities across the country. It would make me super proud to be able to call something like that, a DC golf course. I would go there all the time. I would, probably, be something I would talk to people that I know that don't live in DC about, how we have this. And I think it's really an amazing opportunity we have here. So don't really have too much else to say, but appreciate you letting me speak. And we'll see the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Well, again, thank you for your patience. And Michael, we do appreciate your input tonight. And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to walk back through again. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Holloway, or Mr. Whittle. Are any of you here now? Hearing none, I don't know that Mr. McQueen, Ms. Huddle-Cox is still with us. Is he still trying to get his microphone working?
I believe he rejoined. Mr. McQueen, can you try speaking?
Well, I think I'm going to proceed, but please let me know, Mr. McQueen, if your microphone is working. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask commissioners if they have any questions for Mr. Chris Bobbitt, Mr. Michael Starr, Alex Facciobene, Timothy Tillman, Ben Smith, or David Lee. Any questions from commissioners for those individuals who provided testimony? Any questions? Hearing none, I'll move on then to the next cohort, which includes Mr. James Wells, Daniel Kramer, Beverly Perry, Samantha Sparks, and Chris Otten. So we'll begin. Mr. Wells, are you present? And you have 3 minutes to provide testimony. I see your hand up. Please join us and welcome.
Wonderful. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for allowing us to do this, firstly. I've been following this project for a very long time. It's a passion of mine, if you will. I was able to get into golf around COVID. And I think one thing that DC Golf is fantastic is being able to provide golf to people who normally can't afford $100, plus tee time. I myself, after I got into golf, was able to get a lot of my coworkers in because it's a lot less daunting going to an East Potomac or Rock Creek Parkway. So I think the net positive of having this new golf course, that's going to be something that we're all very excited about, is going to get so many people into golf. And I think there's a lot of positive associated with that. One of them being mental health, but past that, just kind of health in general, being able to get out. And I do love the DC golf community. And I think a project like this is going to enable thousands, more to entertain and play golf in DC, which is fantastic. So that's actually all I had. So I will concede the rest of my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wells. Appreciate your comments. And Mr. Daniel Kramer, are you present? Daniel Kramer?
Mr. Kramer, if you unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
I apologize. I'd like to thank the chair, the commission, for opening this up. I'm going to try and keep my comments brief. And thank you for conducting this whole thing, which I know there's a lot of opinion on, in a very professional manner. I'm a DC Ward 1 resident. I've been here for 15 years. I grew up playing public golf with my father and my brothers in Los Angeles. It's a formative part of my childhood, as it is for so many, but not enough people and youth in DC. One of my favorite things about this project is the partnership with the First Tee and a lot of youth programs. The redevelopment of the course, and not just this one, but also at Langston and also at East Potomac, is going to provide more access for the community, not just golfers, but recreation of all kinds. And specifically at Rock Creek, this nonprofit project by the National Links Trust is addressing more than 50 years of neglect and deferred maintenance that none of these newly concerned community groups and citizens who are all of a sudden up in arms about this have raised a single dollar to combat or lifted a single finger to address. The characteristics of the National Park Service, the National Capital Planning Commission, and the National Links Trust as some sort of conspiracy organizations that are in cahoots to ruin Rock Creek Park is totally unfair and has no basis in reality. I think a great deal of appreciation should go to the NCPC, to the National Park Service, and to NLT for bringing together huge amounts of experts and stakeholders to revitalize and improve access for what is truly not just a treasure for the DMV, but of the federal park system. And I could not be more proud to support this project. I look forward to all of the people from all walks of life, not just the people who live next door to the park, but from everywhere across the region and the country, getting better use of an improved facility. I am grateful to everyone involved, especially to the commission for going through this entire process. And thank you for your time. And I hope everyone has a nice night, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. We're grateful for your testimony. Thank you. And moving on, is Beverly Perry present? Beverly Perry, are you with us on Zoom? Hearing nothing, I'm going to move to Samantha Sparks. Is Samantha Sparks present? Samantha Sparks.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay, I see you now. Thank you. Ms. Sparks, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Hi, yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'm a wildlife rehabber in Northern Virginia. I was captain of my high school's golf team, and I'm a federal accountant. I've spent more than half of my career advising federal agencies, including the Department of the Interior, with financial improvement and audit readiness. I understand both the value of responsible land use and the importance of accountability in managing public resources. Beyond the significant environmental concerns posed by the loss of critical habitats of several endangered species, the longstanding history of NPS failing to consistently hold concessioners accountable for meeting their contractual obligations raises legitimate concerns. Further, as someone who has seen firsthand hundreds of native songbirds poisoned by pesticides and fatally struck by projectiles, including golf balls, I must point out the hypocrisy in calling this a rehabilitation project, when the plan does include clear cutting trees to make room for a driving range. I believe that if any decent person saw our beloved backyard birds like blue jays and robins quite literally physically suffering, they might feel differently about how essential manicured fairways are for a national park. And I say this as a lover of golf, a lifelong golfer. I do say, do we really need a driving range in this national park? Have you been to Haynes Point? The driving range over there is open until 10 p.m. most nights of the week. I strongly urge the Commission to reject this project in its current form, so to maintain responsible stewardship of our public lands and uphold environmental protections. Thank you.
Thank you. We're grateful for your testimony, Ms. Sparks. I see Mr. McQueen has his hand up. Mr. McQueen, we hope that you're able to join us now. Please provide your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Oops, you just turned off your microphone. There you go. Should work. Mr. McQueen, we can't hear you. It says your mic. Nope, your microphone's on right now. I think I'm going to, unless we hear from you, I'm going to continue moving until we get your microphone working. But don't give up. Chris Otten, please. Are you present? Chris Otten? Well, hearing no word from Mr. Otten, I will.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Is that Mr. Otten? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, great.
Good. Awesome.
Thank you, Chair. Representing DC for Reasonable Development again. Wanted to raise a few key points in the review of the documents. First of all, we're all paying for this through our taxes. So we're all, raising our pennies through that to pay for the elimination of many mature trees. But one of the key things that stands out is, there's a golf course, Langdon Golf Course. Many people can use that. This is going to dramatically change the area. And the term planning, I think, is in the title of this organization.
The same exact thing, please.
Somebody's not on mute. I'm sorry.
Someone is not on mute. Please, I think we solved that problem. Mr. Otten, go ahead. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, to the point about planning. I mean, with the dramatic change like this, the planning aspects here, the things that stand out to me. One, in the FONSI and the EA, that's a self-certified FONSI EA. So in other words, the person applying for it is preparing this self-certified packet of information about how great their project will be. That hasn't gone through, as far as I can tell, full vetting yet, including as to impacts on the endangered species. And yet here we are talking about a final decision. There's also the new alternative light program. Where's the light pollution study of this driving range? I don't see that on the record. There's also, as we know, a golf course is significant runoff, and it's got fertilizer in it. Where is those impacts studied? I see some of the hydrology studies about how they won't disturb existing creeks and basins, but where's the runoff study about the pollution that's associated with golf courses specifically? I don't see how much time is left here on my clock, but
You still
I
have a
guess
minute left. Mhm.
okay, I guess the main point is that if we're going to plan, we need to let the agencies who do this work finish the planning before any approvals are made. I don't see that on the record. I have deep concerns that the Piscataway Conoy tribe was not invited to weigh in here as well. I don't see that in the list. There may be others. The Anacostia tribe is not in the list of tribes reached out to. My sense of it is this, that this land needs to be given back to the indigenous people of DC, of the area, and so they could treat it like it should be treated in connection with the earth, not felling of trees and continuing the pollution and making decisions of approval before even any of this planning is complete. I'd really like to see that get done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Otten, and for your patience. Thank you. Is Mr. McQueen still with us? Okay, hearing nothing from Mr. McQueen. Do commissioners have questions for the past 5 speakers? That would be Mr. Otten, Ms. Sparks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Kramer, or Mr. Wells. Any questions from commissioners? Hearing none, I'm going to pass it back to Vice Chair Hewlett for the next 20 speakers. Ms. Hewlett?
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to commence with the next group of 5, and that consists of Aaron Rosenthal, followed by Tyler Winters, Dustin Holcomb, Jeff Gordon, and Bill Cooper. Aaron Rosenthal, are you with us?
I am here.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes, and we welcome your testimony.
Okay, I was gonna show my children in the background because this is dinner time, as you all know. And so, oh, okay, could I join as a panelist? Is that?
Okay, so I don't know where you just went.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Wait, we show a prop. Okay, we got a prop. Okay. Hi. Thank you for taking the time for doing all this. I'm a Ward 4 DC resident with 4 children, 10 and under. And I'll just make this quick. Just please let the National Links Trust move forward with this project so we have a nice place to play, to be in nature with our family. The National Park Service was wise to choose this nonprofit to make these long overdue modernizations. And now it's time for the National Capital Planning Commission to trust NPS's new partners to do the job. My fellow parents and I in Ward 4 trust NLT to continue to do right by the community and the environment. Yeah, and just please listen to these residents with young families who will actually use the golf course and stand to, really just enjoy this land. So thank you very much. And I'll let you, go on to the other people with comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosenthal. Enjoy dinner. Tyler Winters, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can indeed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will be brief, but I've spent a great deal of my time learning more about this project, being involved with the National Links Trust, and especially getting to know the team at the National Links Trust. And while certainly many of these people are golfers, it is quite clear if you spend any amount of time with them, they are DC residents, DC natives, first and foremost, that love and are passionate about their community. And so their intent is to just make this a better place for the community, make golf more affordable and accessible for everyone. I also have young kids. I have a 4-year-old daughter and 3-year-old son, and we love going as a family with my wife to the golf course, even before they were into golf, and just being out in the green space. And so having more of that in our community is only a good thing. It's another opportunity that will provide more opportunities for the First Tee program, which has a great proven track record in DC, nationally, everywhere, of serving underserved youth and really helping that population find an outlet and a place for people to go and be safe outside of school hours. And so I urge the commission to approve this project, and out of respect for everyone's time, we'll cede the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Winters. Appreciate it. Dustin Holcomb, are you on?
Present.
Okay, wonderful. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dustin Holcomb, and I'm a resident of Adams Morgan, bordering Rock Creek Park. I strongly urge you to vote no on the current plan to remove over 1,200 trees from the park to expand the golf course. Protecting these trees is crucial for our urban health, biodiversity, and climate resilience, and the current plan sacrifices these benefits for the narrow interests of a few, while a balanced alternative already exists that prioritizes environmental sustainability and community well-being. The first reason to say no is that tree canopies are vital for the health of our city. The trees provide shade, reduce urban heat, improve air quality, absorb stormwater, and store carbon. We're in the midst of a climate crisis, and these native trees are one of the most powerful resources we have to combat climate change. Protecting our trees is a crucial part of prioritizing climate resilience. While on the subject of climate action, I can't speak for the youth, but we have already heard from youth today, and we also know from Pew Research and Deloitte studies that a majority of the next generation are concerned for the climate, and 1/3 have taken action on climate change. Let's join them. The second reason to say no is that the destruction of these trees contradicts our values as a city. The plan submitted today by the National Links Trust falls short of the Planning Commission's own tree replacement procedures and DC's 2045 carbon neutral goal. We cannot afford to lose such a significant number of heritage trees, which have taken decades to grow, and only to replace them with seedlings that take decades more to have the same environmental impact. As another speaker noted, this would be illegal if it was on private property, so the National Park Service should be held to the same standard. Let's live into our community values. Finally, we have to admit that this project benefits only a few, while the trees service all. The trees provide habitat for hundreds of species of wildlife, including endangered species, and they create a rich ecosystem that supports birds, endangered bats, and other animals. Beyond that, thousands of residents enjoy Rock Creek Park as a natural space, including myself and my family. Expanding a golf course at the cost of this natural space and its biodiversity benefits only a small segment of citizens while harming the broader community and the environment. In contrast, we should seek a balanced approach, like the one proposed by the Citizens Coalition, that is, Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All. The Citizens Coalition's plan would preserve the unique ecosystem of Rock Creek Park while still meeting the needs of golfers. We can't accept a false dilemma. It's not a choice here between renovations or bust. Golf is not the problem, the proposal is. The plan needs revision. In conclusion, I ask the Commission to vote no on the current plan and in follow-on meetings, support a project that preserves our trees and protects the park for everyone. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Holcomb. Appreciate it. Jeff Gordon, are you present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name's Jeff Gordon. I live on McKinley Place here in Washington. I'm currently a senior, being 79 years old. When I moved into this home 20 plus years ago, I described our location as only a 5-iron from Rock Creek Park Golf Course. I played it a few times, but watched its decline over the years. The fairways were allowed to deteriorate. The course became overgrown, became a course that was no longer enjoyable to play, and I stopped playing there. I also play the East Potomac courses, and I'm familiar with those. I was skeptical when the Park Service announced the new management of this course by National Links Trust, and I watched cautiously. I'm pleased to report that since they've taken over the course at East Potomac, they fixed the drainage issues, improved and maintained the fairways and the greens, the driving range, and even the original mini golf. I'm therefore very excited they have also chosen to improve Rock Creek course as well. I've looked over their plans and I'm very, very, very excited about this new development. I have seen how they have responsibly developed East Potomac and therefore can trust them to do what they say they will do. I know the Park Service as well and trust them as well to be responsible stewards of this national treasure. Currently, I have to drive the entire length of the district to play golf when a public course is only a 5-iron away. What sense does that make? I look forward to the new development and my return to Rock Creek for enjoyable rounds of golf in the not too distant future. I say a resounding yes, and I am in favor of this development by the National Links Trust. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gordon. I appreciate it. Mr. Cooper, Bill Cooper, are you present?
I'm present.
Oh, wonderful. You have 3 minutes and we welcome your testimony.
Thank you. I would just like to say that I firmly support the proposal by NLT. I think that golf is misperceived by some as being a sport for the few or the elite. That's not at all what the NLT plans are. They desire to make golf more accessible and more affordable for the community around Rock Creek and for the greater DC community. I'm a DC resident. I've played Rock Creek, and as someone previously mentioned, it's sadly deteriorated. So I really look forward to it being revitalized and be able to go out and play it again. Also, on the subject of misperception of golf, though it didn't start this way, after listening for several hours, I think the tide has turned and a majority of the comments seem to be in favor of the project. I also note that the petition in favor garnered more than 5,600 signatures, I think, if that number is accurate. So again, this is a project with widespread support. It's not something that's being pushed by just a few people. Thank you, and I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. First, Mr. Cooper, appreciate it. We're going to see if the commissioners have any questions of Mr. Rosenthal, Mr. Winters, Mr. Holcomb, Mr. Gordon, or Mr. Cooper. Let's see if there are any questions. Seeing none, before we go on to the next group, I know we have a tech issue to handle. I think that Ms. Huddle Cox, I think you want to make the announcement?
Sure. So for those of you who have signed up to testify and are currently in the meeting as attendees, when you get the elevation notification to join as a panelist, please do accept that. It makes it easier for you to testify. It also makes it easier for our staff to be able to help you. So when you see that come through, please do accept it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we're going to go on to the next group. Mr. Cooper, we're now going to Hadley Cooper, followed by Andrew Arnold, Veronica Bertram, Hillary Baltimore, and Andrew Simmons. Ms. Cooper? Hadley Cooper.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to say I wholeheartedly support NLT and the rehab of the Rock Creek Golf Course. I've worked for over a decade with a charter school, and I've seen firsthand the work that NLT has done in the community to help affect the lives of our children and their futures. And I would like to address a point made earlier that I think if we could talk to people 100 years from now and look back at what we've done here, I would say that everybody would be very proud of the work that the Commission and NLT has done. Thank you very much. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. Andrew Arnold, are you present? No, Andrew Arnold. If not, we're going to go on to Veronica Bertram. Veronica Bertram. No. Hillary Baltimore. Okay, I'm taking a look at the next page. Hillary Baltimore. No. What about Andrew Simmons? Andrew Simmons?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and
Okay.
thank you for signing in. And we have you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. Thank you very much to the commission for hearing all of the commentary today. I just wanted to express my unqualified and unequivocal support for NLT's proposal. and I will incorporate by reference previous commentary made in support of the proposal. Thank you very much again for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay. So because only 2 people spoke on that, I'm going to go right into the next grouping, which includes William Spence, followed by Gary Cardillo, Lisa Mitchell, Evan Lukaski, and Ian Lagowitz. William Spence, are you present?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is William Spence, and I'm here in support of the Rock Creek Park Golf Rehabilitation Plan. I submitted more detailed testimony, but in the interest of time, I will just say that Rock Creek Park should be a true asset to the entire community, and this rehabilitation plan will make it just that. Therefore, I urge the Commission to approve the Rock Creek Park Golf Rehabilitation Plan. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, and I will cede the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Spence. Appreciate it. Gary Cardillo or Cardillo? Are you present? Lisa Mitchell? I see you there. Okay, wonderful. You have 3 minutes, and we welcome your testimony.
Great. I just wanted to start by thanking you all so much, the commissioners, for your time in speaking today. My name is Lisa Mitchell. I'm speaking in very strong support of the National Links Trust plans for Rock Creek Park. I support this project as a golfer, but more as an advocate for what I feel this project will benefit the entire local community with increased access to green space, recreation, and life-changing programs, in particular through its partnership with the First Tee program. I'd like to just point out the National Links Trust as an organization has a very important mission that it states. The mission is not to improve golf courses. It's not to improve, it's not to give golfers more places to play. National Links Trust mission is to improve communities through golf courses, and I firmly believe that this project will help do so. And it is for that reason that I strongly encourage the commission to approve these plans. And out of respect for the commission, I will cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mitchell. Appreciate it. Okay, so where are we now? Evan Lukaski? Are you present? No. Okay. Ian Lagowitz? No. Okay, so let's see if any commissioners have any questions of Mr. Spence, Ms. Mitchell, Mr. Simmons, or Hadley Cooper. Seeing none, we will go on to the next grouping. The next grouping consists of Barbara Monticello, followed by Holiday Hayes, John Strand, Jordan Howell, and Jason Young. Barbara Monticello? No. Holiday Hayes? Holiday Hayes. John Strand? John Strand? Jordan Howell?
Yes, hi.
You're present. Wonderful. Mr. Howell, we welcome your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the Planning Commission, I'm Dr. Jordan P. Howell. I'm an associate professor of sustainable business at Rowan University, and I'm also the director of the Rowan Center for Responsible Leadership. My scholarly work focuses on sustainability in sports, and particularly golf, where I have extensively studied the intersection of ecological health and sports management. Notably, my research has highlighted how golf courses, when they're managed with a commitment to sustainability, can become valuable contributors to local biodiversity. So I'm speaking to express my strong support for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehab Project. The proposed project aligns with key sustainability principles that are vital for balancing environmental, social, and economic needs. The rehab plan is particularly commendable for its commitment to enhancing biodiversity, a topic I have explored extensively in my research, and in particular a paper titled Biodiversity on Golf Courses, the role of sustainability certification, which is forthcoming in the scientific journal, International Journal of Sport Management. My study demonstrates that golf courses have the potential to serve as refuges for rare species and enhance the ecological fabric of urban areas. The proposed incorporation of sustainable design practices and biodiversity-focused management strategies at Rock Creek Park is consistent with these findings and can provide a model for how urban golf courses can contribute positively to local ecosystems. Furthermore, the project's commitment to environmental stewardship, community engagement, and sustainable development represents a holistic approach to urban planning that recognizes the interconnectedness of natural and human systems. By increasing tree canopy, utilizing renewable energy, and creating a multi-use community space, the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehab Project addresses the three pillars of sustainability: environmental, social, and economic, and I think enhances the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. So I respectfully urge the Commission to support this project, recognizing its potential to serve as an exemplar of sustainable urban development. Thank you for considering my comments, and I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Howell. Appreciate it so much. And the next person in this grouping is Jason Young. Are you on?
I am.
Wonderful. And you too have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Happy Thursday. I want to thank you all for your time and for this forum. My name is Jason Young. I speak today in strong opposition to the planned action. You can love golf and strongly oppose this imbalanced plan, and that's my family's story. I'm a homeowner in the 6300 block of 16th Street Northwest. My family and I are the nearest residents to Rock Creek's 4th green. We've never been notified by National Links Trust of their intended plan or asked for input. To be clear, our process concern is not with the NPS, but with the trust. This is a poor start to what they'd hoped to be a 50-year relationship. My family and other immediate neighbors stand to be among the greatest victims of the proposed change. But I am equally concerned for wildlife, stressed as they are by the already considerable traffic, pollution, and noise. I see this firsthand in my weekend volunteer work with injured and orphaned wildlife at City Wildlife. Vehicle traffic, air, water, and light pollution, trash, and noise will all grow significantly under this plan, both in volume and in sustained duration, as people use the driving range after dusk every evening of the week. Several have committed already how overzealous and dense this plan is, squeezing in 2 courses, a driving range, and a much greater facilities footprint. It's too dense. The new hole 3 on the main course is a prime point. To make for a more compact course, the 3rd fairway's angle has shifted eastward from what it is today, directing drives at the neighbors and at 16th Street. Hole 3 is already also planned to be a longer hole, so golfers will reach for their more powerful clubs. This may sound like a NIMBY issue, but it's not. It just shows how imbalanced and poorly thought out the proposal is. Balls already routinely land on Joyce Road, on the west side of 16th Street, and so on. The number of errant balls will be exacerbated greatly, with motorists, pedestrians, dog walkers, and cyclists all in the line of fire. The Commission, I just appeal to you to please right-size this plan and make it safe. The acid test here is not the financial interest of a golf course, but rather the best interest of the park, wildlife, neighbors, golfers and non-golfers alike, and the environment. As the Commission knows, Rock Creek was established in 1890 by an act that also called for regulations to provide for preservation from injury or spoliation of all timber, animals, curiosities within the park, and their retention in their natural condition as nearly as possible. As a neighbor, I'd love it if National Links Trust could get this right and put Rock Creek on a better path. But this proposal is not the right one. It's far off the mark. My family and I urge the Commission to oppose it. I yield my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young. Appreciate it. John Strand, I did call you before. Are you on now? John Strand?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. I'm so sorry about missing you before. Thank you so much for coming back to me.
No worries.
I want to
You have 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Commission for this opportunity. I also want express strong support for the National Links Trust for the rehabilitation project. I live on Emerson Street, 5 blocks from Rock Creek Park. I walk in the park frequently, several times a week with our dog all year long. And I'm also a supporter of the Rock Creek Conservancy because I agree with its mission. I'm also an avid golfer and I play public courses twice a week. I haven't played Rock Creek Park course in more than 15 years due to poor conditions and maintenance. I reviewed the project plans and the objections of the many opponents who frame the course renovation as a net negative to the health of the park and its inhabitants. However, I firmly believe that the project has tremendous potential to achieve 2 important objectives. The first being enhancing and revitalizing healthy park habitats with a 50-year maintenance management commitment. And secondly, a rejuvenating an historic but decrepit woodlands golf course to become a glistening community asset that will attract diverse new players to the sport and to Rock Creek Park. I will not repeat a number of things that others have said, but I do want to point out one thing, that this rehabilitation project is headed by Gil Hans, who is among the most preeminent and hottest golf course designers and restorers in the world. In the past 5 years, Hans's teams have led the restoration and rehabilitation of some of the most storied and prestigious courses in the United States, including the very exclusive Burning Tree Club in Bethesda. Having Gil Hans on board with the Rock Creek course renovation is like having Frank Gehry redesign the Franklin Reeves Memorial Municipal Center and then getting Diego Rivera to paint a mural on its wall. How can you say no to an opportunity to have one of the world's best elevate DC's most neglected municipal golf course? I will just basically underscore the points that others in support of this project have made, and I strongly urge the Commission to support the National Links Trust proposal. Thank you, and I receive the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Strand. I appreciate it. So that concludes this particular grouping. I'll try one more time, Holiday Hayes or Barbara Monticello or Sella. And so they don't seem to be on. So I'm going to ask if any commissioners have questions of John Strand, Dr. Howell, or Jason Young. Seeing none, Madam Chair, I turn this back over to you. You're muted.
I apologize. I say thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I'm jumping right into the next cohort. We have Patrick Mullen, followed by Ronald Taylor, Ryan Schuler, Dawson Hobbs, and Scott Baker. I'd like to begin and ask if Mr. Patrick Cullen is present. Yes, Patty Cullen is there. Please provide your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the time. I'll keep it brief. I am fully in support of National Link Trust's proposed project at Rock Creek Golf. To me, it's clear this project is not just a win for golfers, but for non-golfers as well. I drive through Rock Creek every day. I love the park, walk the dog throughout it tons. But I think that the addition that National Links Trust is going to add and restore is something that I'm fully in support of. So I think the community as a whole will also benefit from this increased access to green space, recreation, and life-changing programs. So again, I'm in full support of this, and out of respect for the commission, I will be ceding the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. Appreciate your testimony tonight. I'm calling on now Ronald Taylor. Mr. Taylor, are you present? Mr. Taylor? Okay, moving on. Mr. Schuler, Ryan Schuler. Is Ryan Schuler present? Mr. Dawson Hobbs. Mr. Dawson Hobbs, are you present? Mr. Scott Baker, are you present?
I am.
Okay, Mr. Scott Baker, I see Scott Schultz, but that's the same person?
This is Scott Baker speaking.
Okay, very good. Go right ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, 3 minutes to provide your testimony, and thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to address the group this evening. I'm speaking in strong support of the Rock Creek Rehabilitation Project. I'm a Ward 4 resident, a golfer, and I'd like to just emphasize Dr. Howell's comments. He provided scientific justification for what I only anecdotally know to be true, which is that golf courses can provide a wonderful habitat for wildlife. As a resident and an active user of the Rock Creek Golf Course, I've experienced this firsthand, having seen a lot of very interesting wildlife on the course with my children. And I really believe that this project can only support what is a vibrant wildlife and recreational facility for the community. Thank you for my comments, and I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your participation, and we appreciate your comment. I'm just going to back up here and just double check. Ronald Taylor, Ryan Schuler, or Dawson Hobbs? Are any of those three present? If not, I'm going to move to the next group, and we're going to continue, and we'll go back and see if there are questions for our two gentlemen, Mr. Cullen and Mr. Baker, or Mr. Baker in just a minute. This group includes Mr. Ray Whitehouse, Jason Dexter, Seth Horstmeyer, Daniel Schramm, and Samuel Foreman. So, Mr. Ray Whitehouse, are you present? Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Jason Dexter.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, Mr. Dexter, you have the floor. You have
Good
three.
evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening. My name is Jason Dexter. My family and I have lived in Chevy Chase, DC for several years. As a member of the local community and a neighbor of Rock Creek Park, I strongly support the National Links Trust plan for the future of Rock Creek Park Golf. I'd like to thank the commission and their staff for the time. And with respect, I cede the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Jason Dexter. We appreciate that, as well as your comment. I'm going to go again and check and see if Ray Whitehouse, Seth Horstmeyer present, Daniel Schramm, or Samuel Foreman. One more time, Ray Whitehouse, Seth Horstmeyer, Daniel Schramm, or Samuel Foreman. If not, I'm going to continue on the list, and we'll return to Jason Dexter, Scott Baker, and Patrick Cullen after I walk through this cohort. This group includes Mr. Charles Fulton, Mr. Jack Rosen, Mr. Blake Ilgenfreds, and Mr. Matthew Campbell. Mr. Fulton, are you present? Mr. Fulton, Mr. Rosen. Jack Rosen. Mr. Ilgen.
Mr. Rosen. Oh, I think we may
Okay.
have Mr. Rosen.
Okay, Mr.
Hello.
Rosen. Oh, good. Welcome. Mr. Rosen, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you, commissioners. I just wanted to say briefly that I think the Links Trust has done a fantastic job over the past few years helping to revitalize DC's courses, and the plan to include a short game facility as well as a par 3 course and a driving range presents a tremendous opportunity for young people and beginners to the game to get into golf. And they've done a great job of keeping it affordable for those of us who cannot afford membership at a private club. So I'd like to enthusiastically support the proposal, and I cede the remainder of my time. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosen. We appreciate your testimony. Mr. Campbell.
Yes, hi there. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your time. I just wanted to say that as a Washingtonian who grew up learning how to play golf at East Potomac as a nature lover, and still as a avid golfer, I strongly support the National Links Trust and their proposed rehabilitation of Rock Creek Golf Course. I will be very quick. I stand in support of this issue because it would not only benefit golfers, but it would help the community writ large, particularly with access to the hiking, walking, jogging trails, the picnic area, and also access to programs like First Tee, where kids can learn not only golf but very important life skills. And then I also stand in support of this project because of how much time and effort they put into studying the impact that this would have environmentally, both on the actual course itself, but on the entire Rock Creek ecosystem. And I'm looking forward to seeing the pollinator garden that they plan and and the long-term net growth in the tree canopy. So for these reasons and many, many more, I strongly support and hope that the commission will approve of this project. And I thank you so much for your time. I'll yield the rest of mine.
Thank you very much for your testimony tonight, Mr. Campbell. We appreciate that. One more time, Mr. Fulton, Mr. Elgin Fritz.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Okay, welcome. I don't know if I butchered your name, but I welcome you to the floor here, and you have 3 minutes to provide testimony.
It was actually pretty good. I'll give you props there, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to quickly say that I fully support the proposal National Links Trust has set forth, and I think it provides an extraordinary opportunity for the DC community. Golf aside, it's clear to me that NLT has carefully and meticulously thought through their stewardship of the space. The proposal is designed to be economically and environmentally sustainable, and allows the landscape to be much more proactively managed for decades to come. On the golf side, National Link Trust Plan creates an engaging and best-in-class amenity for all walks of DC life. There's countless examples of other municipal facilities across the country that, when they undergo a thoughtful, affordable, and engagement-focused rehabilitation, raises all ships of the community around them. I urge the commission to approve this project and not let the opportunity to revitalize this space go to waste. And out of respect for the commission, I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. We're happy that you were able to join us and for your patience. One last walkthrough. Mr. Charles Fulton, Mr. Samuel Foreman, Mr. Daniel Schramm, Mr. Seth Horstmeyer, Mr. Ray Whitehouse, Mr. Dawson Hobbs, Mr. Ryan Schuler, Mr. Ronald Taylor. If we've not hearing from those gentlemen, we will now ask the commission, do you have any questions for Mr. Campbell, Mr. Elgin Fritz, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Dexter, Mr. Scott Baker, or Mr. Patrick Cullen? Any questions from the commission? Hearing none, then we're going to move on to the next 5, and then I will pass this back to Betty. We now have on our agenda at number 136, Mr. David Yardis, followed by Paul Boyle, Neil Ruan, Rick Curtis, and David Madden. Mr. Yardis, are you on the
Yes,
Zoom?
Madam Chair, I'm here.
Marvelous. Thank you
can
so
hear me.
much. Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. All the commissioners, all of those in attendance, all of the work that's been put into this project over the many months and years. I respect all of the work that's gone into it. I'm speaking tonight as a 10-year resident of DC, as a husband and father of 3, and as a golfer since, like many others, since COVID breakout in 2020. Starting at East Potomac, but quickly migrating to Rock Creek, which we consider our home course. And notwithstanding some of the malignment that's taken place about the existing course, I love it. I think it's fantastic. It's beat up. It's tough. It needs help, but it's a beautiful place. And if you learn to golf there, if you can golf there, you can golf anywhere. It's a pretty amazing place. So I was excited when I first learned of the possibilities for a refurbishment or renovation of the course, and also a little bit concerned about what that might mean for everything from the proposed plan to the affordability of the current course, et cetera. I want to acknowledge some of the improvements that have taken place since May. It sounds like there's been a lot of work put into fixing things. What it made me wonder was, wow, what if your commission had approved things without any further consideration? none of those changes that already took place would have happened. And perhaps that's a way to think about right now, is maybe we can do a little bit better. Ultimately, I'm supportive of a plan that moves forward with upgrades. One of the neighbors nearby talked about a right size set of improvements. I think that's very important to think about. To that end, it's too late to start with a kind of minimum harvest plan, but at least adhering insofar as possible to the DC Heritage Tree Preservation standards, even if not required, would be a really important nod in the right direction. The idea of downsizing the course, focusing on the 9 holes and possibly a set of practice holes rather than the three-par 9-hole course at the back would leave room for first tee use and other use. It's very popular at East Potomac, the practice holes, and that would have an analog here. And the driving range, absolutely, let's have a driving range, but we don't need lights. There's lights at East Potomac. There's lights at almost every other driving range. This is a special place. Golfers can follow the sun just like the animals, and there's plenty of time during the day and late hours to golf there. So bottom line, at the end, if you must approve this, please make sure there's some kind of a reserve fund for maintenance and firm legal commitments to follow through on the commitments that are made. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yardis. We're grateful for your contributions tonight and appreciate your coming here. Mr. Paul Boyle, are you present? Mr. Boyle? Mr. Neil Ruan?
Ryan, actually, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. There must be a typo on here.
That was my typo from my end, unfortunately. So I apologize.
Well, welcome,
no,
Mr. Ryan. You have 3 minutes to make your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. I just strongly encourage the Commission to support the National Links Trust. Having grown up in Ireland, where golf is a public sport, it's important that there are public facilities so people can access a fantastic game that teaches lifelong skills, discipline. And from what I can see with the National Links Trust, through the first tee of DC and youth on the course, and we've heard from earlier speakers, I believe it was a teacher, she spoke about it, she works in a charter school, and she can see firsthand how kids get to use these great facilities around the city. There's only 3 public courses in the city, and this is the first one that will have an opportunity to improve their facilities. You don't just begin playing the game of golf by walking out to a first tee and hitting a ball and playing away. You need to learn the game, and a driving range, a putting green, a chipping green teaches this game that I feel goes far beyond the game itself. It helps you in life. We've heard this evening how there's been opposition to it, and golf and this facility, it'll help the many and not just the privileged few. But a public access golf course in DC, the more the better. So once again, I strongly encourage the Commission to support the National Links Trust. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. We're grateful, and thanks for correcting the spelling on our documents here. We're grateful for your testimony tonight. Mr. Rick Curtis, are you present? Rick Curtis. Hearing nothing, then I'm going to ask.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Curtis, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking in support of the National Link Trust proposal and would like to affiliate myself with the most of the previous support statements. The one thing I guess I would like to add is this. They've done a marvelous job of taking into account environmental sustainability and accessible recreation for a diverse population and economic viability. And the point I guess others haven't emphasized, the economic viability is why they can commit to the environmental sustainability and the accessibility. and the diverse recreational opportunities that they provide, as was just noted by the previous speaker, are marvelous for all ages. I'm now 76. In a few years, I'm sure I would be using the par 3 course and the miniature golf course, but not the regular course. And I and my wife hike in Rock Creek Park daily. We find having a nature preserve nearby of that magnitude and quality is incredible. And we love that part of Rock Creek, but making the golf course playable and accessible and viable is important too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Curtis. And now lastly, I'm going to check one more time. Mr. David Madden. Is Mr. David Madden present? Or Mr. Paul Boyle? Paul Boyle. Hearing nothing from those two gentlemen, if the commissioners have questions for Mr. Yardis, Mr. Ryan, or Mr. Curtis, please ask them now. I don't see any hands up. I don't see any questions. So I'm going to pass this back to Vice Chair Betty Hewlett to continue this program.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. So our next group of speakers consists of Seth Arthur, followed by Catherine Blanchard, Clemmy Solomon, Joelle Barksdale, and Clint Sanchez. Seth Arthur, are you present? Catherine Blanchard? No. Clemmy
Yes,
Solomon?
I'm present.
Okay.
This is Catherine.
Okay, wonderful, Kathy.
Hi.
Catherine Blanchard, pleased to have you. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Great, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm here to voice my enthusiastic support for the National Park Service and National Links Trust plan to renovate the Rock Creek Park Golf Course. I'm a career sustainability educator. I'm a committed environmentalist, and I am not a golfer. And so this is from an average citizen's perspective. I'd like to share just a few key points that will echo many of the things that have already been said. First of all, National Links Trust is clearly committed to creating a more sustainable community for everyone across Washington, D.C. The organization has undertaken huge efforts to cull invasive species at all 3 of the golf courses. They picked up thousands of pounds of trash and been a part of programs in collaboration with many local organizations. I've personally seen the effects of their work in my own Ward 7 neighborhood. In the field of sustainability education, we really reinforce that sustainable communities are not only focused on preserving trees that are currently in existence, but envisions a future of a safe, healthy, and thriving environment for people and the natural world. The aim of the plan is to create new green and shared spaces, not only for golfers, but for other recreation as well, for leisure and for education. This approach is going to revitalize a dead and decaying forest, create a model of economic sustainability, and create a welcoming place for young people, especially who may have never before engaged with nature or engaged with outdoor sports, giving them a path to connect and become advocates for this in the future. And I'd also like to reiterate that this plan is not the same plan that we saw in May. This organization, both the National Links Trust and NPS, have listened to the community. They've made revisions, as many people have noted today, and reached out to and met with several of the staunchest critics of this initial plan. They're making efforts to work with the community, even those who do not agree with their vision. And I can't say anything more that is more important than that in an organization that's such a pillar and a cornerstone of our community. So with that in mind, I thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this proposal. I really look forward to you approving it. And Washington, D.C. will be better for this. So thank you. I cede back the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blanchard. Clemmy Solomon, are you with us? I see you, Joelle Barksdale. And then you have 3 minutes, Ms. Barksdale.
Hello. I'm speaking in full support of the rehabilitation of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course project. My name is Joelle Barksdale. I'm a rising high school senior, and I've been a part of the First Tee since I was 9 years old. I'm 17 years old now, so I've been involved with the First Tee for over 8 years. I can say without a doubt that what has kept me involved in First Tee has been the people and the many life skills that I've learned. Everyone at First Tee, from the executive director the administrative staff, the coaches, and the volunteers have been very instrumental in my growth as a person and a player. They care about what's going on, not just on the course, but in my life and in school. In addition to the First Tee staff, I've also been able to significantly expand my network by meeting and interacting with people from many different backgrounds that I ordinarily would not have met. I've built many long-lasting friendships with other First Tee participants, where First Tee provides us a space to have fun, connect, and relate to one another through the game of golf. We learn from one another and through one another. I will hold on to and cherish these friendships for life. Before joining First Tee, I would have never imagined speaking at an event like this. Believe it or not, I was an extremely shy kid. I didn't like to talk much. Sparking a conversation with people was scary. However, through my experience with First Tee, I've learned many life skills, including advocating for myself and causes that I feel strongly about. I feel strongly that First Tee has the ability to expand its impact so that more kids like me can be exposed to the life-changing lessons and opportunities that First Tee provides. Being able to renovate the facility will provide the community and the youth with a safe place to interact with one another, a facility equipped with classroom space and a learning center, and affordable access to the game of golf. I full-heartedly support the rehabilitation project for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Barksdale. I appreciate your comments. Clint Sanchez, I see you're present.
Yes, Vice Chair Hewlett, thank you very much.
And you're representing First Tee, so hold on, you have 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes, I'm representing First Tee of Greater Washington, D.C., and we just heard from one of our outstanding participants, Joelle Barksdale. Great job, Joelle. First Tee Greater Washington, D.C., we're a youth development organization that teaches golf and life skills to young people ages 7 to 18. It's a great year for us. We're starting our 25th, this is our 25th year, 25th anniversary. We started in 1999, impacting the lives of youth at Langston Golf Course in Northeast, with just 90 participants in that first year. And now we have close to 2,000 participants in those 25 years. One of our program locations is Rock Creek Golf Course, and we'll come out in full support from the very beginning. We were in full support in 2020 when National Links Trust was awarded the bid for the 50-year lease. And that support has not wavered. I'd like to point out that National Links Trust, as others have pointed out as well, has done great discernment, has brought in the community, has changed, altered their plans after hearing from the community, and that's been wonderful to watch. So wanted to definitely point out we have an outstanding partner in the National Links Trust since they assumed the operations of 3 golf courses. They've been a steadfast supporter and partner of ours. We're looking forward to great things ahead. Our work at Rock Creek is right now small. We have 60 young people in our program there, and it's small because of the facilities that are there. We think we can triple the impact of our program at Rock Creek in just 1 year. So bring people just like Joelle to the program, have from 60 people to have 200 people. So being able to triple our impact is a tremendous opportunity. And I really think that we've heard that word transformational a few times tonight. I really feel that this project is a transformational project. It'll have direct impact on our community, our young people, the families we serve. And we look forward to watching it progress. I really appreciate everyone's time here and all the thoughts that each side has put into this. I submitted a written report, and I'd like to cede the rest of my time. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hewlett, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. Appreciate it. I told Daniel Schramm is back on.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry I'm late.
No worries.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thanks. My name is Dan Schramm. I'm a resident of DC for the past 16 years, and I love to hike in Rock Creek Park. Rock Creek Park is one of, if not one of the greatest urban forests, not just in the United States, but in the world. I think we should be doing everything in our power to protect that forest. We are living in a time of ecological and climate crisis, and the unnecessary destruction of native forest habitat, I think, is unconscionable. So I would urge the NCPC to either vote against this project or ask the designers to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to do this in a way that doesn't require the destruction of hundreds of large, mature, native trees that are part of a contiguous urban forest on public lands. We are talking about wrecking 6 to 8 acres of contiguous habitat on national park lands. And those hundreds of trees, they're not just individuals, they're part of a whole forest ecosystem that supports hundreds of species and supplies countless ecosystem services that would likely be valued in the millions if we were to put a dollar figure on it. That forest cannot be easily replaced. Replanting saplings will have very little ecological value for decades, and there's a risk that they would not be properly cared for or grow to maturity, which is often the case with government tree planting projects. Meanwhile, there's critical habitat that must be protected under the Endangered Species Act. And I would like to note that I don't think the National Park Service has completed its consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service with respect to several endangered species, such as the northern long-eared bat, that will suffer degradation of their habitat, if not death. I would point to the Department of Energy and Environment for DC's comment letter observing the potential damage to stormwater retention from the loss of these trees, damaging water quality, the loss of the air filtration services that these trees are providing, degrading air quality, and enhancing the urban heat island effect. I think certainly many people who are opposed to the project as currently designed certainly have no problem with the laudable goals of promoting access to golf. But I am not convinced, and I don't understand why the government is convinced that there is no other way for this project to move forward except for with the removal of so many healthy native trees. So I would just repeat, I think DC is suffering a tree crisis right now. There's rampant development pressure across the city, which is causing us to lose many of our existing trees. I don't think DC's tree law is working as it was intended, and it is too easy to lose heritage trees throughout the city. So we have an opportunity here to preserve these important, large, mature native trees on public lands in this area. And I really think the designers need to figure out a way to accomplish the goals that they want to accomplish, but to do so in a way that is far less damaging to the forest that is currently there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schramm. I appreciate it. So with that, I'm going to stop and take a moment to see if any of the commissioners have questions of Ms. Blanchard, Joelle Barksdale, Clint Sanchez, or Daniel Schramm. Do any commissioners have any questions of any of those aforementioned speakers? If not, we'll happily move on to the next group, which consists of Tomas Enriquez, followed by Will Karnasowitz. I'm probably close, but okay.
But thank you.
Okay, close but no prize. Okay.
Close enough at this late hour.
Okay. All right. Well, when you speak, please re-identify yourself. Okay. Douglas Greenhouse and Rich Bell and Brian Wright. Okay. So Tomas Enriquez. Are you present? Okay. Will, you got to help me out again. Will? Okay, you're
Hello.
on.
Can you hear me?
You have 3 minutes, but please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. State your last name clearly for me so I can get it right. Okay.
It's Will Karnasevich.
Karnasevich. Okay.
Karnasevich. Perfect. Yeah.
Karnasevich, you got it.
It looks harder than it is.
Okay.
I am a DC resident, Georgetown alum, avid golfer, and father to a young son, with hopefully more on the way. And I'm extremely supportive of the National Links Trust since it's.
Now, one of us is breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure. Am I frozen or he's frozen?
Must be me.
Okay. Okay.
Can you not hear me, or is it just the
You're just
video?
freezing. You're just freezing.
Okay. Sorry about that. I will not take up the whole time. So I just want to reiterate my support for the National Links Trust. As an avid golfer and a father, I think this proposed rehabilitation project will enliven the golf course. Right now, it is, you know, the third public golf course in DC, and it is kind of the forgotten one compared to Liston and East Potomac, because of the state of disrepair that it has fallen into. I've played at it at a handful of times, but it does not support the golfing and community infrastructure that it was intended when it was built in 100 years ago, and this is an excellent opportunity for National Links Trust and the Park Service to bring it into a community gem that all people from all walks of life can enjoy. Thank you all for your time. This meeting has gone on very long, and I appreciate all your patience, and just want to reiterate my support, and I see the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Karnashevitz.
Thank you.
And just so you know that once you went off camera, we could hear you loud and clear. So that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Douglas Greenhouse, are you present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. If it's okay with you, I'll leave the video off, and I'll try to take less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've also filed written comments. I really am appreciative of the years-long efforts that have been put into this plan to rehabilitate the Rock Creek Golf Course. Obviously, all the folks involved, whether it's yourselves, the National Park Service, the NLT, all the consultants have done a lot of work over a long period of time. A rehabilitation of the golf course is long overdue. This is an historic course that dates back to 1909, and it's gone through many iterations since then. I'm sure you heard about that at the beginning. And notwithstanding all the very hard work by the employees of the golf course, and I've come to know some of them from playing golf there, the course is in very poor condition. It's not their fault. It's just years of neglect that have led up to this. So we're overdue for rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is the operative word. It is restoring, if you will, a golf course, not to what it originally was, not to perhaps even its best condition, but to the goals of the plan. I've long since been a fan of Rock Creek Park since the 1980s when I first came to the area, to DC. Biking, hiking, attending concerts, going to the tennis center, taking the kids to the zoo, and of course, playing the golf course. And my wife and kids have also played the course, as well as Langston and the courses down at East Potomac, where the NLT is doing a great job getting started in rehabilitation of both those facilities. Perhaps the most important thing was touched on just a few seconds ago with the value that it will provide to the school-age children of the district and surrounding communities, especially those involved with First Tee, an organization our family has long supported. But all ages will benefit, including retired folks such as myself, many of whom are on a tight budget and cannot afford to play at some of the public courses outside of the district that are considerably more expensive, even if they could get there. And that is another benefit of Rock Creek, that it is fairly accessible physically to get to. I'm also excited by the employment and other economic impacts the rehabilitated course will have on the community. And Rock Creek is a large park, but it has any number of cultural and historic facilities, and this is just one of them. So I fully support the rehabilitation plan as it's outlined for this 115-year-old golf course, and I think all the benefits that it will provide will be many. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenhouse. I appreciate it. Rich Bell, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, and we can see you too. You have 3 minutes, and we welcome your testimony.
Thank you for your time and your patience this evening. The NCPC's mission is to support the federal government and enrich the lives of the region's residents, workers, and visitors. This fits completely in line with that mission. I've been paying attention to the National Links Trust for the last 4 years and what they've done to improve not just the golf courses, but the broader community here in DC since they took over the leases of these courses has been nothing short of remarkable. On this particular project, just since May of this past year, they've continued to refine the proposed rehabilitation plan. They've consulted with members of the community. They've utilized industry experts, and with an updated plan, they've reduced the tree canopy to be removed. They've maintained the tree canopy to be added. They plan to plant approximately another 1,500 to 2,100 trees. And ultimately, Rock Creek Park is roughly 1,750 total acres. We're talking about 8 acres as part of this project. That's less than 1% of the entire park. These specific efforts are in addition to the many environmental sustainable initiatives that they plan to undertake. These initiatives include planting 12.3 acres of meadow habitat to increase biodiversity of the property, capturing and reusing rainwater for irrigation, and using increased revenue to sustainably manage the forest and the meadows. A lot of numbers have been thrown around today. Certain individuals in the opposition to this project were saying that their numbers were overwhelming. I just want to reiterate for those listening that those numbers were in regard to a different process that's not designed for the public referendum on a project, but rather give people a chance to ask relevant questions or provide valuable insights. As it pertains to this evening, from what I understand, over 50% of the comments submitted have been in support of this project, and there's been more than 5,000 signatures in support. Just the last several hours have been on here. You've been able to see the overwhelming support for this. A few things that don't tie into the environmental aspect of it. Third places, we need more of them in our communities. Having a golf course that also has a community center, that also has a driving range, that also has training facilities for young kids actually fits that bill. Other things that the NLT's done over the last year, 1,300 new youth golfers. That's 1,300 kids that have been impacted by their organization. 30 teen jobs. That's 30 kids that have been given employment opportunities here in our community. And for those that have actually been on Langston East Potomac, since they've taken over the courses are exponentially cleaner. Just in this last year alone, they've picked up nearly 200 bags of trash. I remember playing these courses 10 years ago, and there was beer cans, water bottles, trash, wrappers everywhere. You don't see that anymore. These guys know what they're doing. And for that reason, I enthusiastically support it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bell. Appreciate it. And finally, in this grouping, Brian Wright, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. You are on 3 minutes.
So I'd just like to quickly lend my perspective as a volunteer. I've been volunteering with the Park Service's Weed Warrior program for about 5 years now. And most of my volunteer hours have been spent either on or on the periphery of the golf course. And so I know kind of from experience what it's going to take to restore that area. And we have done our best and made some progress, but the last 5 years have taught me that what's really needed is some big efforts and sustained support by the management of the golf course. And I have to shout out to NLT. They've been very supportive, especially in the last couple of years with supporting volunteer work out there. And it's made a difference. But really what's needed at the golf course is bigger change. And I think the last 100 years have taught us that there are kind of underlying structural problems with the golf course as it was originally designed. And those have all been talked about and are generally thrown under the rubric of deferred maintenance. But that's been covered a lot. But I'm wholeheartedly behind this plan, and I think it's environmentally the best way forward for a couple of reasons. One, the basic layout is going to be less turf and more natural areas. So that lends to greater sustainability, but also takes advantage of the advantageous environmental topography of the course, which makes it a really already pretty biodiverse place, but the real potential is untapped there. And I think that choice of a tighter course route and more nature, more natural areas is really a nod to the needs of not only, golf, but also the needs of our times. And people talk about climate change, those kind of things. I think this is a thoughtful way forward in that regard. Second thing I'd like to hit on that other people have touched on, but let's just say it in a different way, that this is a really interesting project because municipal golf and environmental stewardship are going to be working together. And it's within a national park setting. So I think this really has a lot of potential to set a standard for the future. People have been super worried about, oh, if you cut a tree, it's, climate change and all that. You got to think the way forward is really as this all hands on deck approach. And I think this plan is strong in that regard and should be approved. If I have any time left, I'll cede it because it's late.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. I appreciate it so much. That concludes this particular grouping. So I will see if the commissioners have any questions of Mr. Karnashevitz, Mr. Greenhouse, Mr. Bell, or Mr. Wright. And seeing none, we will move on to the next grouping. Which consists of Ayanna Mackins-Free, Julia Miller, David Shea, Abraham Rodberg, and Faith Wheeler. So let's see if any of these folks are here. And Ms. Free, I see you're first and ready to go. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ayanna Mackins-Free, and I'm a Ward 4 resident of over 20 years. I'm a mom of 4. I'm one of the 678,000 DC residents, and there are 68,000 of us here right in Ward 4. I'm a recent cancer survivor, and I oppose the plan to overdevelop the golf course. I'm speaking today on my personal experience with the natural rolling hills that accommodate the sport of golf in Rock Creek, and birds, and sledding, and hiking, and mosquitoes, and all of the natural ecosystem that exists there. Overdevelopment, I offer, is a disrespect to the invitation that the park gives us as keepers of the area for future generations. I'm not a snob, as would be claimed by some of the supporters of this plan. I've been on this meeting since 1 o'clock this afternoon, like many of you, and I've heard some of the commentaries that have been shared. I'd like to offer that there are those of us that live within the vicinity of the park that are not living in multi-million-dollar mansions. We vote, we watch birds too, and we care about the entire park for a variety of reasons, not just golf. There are over 3,000 signatures on 2 separate petitions that are in opposition to the current proposal. And many of those signatures are from Ward 4 residents that are just now learning of this plan that's been in the mix for several years. I have questions about that. Let's not mute the voices of the residents that live nearby. I, like so many others who have spoken, envision Rock Creek Park as a respected member of our family and not solely as a tourist destination to play golf. For 100 years, golf has cohabitated with the existing tree canopy system without completely colonizing the delicate habitat for animals, insects, birds, and plant populations. So to spend $35 million to barrel through a protected forested canopy of healthy trees, in many cases, this really only makes sense in a silo of greed. The optics of spending $35 unchecked million in Ward 4 on a golf course when we have an affordable housing crisis, it can seem a little tone deaf. And the bullying of those of us who oppose the plan, calling us names, that only reflects the true spirit of this project and the underbelly. Long-term Ward 4 residents, many of us are saying no, not to the golf course, but we're saying no to being hoodwinked. We've been down this road before. Let's go back 30 years to the early and late 90s with the Fitzgerald Tennis Center. many promises about jobs and accessibility and expanding the program to WTF for all the underserved kids in the community. Those promises were made, but here we are 30 years later, and it could be argued that those promises have missed the mark.
Bree, your time is up.
Again, thank you, and I will be submitting my comments in writing for the consideration of the committee.
We thank you. We thank you as well. Julia Miller, are you present? Julia Miller?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You are next, and you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll just say that I also am not a snob, and I do come from a golfing family, but my mother would be rolling in her grave over this excessive plan. To be clear, I support making improvements, but I do not support this particular plan. I urge the commissioners to reject the current proposal and withhold approval of any plan until NPS engages in formal consultations resulting in a biological opinion with regard to the endangered species on the course. The commissioners should also mandate that no night lighting be used on the driving range. It is not necessary and not worth the harm that the resulting light pollution causes to humans and wildlife. The commission should also, number 3, mandate changes to the design that more meaningfully reduce the number of trees to be cut down. The plan by Rock Creek Park Golf Course for All demonstrates that this can be done while still having a driving range and still having some par 3 holes. Having 9 par 3 holes is excessive and drives much of the tree removal. And finally, number 4, the commission should make final approval conditional on a binding financial commitment to ensure mitigation for tree removal. According to Dr. David Culver, professor of environmental science at American University, the current golf course plan is a, quote, disaster for the endangered haze spring amphipod. The tree removal will have a detrimental effect on the species, and no thorough inventory has been done of the potential seeps where amphipods live. So, as I said previously, a formal consultation made public must be conducted. Increasing playability is not worth the trade-off in terms of harm to the endangered species or to the ecosystem as a whole. Expert commenters from Dark Sky DC and others have persuasively argued against the lighting plan, which I am in complete agreement with. The NCPC needs to listen to the scientists and not let profit drive the decision. Other area courses have night lighting, but this one, in its unique setting, should not. With regard to the high number of mature canopy and heritage trees to be cut down, NCPC should mandate changes to the design that lower the number of trees to be cut. The golfers at the course whom we spoke to refer to the par 3 holes as adult putt-putt and do not believe that 9 of them are necessary. Beginners can still learn on a smaller number of par 3 holes. This, along with a simpler, more reasonably sized driving range, would allow for fewer trees to be felled. Mayor Bowser on the Kojo Namdi show called for 9 great holes on the Rock Creek Park course that cause as little disruption to the trees as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. I appreciate it. The next speaker is David Shea. Are you present?
I am here.
Wonderful. Mr. Shea, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here today and to provide the opportunity to provide full support to the Rock Creek Golf Project. I have been so impressed by what National Links Trust has done with East Potomac and Langston, and I can't wait to see what they'll do with Rock Creek Golf Course. I've been in DC for 10 years now. I have not played golf in Rock Creek before, and I cannot wait to see the transformation. Thank you again for the time today, and I'm going to cede the rest of my time to the commission to allow others to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shea. I appreciate it. Abraham Rodberg, are you present?
Hello.
Abraham? Yes, okay, there you are. Okay, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Okay.
Hello.
My name is Abraham Rodberg. I'm
Okay.
14 and in ninth grade. I've lived in DC my entire life and now live very close to Rock Creek Park. I've spent my whole life connected to DC's parks, whether it's been going to playgrounds, taking hikes throughout Rock Creek Park. I wanted to speak at today's meeting because I see the great importance of all the parks to our community, and I feel the plans for the golf course would be detrimental to ecosystems and people who use the park because of its stunning natural beauty, like a casual walker who would want to go out with their dog, a runner who wants to get a good workout, or even the golfer who wants to go to their local golf course to play 9 holes. I'm asking you to vote no on this proposed plan. There is no doubt the golf course needs severe improvement, but the plan for the redevelopment has been rushed to the finish line, and it's missing key points of view from the people most involved in the golf course, the nearby residents, and the golfers themselves. Many members of the local community have pushed back against this plan because of the bad effects it'll have in their local park, for plants, for animals, and for the city. This pushback has appeared to be ignored by the planners. Overall, the current plan for the redevelopment of the golf course has not considered many factors and must be stopped before it causes substantial damage to our Rock Creek Park. Thank you. I'd like to cede the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rodberg. Appreciate it. And finally, Faith Wheeler in this grouping. Faith Wheeler, are you present? Faith Wheeler? Okay, so I will take a moment to see if the commissioners have any questions of Ms. Free, Ms. Miller, Mr. Shea, or Mr. Rodberg. Seeing no raised hands, I will move on to the next grouping, which consists of Peter Jones, followed by Timothy Zurabida, Jonathan Paul, Reed Muyo, which I probably messed up, Richard Lambert. Okay. Peter Jones, are you present?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you have 3 minutes. We welcome your testimony.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. And thank you so much to the Commission for providing space for citizens to speak on this important project. I'm excited to once again speak in support of the rehabilitation plan that the NLT and National Park Service have proposed. I've been very proud of the work that the NLT and NPS have done in responding thoughtfully to the many comments that have submitted and working with their many stakeholders. And I think it's really has improved the overall process. Even just thinking through how the driving range looks in the proposal now versus even May. I think it's a much less impact on the overall environment, which I think was rightfully brought up in some of the critics' comments. So I think it's a much improved project. I also want to associate my comments with Elizabeth Crawford and especially with Brian Wright, who probably spends more time in the Rock Creek course doing environmental work, at least more than anyone I know. So I don't want to take up too much more of the committee's time, but as an environmental historian, I want to take a quick step back and really remind everyone that this land was once entirely farmland, and then through essentially almost 100 years of lack of management, it's kind of become, yes, a forest with much habitat, but also a ton of invasive species, a ton of problems as far as forest management and interactions between the golf course and the forest. I think what NLT has proposed, over the next 50 years of their lease, is really a golf course that will work with the forest and with the habitat to really make a much stronger overall cohesive project that I think is really going to be a gem for Rock Creek, both from an environmental as well as a recreational perspective, and really be a true gem of municipal golf within the country. So I will leave it at that and thank the Commission again for their time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it very much. Next, we have Timothy Zurabida. I see you there, and please correct my pronunciation.
Very, very close. It's Zaribda.
Okay, Zurabida. Okay, now say it again.
Zaribda.
Zurabida. Okay, thank you. Mr. Zurabida, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank the commissioners, Vice Chair Hewlett and Chairwoman Goodman for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Timothy Zaribda. I am a DC resident. I've been a golf course superintendent for nearly 25 years. I also happen to be a certified arborist with the International Society of Arboriculture, and currently I am the Director of Agronomy for National Links Trust and in charge of the 3 city golf courses in the district. After listening to the testimony this evening, well, all day today, not just this evening, I sort of wanted to share what brought me down to DC and what really attracted me to this position. Not having a family of my own, the possibility to positively influence the surrounding community through the game of golf, which has given me everything, greatly appealed to me. I have the opportunity to introduce youngsters in these communities and the surrounding neighborhoods to a career path they may have never known to exist. This year, we actually have 2 apprentices, one at East Potomac Golf Course, one at Langston Golf Course, who we're going to help send to turf school in the spring of 2025. So that's something I'm very proud of in the first year. Speaking of Rock Creek is in bad shape. Nobody's going to argue that. The golf course itself is in bad shape. I am going to say the reason for that is about 80 to 100 years of deferred maintenance. Unfortunately, we cannot meet the cultural resource objectives of the National Park Service without dealing with the deferred maintenance. A lot of that happens to deal with the trees on property, which we plan on doing through an adaptive management approach. Shaded turf requires more inputs. When I say more inputs, that's more fertilizer, more fungicides, everything like that to have a quality playing environment. Trying to reduce those inputs. What I really like about this plan, what I really love about Rock Creek is it's an idea. Once finished, it's going to be an ideal property to introduce youngsters to the game. The first tee of Washington, D.C. is going to plan on taking up home at Rock Creek. I'd like to also say of Joel, if you're still listening, wonderful job. That was very impressive. Seeing something like that really, brings us all together for me. So first tee will be at Rock Creek. The short game par 3 course is just an ideal opportunity for youngsters to get introduced to the game. Something that's going to be very important, has the ability to affect thousands, if not tens of thousands of future golfers in the country. Obviously being respectful of the time, I want to ask the commissioners to please consider voting yes for this project. What I really think is once this is completed, it's going to be a beacon and example for municipal golf facilities, not just across the country, but across the world. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zaribda. Jonathan Paul, are you present?
Yes, I am. I wish I could just yield my time to Mr. Zaribda, but I'll speak briefly since I'm not sure if that's allowed. I'm just a golfer, not an agronomist, not a superintendent. I live in the DC area. I have for 16 years, and I started playing golf at East Potomac with some friends about probably 14 years ago. My wife and I, we moved to Military Road, just a couple miles from Rock Creek in 2019. And despite playing way too many rounds of golf, I have not played any of those rounds at Rock Creek Golf Course. Some people have said it's just not really a playable course right now. So I am very enthused about the renovation plan and just have 3 quick points to make on that. The first one is proximity to accessible public golf, primarily for residents of wards 3, 4, wards 1. I believe earlier today, Mr. Gordon testified that for us going to East Potomac or Langston from where we are, you're looking at a 45-minute drive. So an hour and a half round trip commute to play golf or go to a driving range. And it's just not really realistic for those of us with jobs to do that. I'd love to, but having something like that at Rock Creek would just be amazing. The second point is that driving ranges and par 3 courses are not just a novelty item. They are public goods and they're vital to making golf accessible in the community. When I started playing golf, and I'm sure many other people that when they remember back to when they started, you couldn't just go play 18 holes. You're not good enough. You'd miss the ball too many times. So you have to practice. You have to play shorter courses, and having something like that at Rock Creek, I think, would just be tremendous for the entire community and really help with the National Links Trust mission of making golf accessible. And the final thing I'll say is that I'm very sympathetic to the concerns raised by those that have spoken out against the renovation I think climate change is real. I appreciate the value of trees. I love being out in nature and enjoying those national resources. And while all of those issues are certainly massive, the impact for this project is very minimal. And people have alluded to that already. Just the amount of trees in comparison to the whole park is small. And the impact for the community is indisputably massive. So many opportunities for young folks in the area to get out and play golf, I think would just be tremendous. And I hope and appreciate the committee for considering my comments and hopefully approving the renovation plan. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Paul. Okay. All right, where are we now? So the next one is Reed Moyo. And I probably didn't pronounce that correctly either. Not present. Richard Lambert.
I'm here. How are you?
We're good. You're on.
Good evening. Thank you so much for inviting me. A pleasure to speak. My second time speaking, and I'm thrilled to hear all the comments in favor of Rock Creek Park. My name is Richard Lambert. I live at 5715 Kansas Avenue in Ward 4. And as a Black father with 2 golf passionate sons, I strongly support the Rock Creek Park Golf Course Rehab Project. This initiative is more about renovating the course. It's about creating opportunities for communities of color. Golf offers a unique space to build relationships and networks often out of reach for Black and Latino communities. I want to share a personal story that further underscores the importance of this project. My son has recently started 6th grade at DC International School, right up the street from Rock Creek. The school has expressed interest in starting a golf team, but the only courses with necessary skill building elements are either in Maryland or 40 minutes away within DC and Virginia. Due to those logistical hurdles, the school has been unable to create a golf team or provide golf-based recreation, depriving our children of valuable recreational and a renovated Rock Creek golf course will be a game changer. It will create opportunities for DC International students and students from 7 other public schools within 1 mile radius. This proximity will remove the logistical barriers preventing schools from forming golf teams and integrating golf into their physical educational programs. This rehab project, coupled with the unwavering dedication of First Tee and its potential to serve nearby schools, presents a unique opportunity to level the playing field for our children, not just in golf, but in life itself. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and consideration. Out of respect for NCPC and the process, I see the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lambert. With that, I'm going to see if our commissioners have any questions of Mr. Jones, wait a minute now. Zaribida. Okay. I think I got it right this time. And Jonathan Paul and Mr. Lambert. Do the commissioners have any questions? Thank you. With that, I will gladly turn this back over to Madam Chair to close us out with the speakers. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I just am so grateful for your help today, Vice Chair Hewlett, because it's been a long day for all of us, but I really appreciate your help. Okay, so and moving on, our next group of 5 or 4 includes Mark. Okay, I'm going to be in your position here, Betty Ivanko, followed by Vikram Shriya Sharuvola, Brendan Porth, Anthony Start, and Kevin Van Cleef. And I apologize for butchering names. Please do correct it when you speak if you're here. So our first person to speak would be Mark Ivanko. Are you present? I'm going to continue to move. The hour is late. So Vikram Shriya, are you here? I do not see anyone speaking or hear anyone. Brendan Porth.
Yes, I am here. I'm
Okay,
here.
very good. Brendan, please.
Hi, sorry, I'm in between here, soccer and baseball practice for the children. One thing that just by coincidence, they've had a challenging time is getting in golf. And it's really remarkable. I work in golf. I've worked in golf and lived in the DC area for 15 years. I work in golf media. I've come to know National Links Trust work and the people behind it. And even my occupation in golf has made it a challenge. And that coming from a place of kind of significant advantage and network to get my kids in golf. And it's been really even hard for someone like me with those advantages to get them access and interested. And I'm motivated and with means. And what I see National Links Trust's work doing, especially at Rock Creek Park, which we just heard in the preceding comments, is creating access and affordability in an area that's in dire need of it. And it's coming from folks who are possess not just the local investment, right, but an incredible, I've been all over the world and seen golf courses, met people in golf. But the people involved in National Links Trust have that expertise, that institutional knowledge, could be working anywhere in the world in golf, could be doing any various amounts of projects, which they've done in the past, but they're locals who are invested in their community. We've seen the game really boom since COVID as a way of outdoor recreation, and access though has dwindled as interest has sort of spiked. And what we've seen is a lot of national sort of management companies try to capitalize on this boom. And what we have here, though, are locals who are part of this community, but also have this immense expertise, golf expertise. They've brought world-class architects to take up this project on their own time and dime, be akin to bringing world-class chefs to the district to teach kids, to provide kitchens and teach kids how to cook, right, on their own time. And those are the kind of architects and the network that they've built that they're trying to bring to their community. And in the prior comments, the driving range, it's not just, you don't just go out and play 8 holes or 9 holes. We see you need a place to practice. And I think this week it's really prevalent. We see, top of mind right now is Francis Tiafo, the son of immigrants from the DMV area, who got into tennis because his dad got a construction job at the College Park Tennis Center. Now he's playing in the US Open. Is that necessarily a goal of what this project is? No, but it's a potential impact. It's providing that access point and that affordability. And I think with the driving range and certainly an improved facility with people who are locals, it's not a national golf management company that's purely operating from a profit motive. They're locals with immense expertise wanting to bring this to the community and create that point of access and affordability with the First Tee program and the facility.
Wow. Thank you very much, Brendan. We appreciate you sharing your testimony tonight. And I do want to mention before I ask if Anthony Start is here, that I did omit Kevin Van Cleef. You've been here for some time and I see you and you're next. So unless, is Anthony Start here? I don't believe he is. Then Kevin, we're going to move on to you. You have 5 or 3 minutes to provide your testimony, please.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, my name is Kevin Van Cleef. I'm a preservationist and advocate for public golf. I support National Links Trust project at Rock Creek. This project has the potential to bring together the entire community with more access for golfers and non-golfers alike. Why can't everyone benefit from public recreation? Golf done right is good for the environment. I've studied the work that Gil Hans and his team have completed over the past few decades. He is clearly someone who puts the environment first while building and restoring fun golf for all types of people to enjoy. Turfgrass management is an extremely professional career. Today's turf managers are putting sustainability first, only focusing inputs onto the necessary playing surfaces. I'm confident that this project will have a positive impact on the environment, not only for the golf course, but also for the surrounding area. Additionally, the National Links Trust worked with experts in their respective fields, including environmental agencies, to develop this plan. This project has been carefully crafted with experts and under the exacting standards of NPS. The widespread support of this project underscores the time and thought that the National Links Trust has put into it. I urge the Commission to approve this project. Public golf is important and can be an environmental positive. Out of respect for the Commission, I'll cede the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your testimony this evening. I'm going to ask now if the commissioners have any questions for either Mr. Van Cleef or Mr. Porath. I don't know Brendan, how you pronounce your last name.
Porath. You're close.
Porath. Close enough. Okay. We have not heard from Vikram Shriya or from Mark Ivanka or from Anthony Stark. So unless they speak up, do you commissioners have any questions for the two speakers we heard from in this group? Hearing nothing, we're going to move on. Our next group, thank you both. Our next group includes Omar Hakim, followed by Jefferson Beck, Council Member Janice Lewis George, Adam Russell, and Johnny Bailey. So I'm going to begin with Omar Hakim. Are you here? Is Omar Hakim here? I do not hear him. Jefferson Beck? No Jefferson Beck. Council Member Lewis George, as Ward 4's council member, you would have 5 minutes to speak. Is Council Member Lewis George here? Janice Lewis George. Okay, hearing nothing, I'm going to move on. Adam Russell, you are representing Mountain View Seeds, and you would have 5 minutes. Adam, I see you are here. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate you having me. I'm Adam Russell. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, a lifelong golfer. I'm a landscape architect. I'm also the vice president of a company that breeds, develops, and markets turf grasses. I'm a leadership in energy and environmental design accredited professional. I'm the past president of the Alliance for Low Input and Sustainable Turf. First and foremost, landscape architects engineer social change. The beginnings and the genesis of Rock Creek Park was through a landscape architect, Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. The principles of NLT and the driving force behind these plans are landscape architects. And I think that's a very important point when you start talking about judging landscapes, grasses versus trees, ecosystems versus landscapes. Humans revere trees probably more than we should, mostly because they're larger than us. And they are very, very important. I'm a conservationist. I'm an advocate for trees at any and all points. I've spent most of my life in national parks and state parks around here in Atlanta. But they're no more valuable than any other elements in an ecosystem, including grasses. They're not more important than grasses, and this rehab plan is balanced, just the same way that any tree or grass is balanced in nature. By most scientific estimates, 20 to 40% of the Earth's surface is grass or grasslands. That's a really important point for people who are in objection to this plan. Too many people hold on to the idea that trees are vastly important and more important than one other thing. Modern turf grasses, the kinds that will be used on this golf course, are derived from simple, naturally selected grasses from unspoiled ecosystems around the world. Many of these grasses that are used in golf courses and will be used in this golf course were supported by the United States Department of Ag, the United States Golf Association, and locally tested at the University of Maryland and the National Turfgrass Evaluation Program in Beltsville, Maryland. What many of these dissenting environmentalists don't realize is by showing their opposition and using trees as cooling and evaporative, climate resilient landscapes, they're actually in support of this NLT plan. Every single one of them is in support. What they don't realize and what they've been misled to believe is that turf grasses don't sink more carbon than trees. We know that scientifically. Grasslands and grasses sink more carbon than trees. In most recent studies at universities, turfgrass universities, the combination of trees and lawns together produce the most evaporative, cooling, and climate resilient landscapes. The original design of Rock Creek has been neglected, and this park itself was deforested many times over its history. So the original plan from Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. supported a golf course. It was in the original plan. It was healing from the deforestation and the tobacco farming and the other intensive ag uses that have been existing on this site for many, many years before the actual park itself. By including a golf course, it was to pull the community in, to have it as a place, a refuge, a resource, somewhere where people could commune and experience nature while recreating. That's the goal of the National Park Service for all people. And this was a big success. It was very unique at the time. And so part of this original design, along with the golf course, is to remove trees, to create those long-range views, to have grasslands, to have grasses, to have trees, to have water, All of this was within the original design. And so because this golf course has existed for 100+ years, it will continue no matter what plan is adopted here. I think it's really important that we stick to the purpose of why this park was designed and how it was designed. And that speaks to what NLT is doing with their plan. Is it expensive? Maybe to some people, but this deferred maintenance has gone on for 25 to 50 years and created a neglected landscape. To bring that back to where it should be, a healthy, functioning landscape for all people, it's going to cost a lot of money. But I am in total support of this plan and the principles that are involved in it, because they are landscape architects. They understand how to engineer social change. They understand how to bring communities of all people, of all colors together, and empower people. It's a sound, balanced plan, and it creates landscapes that can use by all people, by many people, and it will stay faithful to the original purpose and plan of the park. So I see the rest of my time. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell. We appreciate you sharing your testimony this evening with the commission. And now we're moving on to Johnny Bailey. I see, Johnny, you are here and you are representing Black Golf Club DC, and you have 5 minutes to provide your testimony. So welcome and have at it.
Thank you very much. Forgive me, I'm picking up my children. I had to pull over to make sure I could speak for today's session.
Yeah.
Two little ones. I'm a dad of two girls, 1 5 and 1 2. Day of which I've introduced the game of golf and excited to see them continue to play. My name is Johnny Bailey. I'm a small business owner, formerly the DC digital coach at Google, and a local DC resident residing in Ward 4. I'm here today representing Black Golf Club DC. We're an organization dedicated to promoting social networking, business building, physical activity, and overall mental wellness amongst Washington, D.C.'s best and brightest Black leaders and professionals. We support over 900 Black golfers who represent a variety of community interests, many around environmental wellness and socioeconomic status. And also they come from various socioeconomic backgrounds. Our golf programs make the game of golf more accessible, more affordable, and less intimidating to people in the district who have historically been left out. Our goal this year is to play 2,024 holes with 50 Black golfers at 20 courses across the DMV. Many of our rounds have been, in fact, played at Rock Creek Golf Course, and grateful that Rock Creek has allowed us to usher over 50 new golfers into the game. Personally, the game of golf has had a transformative impact on my life, and being outside is a major reason for that impact on my mental health, my physical health, my ability to build personal connections, professional connections. And I believe that Rock Creek Golf Course and the improvement of that course will allow DC as a city the opportunity to expand the positive impact that golf has to all people. We at Black Golf Club DC are in full support of National Links Trust's proposed project at Rock Creek Park Golf. I believe this project is not just a win for golfers, but also a win for the city overall, providing an affordable access to engaging golf from a world-renowned architect, Gil Hance, and a positive place for DC youth to develop new skills and stay out of trouble. We really want to create a pathway for positive experiences, for development, for pathways to college. We also partner with Howard University to provide education on the game of golf and also on the game of life. And I could envision us hosting a panel or a symposium at this new renovated golf course one day. So the community as a whole will benefit greatly from an increased access to green space, recreation, and life-changing programs that will be hosted and provided there, as well as many positive environmental outcomes from the project. So I do urge the commission to approve this project. Thank you for your time, and out of respect for the commission, I will be ceding the rest of my time. Thank you very much from me and my daughters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey, and enjoy your daughters. I'm going to jump backward now. I see Michael Starr is here. He would have been number 164. Michael, did you have testimony you wanted to share? Start. I apologize. I'm confused. It must be getting late. Okay. Any commission questions?
15 minutes.
Any commission questions for Mr. Bailey or Mr. Russell? Hearing none, we're going to move on to our next group. It includes Michael Berenson, followed by Elizabeth Berry, Roberto Rosas, Elizabeth Kim, and Sheldon Nagesh. Is Michael Berenson here?
I think there's something going on.
Okay. I'm hearing background noise at Elizabeth Berry's house, but I'm not hearing anything from Michael Berenson. Is Michael Berenson here?
Go sit on the seat right here.
Okay, hearing nothing from Michael. Elizabeth Berry, I see you're here. Would you like to share your 3 minutes of testimony, please?
I'm sorry, I'm having a problem where it's echoing.
Uh-huh.
I'm hearing everything twice. Are you?
No.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with my.
I really am not sure. Do you have two devices on in your home? A phone and a computer? Okay. Elizabeth, when you're ready, just raise your hand and we'll get back with you. You're going to have a chance to provide testimony, but I'm going to move on to Roberto Rosas. Is Roberto here? No, I don't see him. Elizabeth Kim. Elizabeth Kim is not here. Sheldon Nagesh. I think I saw Sheldon. No.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sheldon, can you please share your 5 or 3 minutes to provide testimony?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to thank the committee. I know it's been a very, very long day, and I can speak for all the DC residents. We really appreciate your work, and it's not gone unnoticed. So thank you for that. I will be brief because I know it's late, but I just wanted to start with a little historical context because I feel like this entire conversation has missed that a little bit, or it's kind of skirted around that. And so I just wanted to start with a quick quote, and that is, and it's somewhat relevant to some of the testimony today, and it's not meant to be, but and that quote is this: "If you don't know history, then you don't know anything. You are a leaf that doesn't know that it is part of a tree." Like most parts of American history, the stories of the 3 National Park Service golf courses in DC reveal a forgotten history about a chapter in DC's history. In the early 1900s, leaders in Washington, DC chose golf courses to test the ideas that public parks could improve life and health in cities and create opportunities for all citizens. However, when they opened, 5 of the city's 8 public golf courses were established for whites only. In the early 1920s, African Americans could only play at East Potomac Park 2 days a week. So East Potomac Park, as we know today, was essentially segregated, and Langston was for the blacks. And as you can imagine, the facilities in Langston, similar to Rock Creek Park, weren't well maintained. And so my testimony today really just kind of wanted to touch on the elephant in the room, and that is, I know that there's a subtext that's associated with golfing, and rightfully so. And that subtext is that golfing is associated with the privileged class. And this project really aims to address those matters and reverse some of those matters head on. And I think that's a really important thing to note. If you go out to Rock Creek Park, as I have, and I live down the street from it, you'll see minorities, women, and children, and newcomers to the game. I learned to play golf at Rock Creek Park because it is easy. It's not an intimidating golf course. It's accessible. It's really a great place to learn golf, and I can't begin to describe the benefits that golf has provided to me in my life. And if you want evidence of the benefits that historically have been gatekept from minority communities, just refer to the testimony of Miss Barksdale from First Tee earlier that testified. I mean, she really, I thought, spoke to the impact that golf has had on her and can have on so many other youth. And so I just wanted to kind of touch on that today. A recent example of this was Steph Curry's donation to the Howard golf team. And Steph Curry, in connection with that donation, said this. He said, "I think all around the country there's work being done to make golf more affordable, more fun, and more approachable. And the National Links Trust's work is very much doing that today." Lastly, I just wanted to close with, this, as many on the city council know, funds for projects in the District of Columbia are not unlimited. And the National Links Trust is funded in part by private individual donations and has to continually actively fundraise. I think we've heard multiple times today that we need to go back to the drawing board, and I know the funds are not unlimited. And if we run this project away, no one's going to touch us with the 10-foot pole. So thank you for your time. And I know I'm out of time, so thank you.
No, thank you very much. We appreciate it, Mr. Nagesh. It was appreciate all the testimony we've heard today. Is there anyone else in this group? Michael Berenson, Elizabeth Berry, Roberto Roses, or Elizabeth Kim, who are here this evening that would like to share testimony? Hearing nothing, I'm moving on to the last group of speakers, and that would include Mary Rouse, Rajiv Saran, Matthew Gravatt, and Will Smith. Is Mary Rouse here?
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Mary, you have the floor. You will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Thank you. For decades, the National Park Service and Rock Creek Park Management have shown a disturbing pattern of negligent and irresponsible stewardship over precious and dwindling natural and wildlife resources within this treasured urban park. These agencies offer very little accountability to the public they serve. They share little information and often require FOIA lawsuits to obtain basic information. Just as it is wrong to kill hundreds and hundreds of deer, native deer in this park, so it is wrong to kill nearly 6 acres of trees. I would like to offer a case study of how the National Park Service and Rock Creek Park Management have acted over the past 15 years with regard to their false claim that removing hundreds of native deer in the park will, quote, protect and restore native plants and promote healthy and diverse forests, end quote. The agencies have no scientific evidence white-tailed deer have been the principal cause of any decline in forest regeneration in Rock Creek Park, despite repeating this inaccuracy over and over. This was confirmed after receiving materials through a FOIA lawsuit. There is no evidence deer are interfering with forest regeneration in the park at all. What NPS does have proof of, as cited in multiple reports over the last 30 years, is that the real culprit for any decline in native vegetation is not the deer, but the pervasive presence of aggressive non-native plant species that have invaded the park from neighboring properties and that are overgrowing and choking out the natural forest. For decades, invasive plants have been the single most insignificant threat to the park and to the forest as a whole. But to hear the Park Service and Rock Creek Park Management talk, it's the deer at fault. The director of Yale University's Institute for Biospheric Studies and an expert on white-tailed deer in forest ecosystems studied their impact on vegetation and forest regeneration and concluded after thoroughly reviewing studies relied upon by NPS to justify the killing, quote, there is no evidence presented that deer are impairing the forest regeneration in Rock Creek Park or that deer are facilitating the rise of invasive non-native vegetation, end quote. These are 2 principal reasons cited by the Park Service as the basis for killing deer. So after years of fighting to protect the deer in Rock Creek Park from people who falsely said that killing hundreds and hundreds of them year after year for over 10 years is the only way to save the forest, imagine how outraged we have been to learn that these same people now have the audacity to propose killing nearly 6 acres of trees because they want to rehabilitate a golf course. Apparently, trees aren't worth saving after all. The management of this park has no shame and little interest in stewarding its precious resources. So all those deer who were killed in the name of trees died in vain. This case study offers a further cautionary tale to us. The damage NPS and Rock Creek Park Management have done to the once stable deer population in the park is extraordinary. In 2013, when NPS first began killing deer, the population of about 300 had been stable for at least 10 years. Instead of humanely managing this small number using a nonviolent fertility control method NPS had successfully used in other parts of the country, the agency inexplicably went against the advice of humane officials, wildlife biologists, and sharpshooters.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Rouse. We really appreciate your comments tonight. We'll be moving on Is Rajiv Saran here? Or Matthew Gravatt or Will Smith? I do not hear.
I am Matthew
Oh,
Gravatt.
Okay, Matthew, you're here. Okay. Would you like to speak now? You can provide your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
I'm representing an organization. Would I have 5?
Oh, yes, if you are representing an organization, what organization are you representing? Yes, Sierra Club District of Columbia. Yes, chapter. I apologize. Yes, Matthew.
It's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. So members of and commissioners of the National Capital Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to share testimony regarding the proposed rehabilitation of the Rock Creek Park Golf Course. Sierra Club is the nation's oldest and largest grassroots environmental organization, and we have thousands of members and supporters in the district. In addition to protecting everyone's right to get outdoors and access the healing power of nearby nature, the Sierra Club works to tackle the climate crisis, safeguard healthy communities, protect wildlife, and preserve our remaining wild places. Rock Creek Park, as you know, is a crown jewel of the national park system, and it's unique as the oldest and largest urban park. The park and its forest lands in particular provide significant ecosystem services to adjacent communities and to the greater region. The park is essential habitat for numerous species, including endangered species, and provides vital access to nearby nature for countless residents and visitors each year. In fall 2023, Sierra Club and others requested an extension to the public comment period for the proposal. The time provided during the initial comment period was insufficient for the public to fully consider and respond, particularly in light of the significant ecological and community impacts. We requested an extension of at least 60 days at that key stage. The comment period was only extended by a matter of days. Now, nearly a year later, similar, if not the same concerns persist about the proposal and its impact. And so too do concerns raised by about community engagement persist. The process has continued to fall short of meeting the level of public engagement, participation, and responsiveness that the public deserves. Then and now we are concerned about the environmental and community impact of the proposed rehabilitation, which would result in tree culling and other environmental disruption. We also note concerns from neighbors around harm to the environment, impacts on lighting, impacts to wildlife, and a desire for rehabilitation that balances the protection of natural resources and wildlife and ensures a park accessible and welcoming to all. What so many neighbors seek is not at odds with rehabilitation or recreation. Yet, without additional action by NCPC, NLT, and NPS to improve this proposal, it will fall short of delivering the best possible future for Rock Creek Park and the golf course. The siting of the park makes it a highly accessible and valuable resource for residents and visitors to enjoy, quote, a tranquil setting or in pursuit of any number of recreational activities, including golf, end quote. The law designating the park sets out a preference for the preservation of the park's, quote, timber, animals, and curiosities in their natural condition as nearly as possible, end quote. Despite minor changes, though, the rehabilitation proposal seemingly remains at odds with this directive. The 1927 Flynn Plan for the golf course has been raised as a guide for this process, but the proposal's permutation of the Flynn Plan proposes rehabilitation at the expense of preservation of the natural elements of the course, something the original plan held as a core principle. Moreover, the Flynn Plan was created before global warming was understood, urban heat island effects were understood, and without our level of current understanding of the benefits of nearby nature, health and otherwise. The current proposal would cause harm to both habitat and species within the project area and disrupt the greater park ecosystem, humans included. The proposal would impact the greater community where tangible and intangible aspects of trees and access to nearby nature provide significant value. Preserving our tree canopy is of particular importance, not only for the ecological and public health value it provides, but as the tree canopy is shrinking and under threat in DC. This need not be at odds with rehabilitation or recreation. Rather, protecting our canopy and ecosystems would harmonize with a more thoughtful rehabilitation proposal. Sierra Club recognizes the need to rehabilitate the golf course. At the same time, we recognize questions and concerns, particularly from many nearby neighbors, still need to be addressed. We stand with those neighbors and thousands of community members in urging NCPC to make every effort to ensure those concerns are not only heard, but addressed. To ensure the best possible future for the golf course, we urge the Commission to protect the vital cultural and natural resources of the park. The success of rehabilitation of the golf course must be measured by whether it is done right, in a way that protects the natural and cultural resources and history unique to this place, not merely by whether it is done. We urge the Commission to continue to work with NPS, NLT, and the community, providing the necessary time to advance a shared vision for rehabilitation that protects nearby nature and wildlife and ensures a plan enthusiastically supported by the whole of the community and provides benefits for years to come for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And we appreciate your testimony this evening. And we do have Will Smith here. Will, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone involved in this process, including the experts from the National Park Service, the design team led by Quinn Evans, the passionate and engaged citizens who have been so vocal over the last few months. A special thanks to the staff at NCPC for sitting through the numerous meetings this summer and for their understanding and willingness to dive into the complexity of this project so thoroughly. There is no doubt that the plan put forth by NPS and NLT is better now than it was at this time last year, and we will continue to think critically and make the best informed decisions possible. This process has laid bare that there is a clear breakdown of trust in public discourse. National Links Trust has been intentional and transparent in everything that we have done since we started down this path 5 years ago. Leading into the May NCPC meeting, it became apparent that despite this, we had not earned the trust of a small subset of the community. We have spent the better part of the last 4 months trying to engage with these groups to demonstrate that our only intention is to do right by the community as a whole, and also in the process clear up misunderstandings and correct misinformation about the project. While it is clear today that this effort has not been entirely successful, we are encouraged by the conversations that we have had and look forward to continuing them in the future. When Mike McCartan and I founded National Links Trust as a 501c3, it was with the goal to celebrate, protect, and grow the communities at the 3 public golf facilities in our hometown of Washington, D.C. We know that fostering the game of golf through welcome, equitable, and accessible golf facilities can change lives in many ways. Through improved mental and physical health, through fostering friendships and community, and through providing opportunities and career pathways to underserved communities, to name just a few. We also set out from the very beginning to show that golf courses can be sustainable in the true sense of the word, where the economic, environmental, and social benefits are in balance, and where these places can become more impactful than the sum of their parts. We are confident that our proposed project strikes the right balance and strikes this balance in the best way possible. We are encouraged by the widespread support of our community, including the more than 5,600 people who signed a letter of support and the over 50% of those who wrote in or signed up to speak to NCPC regarding this plan. This support recognizes the care, consideration, and years of work that have gone into its creation. We are excited to be able to truly begin on this project and to show those who are skeptical that we mean what we say and will do what we have promised. We remain committed to working with everyone in the community to make Rock Creek Golf Park a true asset for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for your testimony. I'm just going to walk right back a few people here to make sure Elizabeth Kim, Rajiv Saran, Roberta Rosas, and Elizabeth Berry in particular have not joined us and are trying to speak. Well, that concludes our public testimony. I want to say thank you very much to everyone who contributed today, and especially to the commission, who's received hundreds and hundreds of letters and comments from the public in both support and in opposition. And so we are going to move on now, and it's been a long day, but I would entertain a motion to approve the final site and building plans for the Rock Creek Park Golf Course rehabilitation.
Madam Chair. So move.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think there's a request here. I hear you, Commissioner Dixon. Ms. Huddle-Cox, did you have something to say?
Yes, 2 things. One, we are going to need to take a tech break shortly because we are at the end of our live stream time, so we will need to do a reset. And then I also had an update that someone had asked for correcting the record. Although I'm getting a note, I believe Elizabeth Berry is on now and might be able to provide her testimony. Can you hear us, Miss Berry?
Miss Berry?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. So we would like to provide you with 3 minutes of time for your testimony today.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, my name is Elizabeth Berry. I'm a native Washingtonian. I have spent thousands and thousands of hours literally in Rock Creek Park. I grew up about half a mile as a crow flies from the golf course. I was the environmental director for Mayor Williams and the Williams administration for 6 years. I founded and set up and ran the Department of Energy and Environment. I look forward to a beautiful and renewed golf course in Rock Creek Park, just like everyone else. I think we all agree on that, pro and con of the plan. However, the so-called rehabilitation proposal for the golf course is more of a wholesale replacement, not a rehabilitation of this historic course, and with something shiny and new. Similar to when a modest older house is knocked down to make way for a McMansion, the proposed plan is for something that is disconnected from what was built originally. The proposal is fundamentally incompatible with being located in a national park. As Casey Trees has clearly said in its testimony, the NCPC can and should require the proponents to retain and preserve the healthy native trees that are part of our city's critical green infrastructure. Reconfiguring the design is not too much to ask. It's entirely possible and what is needed here. I'm quoting from Casey Trees' testimony that it's submitted to you. Quote, we ask that NPS limit the removal of healthy trees, in particular healthy trees that fit into the district's definitions of special and heritage trees, even if that means reconfiguring greens and fairways to accommodate those trees. These trees play a critical role in sustaining the local ecosystems, and they have impacts far beyond the reaches of the golf course. District law recognizes the importance of these trees. They also ask for a binding and detailed reforestation plan. We've heard that there is a binding plan, and so you have the ability to require that. It sounds like everybody's in agreement. So I hope that you will make approval, your expected approval, contingent on binding and funded rehabilitation. The proponents have claimed without providing evidence, data, or future metrics of success that their plan is the best and only plan. That's what they actually said. And yet, if they had chosen a golf course designer known for prioritizing environmental sustainability, and there are many, you would be considering an entirely different plan, one that might provide great golf while celebrating and incorporating the natural resources of the park, even given the underlying assumptions and criteria. Before granting approval, please ensure that the environmental mitigation is subject to is mandatory. NLP and MPS has said that all of the environmental mitigation is subject to sufficient revenue, and that revenue is what has driven this plan, and the NLP and MPS has been forthright on that point. Please require that all underlying studies be published so that the assertions of need and methodologies can be evaluated.
Thank you for your contribution, and thank you for your patience, because I know we had difficulty getting you in here, Elizabeth, but thank you for that. I have additional. Yes, thank you. I did get additional information. Commissioner Dixon, if you can hold on for 1 minute. We have,
I can't.
but Rajiv Saran is here, who is also trying to get on, so we will hear from him. Is that a him or a her? I apologize. Rajiv? Rajiv, we can see you're with us, but we do not hear you. Can you unmute? I think we'll wait 1 minute and see if Rajiv can join us. But in the meantime, Ms. Huddlecox, do you want to update us on that additional information or no?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So we had received a follow-up on 2 testimonies from earlier today with a request that we correct the record. So I wanted to do that before the commission enters deliberations. As you may recall, we had 2 ANC 4A commissioners who testified. First, Commissioner Kimberly Patterson, who represents Single Member District 4A05, testified reporting on the ANC's resolution with recommendations and provided her own personal opposition to the project. Second, Commissioner Paula Edwards, who represents SND 4A01, testified with her personal support of the project. However, Commissioner Edwards stated that neither she nor Commissioner Patterson were authorized to speak on behalf of the ANC. However, both commissioners reached out to correct the record. Commissioner Patterson was authorized by ANC 4A to speak on its behalf and report on its resolution, which she did. And so we wanted to make sure the record was corrected before we closed public testimony.
Thank you very much for that correction. We appreciate it, Ms. Huddle Cox. Any help with Rajiv? We're still not able to connect.
Madam Chair, I think they might have to dial *6 if they're on the phone to unmute themselves.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Rajiv, did you hear that? Can you dial *6 if you're on the phone to unmute your phone? That doesn't appear to be working. Okay, we have a motion without a second on the floor. But I also know we've been asked if we would take a break at 8:15, and we're past that. Do we need to take the tech break to restart the recording?
Yes, we are getting.
I'm sorry.
And we do need to take the tech break. It's we're very much at the last minute to take the tech break before the live stream cuts out.
Okay.
And I seconded the motion.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second, and we'll take a tech break and come back and have our deliberation and a vote. Thank you.
And for those of you who are watching on the live stream, just as a note, you will probably have to refresh your screen when we update the live stream. So we will come back in 5 minutes.
Well, again, I just want to thank everyone. It's been a long day and wonderful participation by the community at large, and appreciate the commissioners' attention and work on this. So we have a motion and a second. I'm now going to open up the commission for discussion. And could everyone please turn on your cameras? And I'm going to use the round robin method of engagement here with our commission, and I will start the deliberations with Commissioner Argo.
Oh. I think my fatigue has overtaken my ability to respond in a timely and efficient manner. Can you pass on me right now for a moment?
I'm happy to come back. And Vice Chair Hewlett.
Okay. Bear with me because I do have a few comments. So at the May Commission meeting, I was not at all comfortable with where we stood. I still had questions. I felt we needed another look at the tree preservation. I felt we needed more concern about the environment and more and definitely more meaningful community engagement. So I made the motion to continue this case, this matter. And although you can hate me if you want, but although my main motion resulted in, it did result in much more community outreach and a marathon meeting for today, but sometimes that's necessary. And in this case, I believe that the postponement has been beneficial. First of all, I appreciate, like Madam Chair indicated, I appreciate the tremendous efforts of the National Link Trust and the National Park Service. And similarly, I appreciate the impassioned testimony on both sides, along with, and we applaud the decorum that people maintained all throughout this very protracted meeting today. A few little snippets got in, little side things got in there, but for the most part, it was, people were very, very professional and conducted themselves with tremendous decorum. And I am pleased that in the interim, the intervening couple of months, that the applicant held 18 additional in-person and virtual meetings with stakeholders, including the most avid proponents and including the most vehement critics. And we heard some comments to the contrary, but I feel like they were not ignored. They were not ignored. They've eliminated the irrigation pond, saving 77 more trees. They have plans to conduct the tree removal in stages to allow the reassessment of before proceeding with the next round of tree removal. They have trees will be planted for every 3 trees will be planted for every healthy native tree removed. Now, granted, yes, it's right that those will take a long time to come to get to the size of those being removed, but it will get there. Number one, and number two, it is a removal of less than 1% of the trees of the entire site. And more importantly, we heard some concerns about this, but the tree maintenance, when they plant the new trees, it's in the contract, I am told, that it will be ongoing. So if they fail, that those trees will have to be replanted. So it's not just a one-time thing, hit it or quit. It's just, it will be ongoing. Thanks to the shade analysis conducted by subject matter experts, who now only the minimum number of trees will be removed to satisfy turf protection as well. I also want to commend, the lighting was another issue for me, but I also want to commend the National Park Service, who hired the lighting consultant that was recommended by the Dark Sky International organization. And they utilized some of their recommendations, such as berm-mounted ground level lighting for the driving range, computer-enhanced a ball tracking system, etc. So there was progress there as well, in addition to some of the trees. I love the new clubhouse, and I really have to, I was former chair of the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. We were partners with the First Tee program. I love the fact that you're going to be partners with the First Tee program and giving them office space, administrative space in the new clubhouse. That is important. And I would like to commend, we got to commend our youth. Everybody was really good today, but our youth, Joelle Blanchard was fabulous today with her presentation, and equally so was 14-year-old Abraham Rodberg, who was on the other side of this issue. But 2 young teenagers came out and testified, and good for them. With Park and Planning Commission, somebody mentioned Francis Teafo. Awesome. We saw what he did as a youth and under those circumstances. So it is important that we have that type of accessibility. And speaking of accessibility, that is one of the main things that I'm really pleased about, because it is ADA accessible. There'll be more trails that are accessible, and access will be more accessible for ADA purposes, but also for our youth, and accessibility for all age levels. And it will be affordable and equitable community access, and that's important as well. So I think there has been a lot of improvement, and I applaud the efforts. And I'm glad we took this time, because I wasn't a fully happy camper last time. But I'm glad we took this time. I feel like it was effective. I do feel like you heard and you made the effort to listen to everyone. And those are my comments for today. And that is why I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hewlett, and also thank you again for tag teaming with me today, as it was a long day, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to say it's sort of less of a comment than just a thank you to the applicant team and everyone who attended the many public outreach meetings as part of this, either in the beginning or the additional meetings. And also want to thank all the people who signed up to testify today. It was a long slog, and it took a lot of patience, and I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate those of you who are still on the meeting now, and especially wanted to note how much I appreciated the thoughts of the young district residents who signed up to testify. It was really impressive. And I don't know, I kept thinking maybe we should just turn the project over to them. And I think we'd be really happy. And just want to say that I'm looking forward to discussing this with my fellow commissioners. But I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Tunstall Williams.
Yes, thank you. Lots of comments. First of all, going way back to Mrs. Herr and the Superintendent Joyner for your excellent presentations that really laid out the thinking and the evolution of this plan. I think that, to echo Vice Chair Hewlett's comments, I think that the pause really helped improve the plan. I would like to commend the Park Service and National Link Trust for heeding this commission and going back and engaging in what appeared to be a very robust public engagement process, using what their feedback to make thoughtful changes to the plans and bringing in the sort of specialized consultants to make it a better project. And I think the project is better for all of those reasons. I think the plan as proposed does a nice job of balancing the preservation, environmental, functional, financial, and all the other requirements that keep this this course a public access asset. Sorry. Tired. I had not been to the site until earlier this week, and despite living just a couple miles from it, and I was really struck by what a beautiful setting it is and how much potential there is. And so I look forward not only to the restoration of the golf course, but also the implementation of the pollinator garden, as well as the walking trail. So you know that the site is accessible both to golfers and non-golfers alike. I think this is a really commendable project. I think the Park Service has done a terrific job of engaging with the community. I know as another federal agency, often the measure of success, particularly in the near term, is on schedule and on budget, and the Park Service paused this project for 4 months to really engage with the public, and I think the project is much better for it. So thank you all, for everyone involved, and especially thanks to all the citizens who came out and both for and against the project. And as my other commissioners said, to the youth, you really are inspiring and you've done a great job. So thank you, and I look forward to further deliberation.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunstall Williams. Commissioner Dixon.
Yes, I'm first of all, I want to associate myself with all the remarks that were made. I don't need to repeat. But I think I just congratulations to everybody that was involved in this, because it was a model of, I think, public engagement and a decision which was very delicate. I also want to focus on a couple of people. Peter Nichols, who I called in, who has a deep history with the city, and Beverly Perry, who didn't get on, and also Elizabeth Berry, who I've been watching grow up and become constantly an activist. She came in towards the end, and then many others. I also need to say that I'm excited because the one thing I did when I was in high school, I played on the golf team. In fact, I was a guy who lettered on the golf team. That was my lettering. And playing Rock Creek Park was one place we played against St. John's there, and also playing in the Fairlawn Park when it was at a golf course, which is not there any longer, playing there. So these courses are courses I know well, and I'm glad to see them coming back. Looking forward to being able to play on them again. So thank you, and let's move forward. I think it's just a lot of wonderful dialogue.
Thank you.
And correction.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Dixon. Commissioner Cash.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for showing up and providing your testimony. I think this, in my maybe 7 or 8 years on the commission, has been some of the most public engagement we've gotten. So I want to thank especially all the Ward 4 community members and other local members or local residents that have come out to speak in favor or against this. I think it's great public participation we've gotten. I also want to thank the NCPC staff. I know it's not very often that you have a hearing that goes until almost 9 o'clock at night. I can say in my role with running hearings for the DC Council on a weekly basis, no pun intended, but this is kind of par for the course, and this was probably a big thing for you all, but I think you've done a great job here. And thanks to all the commissioners and all the members of the public that have testified. I think that the public engagement on here really was exemplary at the end of the day. So I'll just leave with that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cash. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I want to echo Commissioner Cash. I appreciate all the public engagement on this issue and the presentations today. Really appreciate it. No other comments from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Giacchetti.
So would like to associate myself with the remarks of my fellow commissioners. The public engagement has been quite a bit today, and I think that's what this place is about. So it was good to see, good to be able to take part in this. And other than that, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giacchetti. Commissioner Steingasser.
Yes. I hope I don't get kicked out. My server keeps going down. I want to associate myself with all the complimentary comments about how this project has evolved and the work that the Park Service and consultants have put into expanding outreach. There's been several references to the Mayor Bowser's importance on tree protection and net zero. And with that in mind, we'd like to ask that the district government remain at the table as this project gets further defined and refined. We recognize it's a federal project, but there's a lot of issues that the Park Service has been working on with the Department of Energy and Environment. And we hope that can continue to proceed and go forward. I know there was a little concern about how the tree canopy and the lighting evolve. And I do want to clarify that the phasing of the tree removal plan, that's still in effect with the final vote. Is that correct? It was in the EDR, talked about the phasing of the adaptive tree. Yeah, so that was, I think.
Yes, that's correct. Adaptive management, yes.
Yes, I think that's a really important feature and gesture to make to allow for the responsiveness on that. That was all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Steingasser. Thank you for those comments. Commissioner McMahon.
Just figured out how to do Zoom on my cell phone, so I turned my lights off at the office. I had to come home. First off, great thanks to the NCPC staff. This is, in the years I've been on the commission, this is the longest meeting we've had. I always thought Union Station was the toughest one, but this obviously is a project that's near and dear to the hearts of many citizens in the district and around, and we saw that today. Also want to compliment and thank Tammy Stidham and the MPS crew for the work they've done since May to work with the community, to go out and do additional contacts and work with the community to understand their concerns, and through them to NLT to revise their plans for this golf course to reflect those concerns, conserve the environment, and provide I think it's going to be a fine facility once it's done, to support the people of DC, especially who play golf in that northwest part of town. So I think that's all great. I think I'm going to take the approach and the attitude that all the speakers, while they were very adamant and spoke forcefully for their perspectives, were honest and respectful in the way they did that. And so I think it's we've got a greater product now, and I think implementing the recommendations in the EDR as they move forward, that we will have a product that supports the community and is respectful and supportive of the environment in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Thank you very much. Commissioner Stidham.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for sticking around and staying through such a long day. The Park Service greatly appreciates it. And to Ms. Hare, who has worked diligently with us in preparation for today. So thank you very much for that. I also really want to thank everyone who spoke today, whether in opposition or in support. This is clearly a very loved place to many people who are very passionate about both the preservation and the protection of the entire park, not one entity of it, but the entire park. And that's important. It's important to us. The Park Service's mission is it's defined by the Organic Act, which requires us to preserve and protect all resources and for visitor use and experience. And sometimes when we are working on a project, those things are at odds and we have to find balance. And in this case, we had to find balance between historic preservation and natural resources. And I think we have found that. And much of it is to the credit of all the public engagement that we've had both before the May meeting and after the May meeting. And I think the project shows the benefits of that engagement and will be an amazing place. You know, NLT inherited over 40 years of deferred maintenance, and we've heard a lot about that today. And it's going to take some time, but this plan is the way to address all the deferred maintenance at one point and make so this course is a sustainable, functioning golf course, which without those efforts was in risk of being lost. The integrity of the course, the history of William Flynn and his efforts there, and a critical piece of the park itself. So we appreciate everyone's attention. We have made changes. We will continue to refine. We will continue to work with the public. I was going to hit on the lighting piece, but I think you guys have heard enough about lighting, enough about alternative approaches. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and that we will continue our coordination and collaboration, not only with the district, but also with the public, and that it is an important component. And I appreciate your support for the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Stidham. And I will just begin and end by saying thank you as well. I think on behalf of everyone on the commission, we are so grateful. Jamie, you did a great job on this. I know that Diane as well, and Megan Huddle-Cox, who worked on this, frankly, the better part of this year. We did take a break in May. I think it was a good break to take. And we've had 4 months of public dialogue and outreach. And I again commend all of the stakeholders, the National Park Service and NCP staff, and all of the public that attended and participated, all the different organizations, many of whom we heard from today. I think we came out of this with a better product, and no one got everything they wanted, but I think it was a tremendous learning experience. And at the end of the day, it's a combination of the history of the place, and as was mentioned by Commissioner Stidham, the great love for this place that we heard about today from everyone. And that's the passion driving everyone's comments today on both sides and around the corners. And it's a phenomenal asset for the district. It's a national asset. It's beautiful, and I felt as though, having gone on the tour, I was frankly appalled by the condition of the place with the invasives. I just felt like I was somewhere where there was kudzu just taking over down south, where sometimes you have these invasive species that just almost become an entity unto themselves. And so the neglect is there, clearly, and the rededication to this place, I think, is so important, both for people, for the equity, for the environment, to improve what's there and to make it healthy again. Also, just the tremendous stories from youth about golf and the transformative nature that NLT is putting in place. I think this has been a good 4 months, and I think today was long, but it was very productive, and I was happy with the community engagement around it from all corners. And I do want to say too, lastly, that the National Park Service is a trusted federal partner. I think they've done their due diligence. I appreciate that you postponed the planning and listened to the community and developed the best alternative going forward for the future of this course and for the park. And I'm particularly heartened because you're going to continue working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the concerns there throughout the project. And I'm just grateful for all the participation that we've experienced today and all the work that's gone into this. So thank you. Ms. Huddle-Cox, can you please confirm? Wait. Commissioner Argo, I forgot to get back to you. I think you're on mute.
Here we go. I just quickly wanted to associate with the comments that were made by Commissioner Cash, who basically, I think the word was exemplary. The community engagement work on this And it was clearly a thoughtful, dedicated approach to address the concerns and incorporate the suggestions that came from the community that, led to this outcome today. So good work by the commission, and just overall thanks to the public who engaged with this so that we could come to this outcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Argo. And if there are no further comments or questions, Ms. Huddle-Cox, could you please confirm the motion and the second and take the vote by roll call, please?
Yes, the motion was made by Commissioner Dixon and was seconded by Vice Chair Hewlett. Commissioner Steingasser?
Yes.
Commissioner McMahon?
Yes.
Commissioner Stidham?
Yes.
Commissioner Argo?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hewlett?
Yes.
Chair Goodman?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunstall Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Dixon?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, before I vote, I want to say that I hope we can place the same kind of attention on Anacostia Park, Fairlawn, the Anacostia Park. I also would stress that we had a golf course there once that was shut down after integration, and we lost our golf course. There may be an opportunity for us to put some trees there to help with the issue that we face, and also put something related to golfing there that would sort of remember that we had a course there once that I played before it got shut down and was first integrated and got shut down. I also would point to, someone mentioned in one of the testimonies spoke to the Native American issues at the park in Rock Creek Park. Well, as many of you know from things I've said, the Native Americans existed in our Anacostia River East. There's only one site of a Native American presence on the other side of the river. So not in east of the river, but in our Anacostia River East is where all of tribal locations were up and down that river. So I hope that we can also deal with that, but we got time for that, Madam Chair. So I want to always, the east of the river, Anacostia River East is important, I think, to bring up, and we need the same kind of attention. Thank you. I vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cash?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
Abstain.
Commissioner Giacchetti?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion clearly passes. And this concludes our open session agenda.
Madam Chair? Madam
Yes.
Chair, I was just remiss in not thanking Ms. Herr and Ms. Sullivan and all the NCPC staff for doing a spectacular job. But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And thank you to Commissioner Dixon for reminding us always. We appreciate that. So motion carried, concludes our open session agenda. The next meeting is going to be on Thursday, October 3rd at 1 p.m. And if there is no further business, the session is now adjourned. Thank you.